Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter Reborned, Fallen, and married Bellastrix? Part 2. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. After a quiet lunch, Harry went back to class for his second ever lesson as Divination professor, this time with the third years. All the way back up to his classroom, he cursed fate for his class only being open to third years and above. Those first years could be damned adorable. How did Minerva manage to avoid getting fired for picking one of them up and squeezing them like a teddy bear until unconscious or dead? How did she resist the temptation? And now he was obsessing about memories of Teddy when he was a toddler. Sad mood. Incoming. Fortunately, word had already gotten around that his class was interesting, so once he arrived at the entrance to his classroom, the youngest students he would get to teach were waiting for him. All four houses were, again, present. Clearly, interest in the class was so low that he would be teaching all four houses together for each year. How could a teacher be so bad that the majority of students changed classes or chose more difficult topics over one that most regarded as an easy O? When even lazy students dropped your easy class because the boredom was unbearable, that's when you know you've done a poor job. Up you go, he told them as he once again unlocked the trapdoor and opened the passage upwards. When they shuffled into the classroom and didn't make any complaints about the standing requirements, news moves fast. Around here, he jumped into the lesson. This semester, I will be teaching you all a skill that will not only serve you immensely in your study of divination, but life in general. He told them, I will be teaching as many forms of meditation and mental awareness as humanly possible. He realized he forgot a step, and so retrieved the roll call for the 32 students who now filled his classroom. Amberchrome, Leanne. Present, said a brown-haired Slytherin. He moved down the list. There was Bach, Johann, descendant of the wizarding musical genius himself, and Adina Van, Homer. Then he got to the first name he recognized. Greengrass Astoria. Here, said his once almost future sister-in-law. She looked so different from her sister, it was almost surprising they had the same father at all. He went on to confirm the presence of a Godford Gregory, Hector's son Kevin, Ingwin Dennis, Isline Jessica, the twins Benjamin and Eric Johnson, and Cummer Sasha. Then he got to a really interesting name, Lovegood, Xenophilius Jr. Present, said Luna's adorable little brother. If he ever got back to his own reality, he'd have to share any memories he got of the boy with his wand crafting friend. Wait, was Luna's mom alive? He'd have to check on that. From there, he called on a pair of twins named Jeffrey and Ferdinand Algaff, who were transfers from Durmstrang based on their accents and names, and a lot of other names he had never heard before in his life. He paused on the final name on his register, somehow having completely failed to notice her presence until now. Vane, Romilda, he managed to say without a groan. Present, said the uncomfortably well-endowed third year. Jesus, had she been a third year when he was in his sixth? He remembered being under the impression that she was a year above him at the time. He would have to make sure to be wary of any gifts from her. Hadn't she eventually been arrested for date rape in his world? Or was he thinking of somebody else? He hoped he was thinking of somebody else. So, he began his lecture properly. What do you all know about meditation techniques? Several hands went up. Yes, Miss Greengrass. He called on little Tori. It's the first step towards learning occlumency techniques. She said, will you be teaching us occlumency later? Harry stifled a groan at the other students mumbling about what occlumency might be. Occlumency is the art of defending one's mind against mental attacks, ranging from mind reading, obliviation, or the imperious. Harry explained succinctly. And no, I will never teach anybody occlumency, both because it is illegal for me to do so, and I am not capable of teaching it anyways. I have zero talent in the mind arts and stopped after learning occlumency myself. A few of the hands were still raised. Yes, Mr. Lovegood. He called on the platinum blonde. Meditation has health benefits that can extend life expectancy and quality of life, and if done consistently, can lead to unlocking mystical abilities, like astral projection and levitation. Harry did groan that time, barely resisting the urge to take points. Actually, you know what? 2 points from Ravenclaw and Slytherin for both of your terrible answers, he said to Xenophilius and Astoria. And for, I must assume, deliberately trying to derail the topic of conversation. The classroom soured at that, but Harry couldn't help noticing shy smirks on the two individuals in question. Yup, definitely troublemakers. I will give you all one more chance to earn houseplants. He stopped talking as the class snickered, and he let out a long-winded sigh. Yup, he was never going to live that one down. Day one, and he'd already made a gaffe that would haunt him for however long his teaching career lasted. Yes, Miss Vane. He called on the only person brave enough to raise a hand. Meditation is the art of mastering one's mind to improve concentration, emotional discipline, relaxation, and other such purposes. She simplified. 2 points to Gryffindor, he said as he wrote down her explanation on the blackboard, verbatim. We will be focusing more on the relaxation and concentration portions of this discipline, and I'll be teaching it to you in such a way as to help you in all of your classes. He waved his hand and magically pulled back all of the curtains to reveal the glass doors to the patios and the outdoor seating beyond. If everybody would file out to the patios and take a seat, he instructed. They obeyed and shuffled out, trying to form little groups with their friends. There were 5 chairs on each patio, except for his at very center one where there were no chairs at all. He took his spot, leaning against the rails of said middle patio, and waited for everybody to take their seats. 5 to a patio, with a few stragglers getting extra space. Today's lesson is very simple. You are to do as I do. Let me demonstrate, Harry instructed. He leaned forward against the railing and took a deep breath, then slowly released it as he let his body relax. For the next minute, he calmly gazed out on the grounds of Hogwarts. The warm afternoon breeze and singing of birds serenading him and the glittering waves of the black lake holding his loose attention. He didn't think. He didn't feel. He simply was. After his 60 seconds of staring off into space was over, he took another deep breath and stood up before addressing the class. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the most effective way I've found to clear one's mind. He explained, whereas most teachers of this skill will unhelpfully tell you to just clear your mind, I will actually walk you through the process of doing so. Now, you try. A few hands shot up. Yes, Mrs. Line. He called on the African girl. You look like you were just daydreaming. Are you teaching us to daydream? She asked in her thick accent. Actually, yes. Daydreaming is a pretty good description of what I want you to try and do, he admitted, but more like staring off into space. Relax, try and think of nothing, and just be present. Most of his students simply shrugged and did their best to comply. They each tried to relax in their seats and imitate his deep breath and sigh. He stretched his magical senses and discovered that most of his students were failing at the exercise. He could feel the thoughts, emotions, and jitteriness wafting off of them. I don't want you to consider or think about the beauty in the animals, plants, or landscape you're gazing at. As valuable as it is to retain that wonder we all should have at the majesty of this world, that's not what I'm teaching you right now. You are trying to think about nothing at all. Release your worries and let the world revolve around you. He spent the rest of the class walking amongst his students, pulling individuals aside and helping them perform more specific techniques to relax and let go. Some needed to slouch more, others did better with proper posture. Some had even simpler tics that helped them to meditate, like rocking on their heels or walking around the classroom. Mr. Lovegood was the most difficult to figure out, but eventually he called on the house elves to bring sliced cucumbers and celery for him to snack on, and that did the trick. Some people really concentrate better when they're chewing on something, and Harry had a hunch little Zeno was one of them. A hunch that proved correct. He told the young man to bring gum to his classes in the future, and that he'd talk to the other teachers about letting him use it in their classes as well. All the while he taught his class, he wrote notes on every student in his handy-dandy notebook with plans to later write short files on all of them. Their learning needs, their personalities, physical traits unique to them, so he could better remember their names. Anything that would help him to better work with them. By the end of their 2 hours together, he had all of them in a meditative state of cleared minds through one technique or another. Those who fell into the technique, naturally, he allowed to stop early and had them read or work on any assignments from other classes. Homework tonight is to simply try and enter this same state while writing assignments for your other classes. He told them. In our next class, we will discuss any observations you all made while trying to write essays in a meditative state. You were dismissed. They filed out, and Harry sighed in relief when the last of his students filed out. First day of teaching. Finished. I hear you're teaching students how to daydream. Is this an accurate description of your class? Minerva asked him at dinner, pulling out the clause before he even had time to fill his plate. He decided on the let's put her off balance approach to verbal sparring today. Actually, yeah, said Harry. It's a meditative exercise to help some concentrate better and others to relax and unwind. Recover from the stresses of life. I cannot fathom how much benefit many of us would have derived from such techniques during our academic and professional careers had we learned these as 13-year-olds. Professor Gray piped up from her seat, winking at Minerva in a not-so-subtle jab. The Ancient One can speak. It's a miracle. I agree, said Severus. I was taught occlumency early on, and were I emperor for a day, I would mandate it be taught before entering Hogwarts. May the world shudder. Emperor Severus is convening with his court, quipped Remus. Severus gave him a sneering grin, clearly agreeing with the sentiment. Men like Severus, who knew themselves better than most, were as terrified of gaining power and authority as others were of them gaining said power and authority. There was a kind of wisdom in that. You aren't teaching them proto-occlumency, are you? Asked Phileas. Maybe. That wasn't my intention, but these techniques could help them learn the mind arts later down the line. Harry admitted, my aim is to help them better perform in divination classes and to better complement their learning in other subjects. They need to know how to clear their mind in order to perform divination, so I need to get that prerequisite out of the way. As much as I'm sure my other professors appreciate that, I hope you do, in fact, plan to teach said divination techniques? Asked Albus from his seat at the center of the table. Of course. It's only the first day, and the students here are quick to pick up what I have to teach. Within a few weeks, those taking my class seriously will have mastered them, and the rest of the year will be a breeze. He said, if all of the years are as bright as the 3rd, 6th, and 7th, I might not have trouble catching them up in time for OWL and newt testing. Minerva hummed. You do have your work cut out for you, she admitted. Albus gave her a stern look, and Harry simply had to ask. I'm hesitant to ask, he admitted. But I'm equally hesitant to take the testimony of my students at face value. So tell me, how poor was my predecessor at her job? The uncomfortable silence spoke volume. I'm sorry to say, you will have to take the word of any students at face value, said Albus. You will find none at this table who will speak poorly of a co-worker, past or present. Harry expected as much, but it was still worth a shot. His non-answer was still an answer, though. Translated into English, Albus just said the students were telling the truth. Not that he doubted them. His first class must have been quick to post the flyers he gave them, because after dinner 20 people, of all houses, came to his classroom for quiet study. Most of them not having even attended his classes to begin with. Thus, his classroom became a second library for students all the way from 1st to 7th years, each doing their own projects or wanting to help out by tutoring. He was surprised to find Hermione hadn't taken on the additional workload of helping with the study group, but Draco had. He recognized Rose Zeller doing her first essay on the levitation charm and couldn't stop himself from walking her and her 2 new Hufflepuff friends through it. Hurrah! Adorable first years in his classroom. Sad mood over Teddy gone. Mostly. He spent most of the open study period organizing what he'd written about his students so far and devising a file system he was making about them. It was as they were nearing curfew that the students finally filed out. All save for one. Professor Morgan? Draco approached him. Harry was immediately on the defensive but did his best to hide it. Yes, he had been a well-behaved and attentive student, and yes, his Draco had become one of his best friends and confidants in the future. But this was Draco Malfoy circa 1996. He could tell through his stretched-out senses that the boy hadn't been marked, but he was still the son of one of Voldemort's most trusted Death Eaters. Caution was to be expected. Yes, Mr. Malfoy, said Harry. Granger, Abbott, and I were wondering if you'd allow us to write a collaborative essay on the inherent magical abilities of muggles. He asked. The hair on the back of Harry's neck stood straight up. Collaborative essay? He dared to ask. He had never heard of such a thing in Hogwarts. Yeah, she and I have been arguing nonstop about it in the library, and Hannah's just been writing down our points. Playing peacekeeper. We figured we might do what Uncle Sev or Professor Snape lets us do and write an antagonistic essay together. Draco explains, where the essay contains both of our arguments and separate conclusions. Snape let them get away with that. Harry wasn't sure. That sounded too fun for Snape to give it the green light, and like too much of a headache to read through. Just a vicious argument between those two in written format. Somehow, he wondered if this was more of a solution to cure the headache of their verbal arguments that the entire faculty came up with long ago. It seemed likely. With Harry not existing in this world, the only two people who could have taken his place as Draco's nemesis would be Hermione and Ron. And Ron honestly wasn't up to the task. Against my better judgment, I'll allow this, if you can provide proper sources on every point and counterpoint. Harry acquiesced. But where are you going to get sources for your citations? Already on top of that, I flew my father, and now he's hounding a friend in the Department of Mysteries about info on it, and Hannah convinced Susan to flew her aunt and asked for some public case files for the incidents you mentioned. Draco said with just a hint of pride in his forethought. Still, something about what Draco just said didn't sit well with him. How in the world did you manage to make a flu call? Harry asked. All right, I forgot you never attended Hogwarts, said Draco. All of the common rooms have fireplaces, but they only allow calls, not travel. They're monitored and have an aura station next to each one, but we're allowed to use them if we schedule hours ahead of time. Seemed like a huge security risk, but he recalled this was, in fact, the case in his own universe, even if very few Gryffindors availed themselves of this privilege. I would love to have sat in on that conversation. How did Lucius react to that contentious theory? Harry asked. Draco somehow took this as an invitation to play ad-libs. Hey, Dad, is it true that Muggles often perform accidental apparition and kill themselves by splinching or reappearing in unfortunate places? He said in an imitation of himself. He then pretended to be sitting down with a book in one hand and glass of wine in the other, wearing a dour expression. While in this position, he made a confused face before standing up, reaching into an imaginary container of some kind, then motioned as if igniting the flue in a separate fireplace. Because of course Lucius has multiple fireplaces in his home office, and stuck his head into said fictional fireplace. Rookwood, a word please, said Draco in a damned good Lucius impression. Aha, ooh, I see. Fascinating. Draco then imitated removing his head from the second flue and returning to his seat, before using his Lucius impersonation once more. That is correct. Harry couldn't help laughing at the great performance, all without breaking character or so much as smirking too. He even went so far as to clap. Draco made a mocking bow as if he were being applauded by an entourage, and Harry had to kick him out with a just threat of detention. This job was going to kill him. These kids were just too much sometimes. He was about ready to turn in for the night himself when he decided to call on Hedwig. He wanted to share his first day with Bella, so set about writing a letter detailing his excellent start. Before he could even dip his quill into the ink, a massive eagle owl swooped into his classroom. A very familiar eagle owl too. Great. It was his first day as teacher, and Lucius was already sending him hate mail. Deciding it was best to get things over with, he took the letter from the majestic creature's talon and tore it open. We are proud of you. Welcome to the House of Green Love, the Sisters Black. B.A.N. Harry recognized all three distinct handwritings in the note and didn't even need to stretch out his senses to realize Bella, Andy, and Narcissa were all drinking at Malfoy Manor. Deduction could be a powerful form of divination in its own right at times. It was actually adorable how they had signed their initials separately and in the order they had written the note. Still, one terrible haiku warranted another. Your pride is welcome. A lion in snakes clothing your son's a menace. HEM. He sincerely hoped concatenation and possessives weren't a poetic faux pas in the art of haiku craft. It was kind of cheating, he guessed, but he didn't care much. He was a Slytherin now. Cheating was to be expected of him. He was proud to discover each line of his haiku directly addressed each sister in turn in the exact same order they had addressed him. Sometimes cleverness was purely accidental. And so, hoping the three sisters weren't passed out or being too much oaf bother to Dobby, he sealed the letter and sent it back with the Malfoy eagle owl. Today was a good day. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 18. 1 week down. Chapter 18. 1 week down. The remainder of the week was mostly a repeat of his first class with the third years, teaching the precursor to meditation techniques to each and every student. Some took to it like water. Most needed guidance. Surprisingly few fell asleep. And that's what he was for. It wasn't a particularly difficult task. All he needed to do was find out any habits his students did when naturally absent-minded. Do you often play with your hair absent-mindedly? Great. Use that bad habit as a trigger to make your mind, well, absent. From pacing, to snacking, to slouching, to twirling a quill. Each person is unique, hence the pointlessness of breathing and body awareness exercises when teaching people, particularly children, meditation. The real hiccups he ran into were with the students themselves. Keeping a calm and cool exterior when encountering long-dead friends was tough enough. Doing so while two ex-girlfriends reverted to horny teenagers was equally difficult. And so in his class with the fifth years, where Dennis Creevy, Ginevra Weasley, and Luna Lovegood shared a table. And boy did they like to stare. It may have been Snevella's teasing, or the fact that due to his extrasensory capabilities, he could actively feel what Ginny and Luna were putting off like a miasma of pheromones. But he got the feeling that if they were seventh years instead of fifth, he would absolutely fall to temptation and lose his job. He committed to himself never to supervise a detention involving either of them. But isn't that what Filch and Hagrid are for? What about Madame Pants and Pomfrey? He'd never had detention with either before, which was partly because one of them didn't exist in his world. But still, he should ask them what their methods of detention are. I have them wash the linen and hospital gowns by hand with a galvanized washboard and hang them out to dry on the rooftop patio. Rebecca explained, only accessible through my office. If you're ever looking for a quiet place to sit and think away from students. To think there were parts of the castle that even he hadn't been to. But something about how inviting the young healer had made her offer told Harry it might not be wise to accept. What with the whole him dating Bellatrix thing? Irma Pants had a rather different answer. If you so much as think about pawning off troublemakers on me, I'll reduce you to potion ingredients for Severus and Lily's next potion experimentation binge. She warned, likely unaware that he knew who Lily was. I have a difficult enough time trying to prevent vandalism and theft of the fourth greatest repository of magical knowledge in the world. Don't give me more work. Harry had to resist informing her that it was actually the fifth largest, as that would reveal he knew about the one place that comes close to matching the ICW's Magnus Fundus, the magical side of the Library of Congress, and that maze beneath the Great Plateau that the Egyptians guarded like treasure, that could get him into legal trouble. Owning one of those surgically installed portkeys was one of the only ways known to escape from Azkaban. After all, he'd be willing to bet quite a few galleons that she had one such portkey embedded into her palm, but he'd never make such an accusation in public, or private for that matter. Aside from that, it was a quiet first week of classes. It was still too early in the year for tensions to be rising high enough that he'd have to break up fights, deal with bullies, or overstressed students getting involved in self-destructive behaviors. His study groups were also going well, and he continued to exchange increasingly awful haikus with the Black Sisters. They, thankfully, stopped sending collaborative ones and were sending them individually. 'Tis a bad habit. Keeping your lady waiting, be prompt in writing. BWB. Clearly Bella had taken his delay in telling her about his first day as a slight. Perish the thought. Wear the green proudly. It suits you better than red, it matches your eyes. AIT. Mrs. Tonks was speaking to him with a familiarity, as if to imply she knew better than she did. He had to wonder how much personal information Bella was sharing with her sisters. He used to be worried that she might be sharing information on him with Voldemort sympathizers. Turns out he should have been more frightened of the entirety of Britain knowing every detail about their budding romance. What else is new? He takes after me, spoiled rotten, and so vain he'll grow out of it. At AM. Well, at least she's somewhat self-aware and in good humor. Hopefully his friendship with the woman in this reality would go more smoothly than in his universe, and not be built on the sandy foundations of a life debt triangle. Aside from that, all was peaceful and simple. He would teach the exact same thing to every group of students and help those in need with homework. This still left him with plenty of free time to plan out his class schedule. He knew he'd have to catch them up on palmistry, actual palmistry, not the superstitious BS used by soothsayers the world over. So he'd start with that. He needed to get them interested in basic philosophy and logic, and try to get some economics in there to help them make accurate predictions. Each of these things were vital in making accurate predictions of the future, both generally for society and for an individual. He added body language to his palmistry plans. It was Friday when he finally had his second class with the 7th years. Before he could even give them the same song and dance about clearing their minds, Draco and Hermione handed him a 12-page essay. Dual-sided. He then proceeded to actually give them the same song and dance about becoming absent-minded and left them to their own devices. They quickly confirmed his suspicion that they had been hounding their younger years about the first actual divination test because they all had the hand of it within 15 minutes, which left him an hour and a half to read and critique the 24-page essay on the inherent magic within Muggles. And it was one hell of an essay. Beyond it being barely coherent, with each paragraph alternately being written by one or the other, with commentary by Miss Bones thrown in, the amount of information crammed in could have easily been stretched out into an essay twice as long. He was suddenly thankful that Harry and Ron's habit of bullshitting their way through essays was one neither of these three ever picked up. At least their spelling, grammar, and paragraph spacing were perfect. He had nightmares about the dressed single block of chicken scratch he was promised he'd get eventually. And so he did his due diligence and actually graded the essay as he read their arguments, and by the end of it was thoroughly disappointed in his friends. He finally, regrettably, had a chance to open his bottle of red ink and scrawled a big, fat A for acceptable on the final page. He checked the clock and discovered there was still 20 minutes left in class. And so, after quickly checking, for what must have been the 100th time in just as many minutes, that his students were managing to keep their minds cleared, he addressed the class. "All right, everybody, I'm letting you out early since you decided to study ahead," he told them. "Cue the fanfare. I'll see you all Monday. Expect a more practical class this time," he warned. "Mr. Malfoy, Miss Granger, please stay behind." The two excitedly approached his desk as their peers filed out. That excitement vanished when they saw their grade. "An acceptable?" they chorused. "That's like C," Hermione added, and Draco scowled at the reference to Muggle schooling. It was actually more like a C+, but he knew telling her that wouldn't console her. "That's because it is acceptable," he told them. "I told you, or at least strongly hinted, I would be grading you based on the quality of your research and arguments. And while the latter was worth of and exceeds expectations, the former was not." He took the essay back from them. "Miss Granger, your position was that the theory of Muggles being inherently magical but incapable of using deliberate magic due to psychological factors cannot be possible," he summarized. "And your reasons were that if this were true adult Muggles, when they found out about magic, either by marrying a witch or wizard, siring a witch or wizard themselves, or by going off the deep end and suddenly believing themselves Jesus reincarnated or an Esper. But we don't see that happen. Is this a correct summary of your position?" "Well, I also argued that squibs wouldn't exist if this were true, and that most children believe in some form of magic or another by way of Father Christmas, religious miracles, or superstitions about luck or ill omens," she said. Harry nodded. "And Draco, you argued that it was likely because of the very incidents I exposed you to, The people dying or going missing due to accidental magic, and that if magic was purely genetic, muggleborns simply would never exist, or certainly not in the numbers we see if it was simply a recessive gene. Is this a fair assessment? Draco hesitated. I had other things I wanted to argue, but I didn't want to be too caustic, I think, is the word Susan uses when Granger and I get heated. Oh! He was starting to understand why their essay had been so lackluster. Do you mean to tell me? He ground out. That you two agreed to do collaborative argumentative essays together, and then missed the whole point of doing so by refusing to criticize each other's arguments and points out of fear of hurting each other's feelings? They had the decency to look abashed at that. Well, when you put it that way, it does make it sound like we're being a bit. Draco began. Cowardly, Hermione offered. Yes, that. But you don't understand, sir. She and I have gotten into really heated discussions before. One or both of us had to go to Pomfrey in a few occasions. Oh, Harry knew full well. Even after their Hogwarts days, those two were volatile together. Volatile, but occasionally brilliant. Hermione had given Draco several black eyes like in third year when he mouthed off, and in a few of those occasions he had even been right, and he had returned the favor exactly once. Ron had been there, but even he was too surprised at the venomous thing she had spouted at him that he couldn't bring himself to be enraged at the blonde Ponce knocking her lights out. Draco, on the other hand, had the decency to look horrified about it. That Ron then responded by laughing his ass off surprised them all the most. What? He had said. You've seen us duel before. She can take a punch, especially a deserved one. They never talked about that incident again. But they also never stopped making jokes about Draco's devotion to gender equality. And Hermione toned down her venom for the reformed Slytherin. And what holes in both of your theories did you think you missed? Harry pushed on. Well, I think she missed out on the variability of magic in individuals, Draco admitted. Not all witches and wizards are created equal, regardless of belief in magic or one's abilities. To the point that even having the term squib is less a definite title than it is a spectrum. This was exactly right. There are witches and wizards out there so weak in magic that they can't do anything more advanced than a levitation charm. But they are a witch and wizard all the same. They usually focus on potions. Correct. There are many people in this world born with so little magic that it's barely noticeable. In fact, a large portion of the Muggle population, due purely to centuries of breeding, are such people. So yes, most Muggles are incapable of advanced magic. But apparition, especially accidental, isn't advanced. Especially not when in a place flooded with magic, like the deep wilds or ancient sites where weak Muggles can unintentionally tap into wells of power not their own. Harry explained. Also, free hint, what are the two biggest signs that a person is particularly gifted in magical prowess? Hermione raised her hand, and then blanched when Harry answered with a raised eyebrow. They weren't in class after all. Performing magic at a particularly young age, or at a particularly old age. She recited. That was also exactly correct. While Harry didn't hold the world record for the oldest person to have accidentally inflated a relative while angry, 13 was pretty old for accidents like that. And it was an incident that became widely known purely because of what it implied about how potentially powerful he was. Meanwhile, Voldemort still had accidental explosions of magic into his 70s. What did that say about him? Beyond, him being emotionally immature enough to throw temper tantrums in his twilight years. Yeah, he was that ridiculously powerful. Towards the end, he was more magical being than human. Are you saying, oh, Draco said in realization. If a witch or wizard is weak enough in magic and doesn't develop what little they have from a young age, then like any other muscle or mental acuity, it will decay with age and be non-existent by adulthood. Harry nodded at Draco's conclusion. It's more analogous to language. He said, children so horribly mistreated as to have never learned how to speak or socialize, by a certain age, are never able to learn how to do so at all. It is lost forever. Same for social skills. That wasn't the only similarity between language and magic, however. But that was a strange and esoteric area of magical theory. Let's just say there's a reason spells are spelled spell and leave it at that. But surely there are people born with no magic at all? Said Hermione. Theoretically, that isn't even possible. Harry said, magic is required, or a byproduct of its debated life. No living thing, to our knowledge, has exactly zero magic, and very few non-living things. But we have theorized what a person truly born without magic would behave. They both hung on his every word. Magic would be unable to touch them. Taking the strange phenomena of those who are particularly weak in magic, being unable to see many creatures like dementors, and turning it up to an extreme. He explained, simply put, a living being or object, completely devoid of magic, would be immune to every spell, enchantment, potion, or ward. He had that same look on his face when he first heard that little theory. But it checked out. Such a thing would be particularly useful for all kind of a black ops. It was why so many government agencies and extra-legal organizations of questionable moral standing has attempted to create such a being. Killing curse? Said Hermione. Like a light breeze. Answered Harry. Fiendfire? Asked Draco. Fiendfire specifically targets objects or living things particularly magical in nature. It was, after all, invented as a means of destroying cursed objects, not as an offensive spell. Harry answered, You should know this, Mr. Malfoy. By the look on his face, Harry knew Draco would be asking his father to verify that one with Rookwood as well. Harry would very much like to meet this universe's version of Rookwood. He was a brilliant man, turned mad by Azkaban in his world, and arguably unfairly so. And I would also point out that even Muggle adults particularly weak in magic perform magic all the time, accidental or focused, but nearly always unintentionally. Harry explained, for example, a few years ago, there was a manhunt for somebody who was harassing a Muggle man by enchanting his keys to vanish after a certain amount of time. It turns out, he kept thinking his keys had gone missing and accidentally vanishing them himself. They both laughed at that one. More common scenarios are people believing a home or place has a dark history and manifesting magic around them as shades or poltergeists, full-on hauntings. More magically gifted people, divorced from their magic, develop something like proto-obscuri, demons in their own minds that haunt them incessantly. That isn't getting into accidentally created tulpa, manifesting wants and desires for long-term goals in what, to the observer, seems like a run of good luck or the universe, or God, smiling upon them as they walk their path. They nodded to every word. Harry was starting to think he might be cut out for this type of work. Now, he finished. I'm going to give you one last chance to earn an outstanding on this collaborative essay. I want 5 pages single-sided by Monday. And I want you guys to get into each other's faces and scream about what you think is right or wrong on this topic. Call each other names, help come to blows if you have to. But you two together? I have all the faith in the world that you can get to the bottom of any mystery if you let your thesis, to her antithesis, come together as synthesis. Ick. He definitely wouldn't be going with teaching them the utter bunk of Hegel's synthesis as an introduction to philosophical thinking. Fun thought experiment? Sure. Useful tool for parsing reality, philosophy, religion, economics, and politics? Absolutely not. Just have a gander at the Gnostic ideologies of the 20th century and the 21 flavors of grievance narrative socialism it spawned as proof of that. You're dismissed, he told them. They nearly sprinted from his classroom, and in the process knocked over poor Susan, who had been listening in on their conversation from the top of the stairs. Her aunt must have taught her some right proper sneaking for him to not have noticed her. That'll be 10 points from Hufflepuff Miss Bones. He called down the stairway as they fled. For the dropping of eaves, he was so ready to see Bella again and tell her all about his week. Unfortunately, that would have to wait until the morning. He had already made an appointment that Friday evening to meet with his 5 sponsors and first group of volunteers for his werewolf rehabilitation center. The place of meeting? Why, the lovely baby blue shrieking shack, of course. He spent a good hour tidying up and even baked a loaf of banana bread because it makes any home smell amazing. So they might have something to snack on over tea and legalese. Fred provided all of the ingredients for it and Katie helped. The place was looking fantastic. The woman's touch translated to more colorful wallpaper of orange sunflowers and yellow pomponettes, along with similarly floral curtains. The rugs and furniture were kept earthy browns, just bright enough to be distinguishable from the dark, hardwood floor. The whole place looked like an actual flower garden. Needless to say, Harry loved it. Then there were the shelves upon shelves of goods and the revamped kitchen, which was now a full-fledged bakery. Tay's shelves of product looked more like library stacks, but with boxes of joke treats and prank devices. These shelves filled all of the downstairs and second-floor rooms, leaving only the basement and attic free from clutter. The former having been turned into the private apartment for his 6 friends, and the latter was designated for storage and large walk-in freezers. They might be able to get away with storing all of their product in the basement on full moons instead of needing an outdoor shed. If tonight went well, then they would be able to shelter their first batch of lycanthropes by the next full moon on the 26th, /N2, and if he was doubly lucky, he might find a piece of land by then as well. Hopefully, he'd be able to get it done a few days before the full moon proper. Symptoms can be nasty even before the day in question for some strains. With banana bread and a fresh pot of tea prepared, he stood by the door with seconds to spare, and at exactly 8 p.m. his guests announced their arrival with a knock on the door. He smoothed his dress robes with his hands, cleared his throat, squared his shoulders, and pulled the door open, only to then feel like falling to his knees when he came face to face with a woman who had the most beautiful pair of green eyes he had ever seen in his life. Everyone had lied to him. His mother's eyes were so much prettier than his. "Whoa," said Lily Potter, as she glanced between her husband, beside her, and back at Harry. It would have been nice of Dumbledore to have told him who his new benefactors were. "Welcome to my humble operation." Harry managed to push through his breaking voice. "It's so nice to finally meet you in the flesh." Oh. The wording. Poor choice of words. That hurt. That hurt a lot. In fact, every face in the group that greeted him was like a punch to the gut. Lily, James, Sirius, Remus. Even Peter was there, and he looked so much better than he'd ever seen him. But there was a 6th face in the crowd, one he remembered from his trip to the bookshop. "I told you," the boy from the bookstore hissed to Lily and James. What he had told them Harry didn't dare to ask. Instead, he raised up the best occlumency shields he could manage and committed to suffocate the overwhelming emotions threatening to overtake him. He would pay for it when the shields came down, but he'd pay for it when these strangers weren't there to see it. "I would like to thank you all for agreeing to meet with me to discuss my nonprofit," Harry greeted, almost wincing at the robotic tone of voice brought about by his occlumency. "Could I interest you in some tea and banana bread? This was going to be a very long night. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 19. Dead Faces. Chapter 19. Dead Faces. Harry's offer of tea and banana bread was well received, and once everybody was served, he took his seat at the head of the dining room table. "So, I understand Albus recruited you all to see if you'd join me in my endeavor," Harry said in an overly polite manner. "Or was it you, Remus?" "Oh no, we all volunteered," Remus answered. "We all happened to be in an order meeting when your letter arrived, and we're all interested." Harry tried not to gawk at the man at his apparent slip. "Order meeting? I'm not sure I understand." Harry lied. "I'll hush you. We all know you're fully informed in the going-ons of the Order of the Phoenix," Lily told him. Harry gulped. That didn't add up. There was no way they should know that he knew the Order of the Phoenix even existed. Was Dumbledore screwing with them all? "I must insist on my ignorance of this order," said Harry. "But suffice to say you intercepted my request and have come to my aid?" They all nodded. "Well then, I do believe introductions are in order. I know I've met my colleague here and the young werewolf in the alley. Forgive me, I don't remember your name," Harry said to the young man sandwiched between Lily and Remus. He was far more amused by that sentence than it warranted. "Romulus," he answered. Romulus Lupin. I'd be a sixth year at Hogwarts, but I'm being homeschooled because of my condition. Harry nodded in understanding. Minuscule, tiny little world. With your father's experiences in Hogwarts, I'm sure you wanted to avoid all of the hassle and danger of being around others your age. Harry conceded. Well, it would have been fun to get Ron, Nev, and Mione to become animagi and frolic about the Hogwarts grounds every full moon like this lot used to do, but they don't seem keen on me repeating their idiocies. Romulus answered. Had he accidentally dosed them all with Veritaserum? He decided against drinking his own tea. You all seem really loose-lipped about war secrets and past crimes that could get you put away. You three are still unregistered, correct? He said to James, Peter, and Sirius. Meh. We put up enough privacy and detection wards to catch even the world's greatest assassin before knocking on the door. Said Sirius. So we can talk openly without fear. We really ought to come by and properly anchor those wards so they're permanent. James suggested. We want your wards to be safe during the full moon. And taking a weekend out of our lives to save our foundation 1,000 galleons hiring enchanters is just wise business practice. Harry allowed his eyebrows to rise at that. You speak as if you've already decided to sponsor me. He said, not only sponsor you, but devote as many waking hours as we can to volunteering here. Said Peter with a smile that lacked all of the cruelty and deceit of the Peter Harry had known. Harry was surprised by his own lack of discomfort or repulsion by the man's presence. It helped that he looked much more human and certainly masculine than in his world. But he also just seemed likable in a sleepy kind of way. Wow, I thought this would take some convincing. But I guess that works out. Is it because you are all such close friends with two werewolves that you decided to sponsor me? They shared a knowing looks. That alone would probably have been enough. Admitted James. But really, it's more our belief in you and the certainty that any cause you choose to pursue must be worthwhile. Said Remus. What? With your knowledge of the future. Harry's acclemency shields were starting to slip as his confusion at their behavior and reasoning seeped through. I would advise against putting so much faith into any diviner, let alone me. Said Harry. I am nowhere near flawless in my predictions of the past or future. Seriously? They all put that much stock into the most woolly Hogwarts subject there is? Whoever Trelawney's predecessor must have been excellent to instill such faith in them. It would certainly explain why they took the prophecy so seriously in his timeline. And likely this one as well. Oh, we think your abilities at fortune-telling might be a smidgen better than the run-of-the-mill soothsayer. Said Sirius, barely holding back a smirk. Is there anything important you can tell us? Time and day of deaths, for instance? I'd like to maybe avoid our untimely demises if you have any info on them. Peter smacked him on the back of the head. Okay, so they really were strangely confident in his seeing abilities. He'd just have to run with it. Well, if I have any visions concerning you, I will share them post-haste. Harry consoled them. But perchance, ask me of your futures, and I can make predictions even without sight? Deduction is usually enough to make some educated guesses. Romulus eagerly raised his hand and was bouncing on his chair. Such a rowdy class today. So many eager hands from students. Harry said jokingly. How about you, Mr. Lupin? You have a question? Ahem. Romulus cleared his throat dramatically. Yes, Professor. I was wondering if you could tell me when in the future I learn how to do wandless magic. Harry considered the boy for a moment. Have you shown any talent for it in the past? He asked. Well, no. I've been trying really hard at it lately, but with no real success. Romulus admitted. Then what makes you think you will in the future? Harry asked curiously. Romulus gave him a deadpan look. Like something about that question was utterly demeaning. Call it a hunch, said Romulus. Harry leaned back in his chair. Well, I discovered wandless magic when I finally accepted magic fully and understood it on an instinctual level. He admitted, every witch and wizard at some point in their lives gets to the point where magic just clicks with them, where the divide between spells becomes superfluous and with a wave of the wand, a mental command, and muscle memory a witch can set the dishes to wash and dry themselves, the duster and broom to get to work, and the laundry to fold itself all at the same time. No need for incantations or wand movements. It's like an artist finally becoming a master and not having to think about his work. The adults present all nodded at the explanation. For some, it becomes so second nature that they can instantly use any new spell they come across without incantation or wand movements. Although all of them I've met are ancient men and women with over a century of life under their belt. Harry explained, I can't quite do that, but I can learn any spell from seeing it done once. Still need the wand movements and incantation for most until I've got some practice. At this point, Romulus took out a tiny notebook from his breast pocket and jotted down what Harry was saying. He even had his own multicolored BIC pen. Good lad. It is that combined with the ability to truly feel the magic of the world around us, accept its wild sentience and emotion, that I suddenly discovered I could tap into it with but my mind. No one necessary. Harry finished. Of course, I do believe very few people have the temperament to do it. Were there any specific events or experiences that got you to that point? Lily asked. Harry nodded. Actually, it was my apprenticeship underneath Ollivander learning wandcraft that first let me tap into that. Harry said. Wow, said James. It only took you a few weeks under the old coot to gain this ability? Shit. Well, that's a pretty big hole in his life story. Harry played it off by chuckling. Actually, I apprenticed under Ollivander for over a year with another apprentice. A pretty blonde. He said truthfully. I only decided to reveal myself to the public recently after I returned from a tour around the world. Here you will have to wait and meet later. That left his entourage in deep thought for a few moments before they, all at once, seemed to come to an understanding of his meaning. And who was this pretty blonde you speak of? James asked in a strangely knowing tone. Were you too close? Actually, yeah, Harry admitted. We dated through our time together. She was wonderful. To be honest, I still very much love her. But we can't be together for reasons I'd rather keep private. Well then, we just need to keep our eyes out for any pretty blondes, Lily said with an oddly knowing smirk at Romulus. This was becoming far more taxing than he expected, and in completely unexpected ways. He was supposed to be the one that left people off-center and confused. It wasn't right for the tables to be turned on him in this way. Then again, he was dealing with all four marauders simultaneous, the wife of one and the son of another. Perhaps he'd finally met his match in pure zaniness, right? Well, do you think Mr. Ollivander would take me on? Romulus asked eagerly. Harry shrugged. Maybe. You'd have to ask him. Harry said. He only took me on because I saved his life once, and the life of the aforementioned pretty blonde at the same time. That left Romulus in deep thought. Then I'll just make sure I'm ready when the opportunity to do the same comes around, said Romulus with conviction. What makes you think a similar opportunity will present itself to you as it did me? Asked Harry. Romulus gave him that same deadpan look from earlier. Call it a hunch, he repeated. Right, he needed to rush these lunatics out of his door before he punched one of them. Well, I do have to begin to meet with my girlfriend soon. I have all of the paperwork necessary for you to sign. He told them as he got up to retrieve copies of the agreements to them. Right? About your girlfriend. Lily segued into the personal topic. How did that matching come about? Harry considered his mother, momentarily forgetting about the stack of papers he was carrying. It, sort of just happened honestly. He told her. Do you have some kind of criticism of my choice in lover? Lily shuddered at his use of the word lover, but barreled on in putting her foot in her mouth. Well, the age difference is more than a little concerning, I think, she said haughtily, to say nothing of her questionable allegiances. Harry mercilessly smothered the strange mix of emotions boiling up beneath his iron-tight acclemency shields. Anger and incredulity at somebody criticizing the woman he was inexplicably fond of. Embarrassment and gratitude over his mother trying to look out for his well-being. Confusion at her concern for a son that she didn't even know was her son, and the question of if she could somehow feel that maternal connection and be acting on it. He responded in cool measure. With all due respect, Mrs. Potter, whom I give my heart to is a personal affair and ours is a business relationship. He said, while I'm happy to extend friendship above and beyond our shared duties in this nonprofit, I would ask that we keep my dating and Wex life out of our conversations. Lily sputtered at his curt rebuke and turned redder in the face than Ron when he joined Bill in visiting Fleur's extended family on her grandmother's side. She looked about ready to climb over the table and smack him. "Why you? I think it's very much my business." She practically exploded. "I just want to make sure." James reached over and squeezed her hand, shutting her hoe. "Lils, he's right," he said. "He's a grown man, and we already said we'd put our faith into whatever decisions he made. Let it go." Lily Potter deflated and returned to her seat. "Right, well, moving on." Sirius, seemingly eager to break the tension, stopped him there. "As hilarious as I find it to know my eldest cousin is cradle robbing our new boss, I would like to check the property to make sure it's all in order." Sirius said, "If that's all right with you?" "Zula, I actually meant to give you a tour earlier, but I guess it slipped my mind in my nervousness." He admitted, "If you'd follow me." "That won't be necessary," Peter told him as he and Sirius vanished, replaced by two hairy quadrupeds. Padfoot and Wormtail then rampaged through the shrieking shack, like they owned the place. Sirius with his nose to the ground and tail wagging, and Pettigrew vanishing behind any furniture that could hide his tiny form. They soon exited the room and continued on through the rest of the building. Harry set out the documents onto the individual placemats as he listened to the two animagi sweep the house. At one point he was sure Sirius had knocked over a lamp upstairs with his tail, and Peter had somehow gotten into the walls based on the scratching noises. By the time they both returned, Lily and Remus had finished reading through the documents. "All clear," said Sirius. "No signs of booby traps, spying equipment, or toxic substances. Paint is non-lead based, and the store shelves have runic arrays to allow them to be fully transformed into military-style bunk beds. What's more, not a whiff of any rodents or pests," said Peter. "Save for me. Couldn't even find a cockroach or termite to snack on." He said it humorously, but Harry suspected he would eat such things in a pinch as a rat. But it was good to know he didn't have roaches. He intended to keep it that way. Or at least, he hoped the Wheezes managed to keep the kitchen clean after baking. "I will need you to certify that you intend to be trustees and will faithfully administer any duties you all decide to divvy up amongst yourselves as members of the board," Harry told them. "I technically only need 3 people, but with 5 of you, that should really shave off how taxing your responsibilities will be." They signed without any questions or comments once Lily and Remus gave them the go-ahead. Caution to the wind then? What had he done to instill such trust in them? "So, I hear my substitute has been giving you a hard time," Lily said once the finished paperwork was passed back down to him. "All right, you're supposed to be my co-worker. Why ever haven't I seen you around the castle?" Harry asked. "And no, Severus has been shockingly friendly. I think he respects me. Heaven knows why." "He does," said Lily. "He told me so himself. Says you remind him of me, with a pinch of Dumbledore and Sirius thrown in. It's a combination that's driving him bonkers." Hearing it put that way, yeah, he could understand why his presence had such a strange effect on the old bat. He was caught between his joyous friendship with Lily, deep respect for Albus, and raging rivalry with Sirius. Explosive combination. The former likely because of his eyes, the second and third because those two men had such an influence on developing his personality. He took great joy in knowing his mere existence caused that man an existential crisis. "And I've been away from work because I'm working on a project to help someone very dear to me with their sickness," Lily said. "A sickness I caused by trying to protect him. But you already knew that." Harry knew when not to dig, especially with him having just told her to, but out of his private affairs. "I'm not omnipotent, Mrs. Potter," said Harry. "Oh, enough of the stuffiness," said Sirius. "We're going to be working together for a long while. I'm not Mr. Black. I'm Sirius. She's Lily, he's James, he's Peter, and he's Remus. The runt you can continue calling Mr. Lupin." They all nodded as their friend pointed to them in turn. "You and I have been on a first-name basis for a whole week now," added Remus, "along with all the other Hogwarts faculty. So why not them?" Harry conceded to that point. "And would you prefer we call you Hadrian, or maybe a nickname for it?" asked James. "What would that be?" "Hat," asked Peter. No, it's a Roman name. Means dark-haired. The correct nicknames for it are Ryan and Hades," said Sirius. Harry hadn't known that. About the Hades part, even when given the choice of a new name, he accidentally christens himself the Lord of Death. Fate sure did love screwing with him. Maybe just Harry, suggested Lily. James, didn't you have a relative named Harry? Harrison, actually. A great uncle of mine, corrected James. But Harry is the correct shorthand for it. Not so much for Hadrian. That part Harry did know, the origin of his namesake. But he was getting the feeling that he was being made fun of. I like Hadrian best. Please, for the love of all that is good, don't call me Hades. Harry pleaded. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Hadrian. I look forward to a long friendship and business partnership. Sirius said, offering a hand. Harry shook it and the 5 other hands that got offered in turn. From there, the conversation turned to business. But with company like this, it was anything but droll. He told them about his plans to find a property to grow ingredients for the Wolfsbane potion, and they promised to ask around. In the meantime, we can probably set up some greenhouses around the shack, Lily offered. Romulus and I both love working in ours. It was a good idea, so he wrote it down. Sirius inquired about the lack of chains, and Harry explained that the facility would focus on intoxication for treatment, namely alcohol and THC, to make the transformation more bearable for those who couldn't use Wolfsbane. When Lily pointed out that some of them would have jobs that required drug tests, he assured her that he had thought that far ahead and had detoxification potions to remove traces from their systems on the way out. The place was to be free of chains and barred cells. It was meant to feel like a home for his wards. His new employees proved invaluable in supplying suggestions for minor improvements, namely the need to reinforce the doors and windows in case of a werewolf getting out of control. Remus, of all people, suggested pitfall traps with cages at the bottom on the hill and fields surrounding the shack. In case someone gets loose while transformed, it's better to wake up in a cell than with human limbs scattered around you. He said. It was a fair point. He showed them the barracks, or the single shelf he asked the wheezes to empty for him to demonstrate their changing abilities. The entire place is capable of sheltering 20 werewolves in each of the 5 rooms, for a maximum of 100. There was also the basement, which has a walk-in freezer. I'll reinforce myself. It is empty and designed to hold any werewolf who, for whatever reason, can't be made docile during transformation. Extreme cold could incapacitate a werewolf and potentially kill it, so he would need to train somebody to safely use it in cases that it was necessary. I think it's more likely than you think, said Lily. Many people have moral objections to narcotics or have health conditions that make it unwise. Get a combination of somebody allergic to wolfsbane and disdain for drink and devil lettuce, and you'll have somebody in need of a deep freeze. She was right. There was room enough to install a few more freezers if the need ever arose. And if the funds didn't dry up, soon enough it was time to say farewells. Harry had, over the course of the night, slowly allowed his occlumency shields down and allowed himself to feel. It was nice being around them, these people he ought to have loved and who ought to have loved him. He was happy, in a melancholy kind of way. I look forward to our correspondence over the week, Harry said as they filed out. Don't ever be afraid to write. Lily was the last to leave, but before exiting the door he'd held open, she turned on Harry and considered him. I want you to know, it was wrong of you to deceive Albus into thinking you're a seer in order to get the divination position, she said. But I understand the necessity, and I know that we've all deceived him in greater measure for similar reason. Harry stared wide-eyed at his mother. Then she did the unthinkable. She hugged him. It was a tight, bone-breaking, Hermione-esque hug that took his breath away. And in trying to regain it, he breathed her in. He was hugging his mother for the first time in memory, and she smelled like all of his dreams coming true. Strawberry and passion fruit mixed with the unnameable musk of perfume, and in her. He hugged her back and melted into her soft warmth. I hope you know what you're doing. We know you've been working all on your own until now. Call on to us for anything, no matter how trivial, she said. With that, she let go and exited through the door, closing it behind her. Harry stood there for a moment, the emptiness left by her disappearance like a hunger for human touch that he had never known. Suddenly, he was a 3-year-old child, wanting to run out of the door, crying for his mother and father that were still on the other side of it. For his godfather and the father to his godson, too. And then he remembered his own versions of these people. The ones who had died. The ones who had died because of him. All at once these. And the reminder that all of his friends and families from his own timeline might be lost to him forever, and the responsibilities he had shouldered came crashing onto him all at once. He operated away. He reappeared in a secluded woodland. He didn't know where specifically. It was one of their hiding holes during the hunt for Voldemort's Horcruxes. Could have been the place Hermione went camping as a child. Could have been the place near the river they had recovered in after their dragon ride post-Gringotts break-in. It didn't matter. It was secluded, it was far away from anybody he could hurt, and it was intact. And so he let loose, and his magic reduced the world around him into nothing. Stone boulders were reduced to dust, the trees to splinters, and the unfortunate birds, rodents and insects to nothing more than a pink mist. Their magics all screamed in agony and betrayal as his usually loving and understanding magical extension pulverized them and swirled their remains around him into a vicious typhoon. He was screaming. He didn't remember when he started doing it, but it registered that he was screaming and couldn't hear it over the sound of the world around him being eradicated. It was wrong. The world was wrong. Why had it taken so much? Not from him, but from everybody? Good people. Brilliant, wise, loving people from all sides of this conflict thrown away like refuse in the name of what? Not Voldemort, not the Ministry, not a god or ideal. Just chaotic happenstance. From accidents and lab experiments, to an unlucky shot in the battlefield, to cold-blooded murder in the pursuit of immortality. It was all so senseless. Potentially good people locked in cages with soul-sucking demons for crimes that were so pointless, fighting and dying on a battlefield for an inch of ground that would be lost the next day. There were so many of them, people he had loved and hated, but were all just people. Stupid, caring people with dreams snuffed out by fates that toyed with them seemingly for their own amusement. And they were all his responsibility now. Why him? There were plenty of people smarter, stronger, kinder, wiser, or more experienced than him. There were even a few who were all of those things. Why couldn't they have a shot at this saving the world business? Hell, there was a hero hiding inside of everyone he knew. From little Xenophilius to Hagrid. If given the chance, they could take the reins of destiny and uphold this responsibility. And yet fate chose Harry. Why? Why did it choose to take everything away from him not once, but twice, and now dangle the thread of taking it all away from him a third time? What had he done to earn this? Was it a punishment? Was it all a twisted reward, letting him see them all alive when he had so long ago accepted their deaths and the unfairness of their lives before moving on? He just didn't understand. He didn't know how long he was there, but his emotions were spent long before his magic, and so the latter died down. The once scenic woodland, now a tumbled mess of transfigured wood, stone, soil, and meat forming a winding wreath of impressionist art. Some of it was smooth, some of it was jagged, but it was all a horrible testament to what he was capable of, what he had been capable of for some time and hadn't even realized until now. As if he didn't have enough to deal with, now he was a walking, talking weapon of mass destruction. Bellatrix looked at the grandfather clock and clicked her tongue impatiently. Hadrian was late. He had promised to meet her at her apartment 30 minutes ago, and he still wasn't here. It wasn't the first time, and she wasn't angry about it. She knew she should be angry at him, as any lady ought to be. But something about his boundless patience from the moment they first met, during that Patronus lesson, and ever onward made her feel the need to reciprocate that patience. And so there she sat, on the end of her couch, reading Duelists Weekly. She had already learned all of the going-ons of the fencing league, where dueling was performed with both fencing skills and spellcasting. Their season was over, with the new champion being a quarter-villa from France. Then there was the Brawlers League. Fists and wand and body, throws oh my. The former she had considered trying out for once or twice during duller seasons, the latter not so much. Simply barbaric. Although she had to admit, the rising star in the Brawlers League cut a fine figure. A Bulgarian man whose moving picture was a bit pigeon-toed, but that could be chalked up to the disorientation from the obvious nosebleed and head trauma he was sporting. Now she was learning about proposed rule changes for the strip league, the one she took part in, where duelists stood at opposite ends of a narrow strip similar to the fencing league, whereas the brawlers fought in a ring. Casting, blocking, and parrying without the ability to dodge or advance truly took the most skill with a wand of them all, hence her fondness of it over the others. And then there was the laughable attempts at introducing more brutal forms of Hema into magical duels. The last two wizards put into a ring with wands, claymores, and morning stars ended exactly the same way as the prior 100 attempts had ended. Hilariously, and with quite a bit of gore. She was fortunate enough to be in the crowd for it, invited as the date for one of the duelists. She had also been in the splash zone. She wasn't the type of girl to get a man's bodily fluids on her during a first date, but that time had been an exception. There was a knock on her door. If it's a Mr. Morgan making an evening call, he is more than welcome to simply barge in. She called out, and he did. She was so busy feigning indifference to his presence that she was thoroughly surprised when she found his head pressed against her stomach and arms wrapped around her waist. She eeped at the sudden intimacy from the man kneeling in front of her. It was a first for them. "Oh my, have you finally decided to get a little more frisky with me? You certainly know how to keep a lady waiting." She purred as she raked her nails on his back. And then she felt it, his magic, always expanding outwards from him in such a way that even those less in tune with magic could feel the warmth and welcoming nature of his aura. It wasn't stretched outward now. It was trapped beneath the surface and felt like the roiling sea. His skin akin to lashing winds, foaming waves, pelting hail, and bolts of lightning to her touch. It was wrong for this wonderful man's magic to feel so painful. So pained. She switched from aroused clawing to soothing back rubs, and from purring flirtation to cooing consolation. "What's wrong, my dear? Did somebody attack you?" she asked in genuine concern. No wonder so many people thought she was bipolar. With her ability to switch from hot under the collar to mothering in a split second like that. Had to go work through some issues. Came his muffled response. So many dead faces. So many dead children. She fought the frightened shiver his response, brought down her back, and continued rubbing his. "Past deaths for future deaths?" she asked, thinking maybe he had a rather horrible vision of some kind. "Both," he answered simply. As always, his obfuscations were both concerning and confusing, but also damned interesting. She still didn't know much of his past, especially his youth. But this wasn't the first time she suspected life hadn't been kind to him. She saw the telltale signs of it. Powerful people like him and Dumbledore always had great tragedies which either broke and rebuilt them or mutated them horribly like Voldemort. All roads led to power in this way. That being said, she knew with his boundless patience and joy that Harry was the former, but it seemed his rebuilding process wasn't done yet. Perhaps it never would be? It hadn't for her. She wasn't sure about Dumbledore. Hadrian was hurting, but he wasn't breaking. She couldn't fathom a thing capable of breaking him. But like her, recharging and relaxing from the stresses of life was an occasional necessity. When memories bubble up and erupt from the dark recesses of the mind. "Would you like a drink?" she offered. She felt him shake his head against her stomach. "No, only drink when happy. With people that make me happy," he said. "Fair enough." "All right, up," she said, patting his back with both hands. He obeyed and got off of her, and she missed the weight, but knew neither of them would get much out of staying in that position. He wouldn't share any more information with her, and he clearly wasn't in the mood for a tussle on the couch. "See?" she demanded as she got up, indicating the seat she just vacated. He obeyed like an adorable, if downtrodden, puppy, and she made her way to the hallway closet. She retrieved a guest blanket she kept when a friend or relative, see Nymphadora after a breakup, or Narcissa when angry with Lucy, needed to crash on her couch. A quick trip to the kitchen later, and she returned to her boyfriend with the blanket, a spoon, and big ol' tub of double fudge ice cream. "Bunch up," she said before crawling into the couch with him and wrapping them both together with the blanket. "Okay, so I'm going to feed us some chocolate ice cream, and eventually we'll fall asleep because it's dosed with a mild, dreamless sleep potion," she informed him. "It's one of Fortescue's special comfort ice creams, charmed not to melt when we inevitably drop it as we pass out. Now, in the morning, we're going to continue working through these issues of yours. Don't have to tell me about it, but you do have to come along with me as I try to cheer you up." "K." She didn't look up to see his reaction as she popped the lid to the ice cream. But based on the rough chuckles that made them both vibrate, she'd take that as a yes. "Now," she said as she scooped up the first spoonful of chocolatey goodness. "Say ah." Voldemort sighed as the crisp evening air blew in from the harbor and his boat docked into London. The delicious smell of salty air, fish, London rain, and muggle machinations filled his senses. He wiped his drenched hair out of his face and lifted his nondescript muggle rucksack as he departed the small fisherman's boat. 16 years. 16 long years he spent away from the country which birthed him, save for the occasional short visit, leaving it to the children of his first followers to mold in his image while he turned his sights abroad. Only ever returning to stoke the flames he had left beneath metaphorical cauldrons that needed delicate attention. The terror from the First War still gripped magical society to the point that to this day people feared his name. But with the children of his first batch of Death Eaters now having children of their own old enough to serve, it was time to collect the new batch and finish what he started. The seeds had been planted everywhere else which had fertile soil. It would be some time before they were ready, and he would need new blood to tend to it all. Hence his return. Daddy's home. Who will be first to taste of his belt? He asked rhetorically as he walked the plank onto the pier. The sound of apparition hailed the arrival of Aurors, an entourage meant to search for any dangerous cargo in wizarding vessels. While the question had been rhetorical, he was delighted to get an answer all the same. This was going to be a fun night. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 20. Visiting the Dead. Chapter 20. Visiting the Dead. Bellatrix woke up laying on top of the lumpy mass of an unconscious man currently pressing into her backside. It would have been a more pleasing thing to wake up to had they not slept on the couch without having bothered to extend the sofa's hidden bed. No amount of stretching would cure this kind of muscle stiffness. It was made even more uncomfortable by the fact that they were both clothed and hadn't been intimate the night before. As such, in lieu of waking her man, as she now fully thought of him, with sensuality, she woke him with a chaste kiss on the mouth before breaking into an uncomfortable stretch. Uncomfortable for both of them, but fun and flirty all the same. Oi. There really isn't enough room on this couch for either of us to be doing yoga. Morgan grumbled. Lacking the wit to properly retort to his charm, she instead responded by planting a much firmer kiss onto his lips. He moaned into it and deepened the intimacy ever so slightly before breaking away. "Oh God, is that my breath?" he said as he smacked his lips in revulsion at the taste. "Or yours?" She stuffed the throw pillow into his face to try and hide her laughter at his joking. Why? Why did he make her laugh so easily? Why couldn't he let her be serious and cold and tough? It was infuriating. "No, I suppose it's mine. I'll go shower and freshen up while you make breakfast. Then the bathroom's all yours," she told him as she got up from the couch and finished her light stretches. He imitated her by stretching himself and gave her a light spank as he squeezed past towards the kitchen. She left him to his work with eggs and potatoes and grabbed a clean set of clothes. One quick shower later, and she returned to her tiny dining room to a full plate of scrambled eggs and steamed garlic potatoes. "And this morning we feast," she said as she sat opposite him. "That we do. Doped ice cream isn't exactly a well-balanced dinner." Hadrian said, "I put it back in the freezer, by the way." She nodded as she sprinkled some black pepper onto the eggs and dug in. "So, what was last night about?" she asked. He sighed. "My meeting with my new business partners went very well. They were all a bit odd, but I'm one to talk," he explained. "I also talked to my mother. She does not approve of my dating a cougar. But that's hardly going to make me change my mind about dating you." "Cougar?" She dared to ask. Muggle term for middle-aged woman who dates younger men. He explained. I regret asking. Continue, she said between mouthfuls. Well, from there I had some bad memories resurface, and I also foresaw some things. Worries about potential futures. Had to go somewhere secluded to blow off steam before seeing you. Wipe myself out. He finished. It was amazing how this man could tell such interesting stories without saying a single thing. Will I get to meet these parents of yours? She asked. In good time, I suppose. He answers. How much time is good time? She pressed. Not a clue, if I'm being completely honest. He admitted. Not only am I uncomfortable exposing her identity to anybody at this point in time, but I'm also going to be keeping busy for the next year. And so will she. She could understand that. It didn't make it sting less, though. It stung almost as much as seeing him without his usual zaniness and good humor. Last night, she expected him to opine all night about his first week of work, about his favorite students and the troublemakers, which his haiku insinuated included Draco. Their actual evening together turned out to be much less interesting. She needed to get him back into his usual self. Bet how to do it? We're having dinner with Andy, Ted, and NYM tonight, she declared as she finished the plate. We are? He asked. We are, she affirmed. So, you go take care of whatever errands you have planned for the day, visit whoever it is that you know can help you recharge your unique brand of crazy, and tonight we will have a wonderful time, the time we should have had last night. Hadrian seemed to accept that with a nod before finishing off his own plate, which she took along with her own over to the sink. I'll take care of these, you go on and take a shower and be on your way. She instructed. What's on the itinerary? Register the name for my nonprofit. Not sure what else. He admitted. Maybe visit some people that can recharge my unique sense of crazy. He excused himself to the shower, and 10 minutes later, he returned freshly cleaned and his clothes freshly pressed. She could only assume he was a master of household charms, even wandlessly. She was useless at them, hence washing dishes by hand. Well, I'm off. Diagon Alley awaits, he announced as he made his way to the door. Nah, not without giving your girlfriend a kiss goodbye you aren't, she said, stopping him in his tracks. Oh, my girlfriend are you? He challenged as she walked up to him. Well, I'm certainly not your booty call, and sure as hell not your wife. Now lay one on me, she demanded, presenting a cheek. He did as instructed and left her there with a hand massaging the war spot on her face where he had placed his lips. Yeah, she did a good job in picking him. Shame Andy and Sissy needed more convincing before they came to the same conclusion. Harry's first order of business for the day was to drop in on Garrick. Well, you're certainly looking more well-kept than when last I saw you, Harry announced as he entered the otherwise empty store. Not having a loudmouth, alleged boy lover here, stirring up the rumor mill and driving me nuts did wonders for my health and hygiene, yes. Ollivander quipped from where he was reading the latest prophet. Indeed, he was freshly shaven and seemed well rested, no longer obsessively poring over Harry's memories, which brought them to the crux of his visit. You done using the pensieve to steal the work of my world's Garrick? Harry asked. Yup, already got your memories bottled up and ready to be inserted back into that twisted mind of yours, Garrick said, pointing to the work area in the back. Harry followed the well-trekked path through the stacks of wands to the workshop where he discovered Garrick's latest experiments. He recognized them instantly as single-knot gambler wands. Wands that, like the Elder Wand, build up a blockage along its length until a certain type of spell is cast. Some built up a charge when any kind of spell aside from charms are cast with it, releasing said building when a charm is cast. Others did the same with curses, healing magic, jinxes, and so forth. The Garrick in his world got as far as 3 knots before reaching a roadblock he couldn't overcome, but both he and Harry believed Luna would one day surpass him in skill and further the research into creating gambler wands so that all wizards and witches might have them. Even those 3-knot wands sold out whenever he made them and sold for a whole lot of money. They were usually custom-made for duelists based on what type of magic they preferred. I see you've mastered single-knot gambler wands, Harry yelled back to the front as he found the bottled memories and began scooping them back into their home. Of course, Ollivander yelled back. Took longer than I feel was necessary, but that's because I kept getting sidetracked experimenting with 2 and 3 knots. Getting ahead of myself. Harry nodded to himself at the excuse, knowing it to be perfectly valid, and finished up with the memories. He made his way back to the storefront. Planning to master double knots next? He asked. Actually, I'm thinking about putting that off until later. He said, I want to take your idea about experimenting with the 2 identical wands and seeing what kind of results I get out of it. Might reveal the key to developing a dual-core wand. Harry couldn't stop his eyebrows from racing to his own hairline at that. Wand makers have been trying to make wands with dual cores for centuries. The why is long-winded and complicated, and at risk of breaking my own rule against fourth-wall jokes, Ollivander will in all likelihood explain the many advantages of a dual-core wand in a future chapter. I also want to experiment with creating more focused gambler wands, Ollivander added, to overpower a specific spell to an even greater degree than if you cast them with a more general knotted wand like these. That did sound interesting. But for the life of him, Harry couldn't figure out how Garrick planned on making such wands. The utility of such wands, on the other hand, were rather obvious. So, a housekeeping which could order a set of wands that each specifically builds up a charge for different cleaning charms. Or a ward in St. Mungo's could have a set of wands, each specifically overcharging different counter curses or healing charms. Harry concluded. Ollivander gave Harry an approving nod. I see one problem with the idea. Harry said, it's difficult to create wands that are omni-loyal, so the highly specialized wand would need to be custom-made for the individual witches or wizards involved. That could get pricey and would by necessity of their nature only be useful to people in highly specialized roles, like a mind healer or nuclear waste vanisher. Right you are? Or else very general medical practitioners who would need a set of wands for damn near every medical charm ever. Doable. If I had an apprentice, Ollivander explained, giving Harry a pointed look. Harry groaned. The old man really wanted to know who his apprentice was going to be. And up until now, Harry had resisted the pressure. However, Luna was starting her 5th year now, which is when they're supposed to get career counseling. Luna no. Harry answered the long, overdue question. Garrick blinked. No doubt he thought Harry was pulling his leg. Not even joking. You two were meant for each other, believe me, Harry explained, recalling vividly their almost psychic connection when working together in his world. Speaking of, I think I'll visit the Lovegoods after I'm done with my business here. It would be nice to meet Luna's mom, and I have some business with Zeno. Ollivander considered him for a moment, before glossing over that Harry just revealed Mrs. Lovegood's terminal case of death in his world. If I recall correctly, Pandora Lovegood is a brilliant spell inventor. Maybe put in a good word for me with her to see if she wants to collaborate sometime? Ollivander pleaded. Harry raised his arms up in a well-done gesture. What are friends for? Is their fluid dress still the roost? Harry asked. Sure is. Ollivander confirmed. Harry nodded by way of goodbye and exited the shop. He returned to the leaky cauldron and paid the 1 sickle fee for using the flue before sticking his head into the fireplace and calling out for the roost. Hello! He called out into the familiar mess that was the Lovegood household and Quibbler main office. When a head appeared to gaze at him in the fireplace, he momentarily thought Luna from his universe somehow followed him here, until he spotted the differences between Pandora and her daughter. She looked just like her younger clone, but more well-defined. Namely, the big difference was that Luna was much thinner due to being childless, thus lacking the developments that came with having children. God, did maternity ever do wonderful things to a woman's body? He was starting to suspect he might have a thing for older women after all. Yes? May I help you? Pandora greeted nicely. Hello, Mrs. Lovegood. My name is Harry, Hadrian Edward Morgan. I'm the new divination professor at Hogwarts, and I was hoping to speak with you and your husband. Harry explained. Her naturally wide eyes, so much like Luna's, got even wider. Did my little Xenophilius cause some kind of trouble? Is Luna okay? She asked seriously. Harry noticed the implied assumptions in her question, but decided not to comment on it. Surely this woman knew Luna was the more likely one to cause serious trouble, although that might explain why she was concerned for the girl's safety over the boys. Perfectly fine, I'm actually visiting in my capacity as the head of the Morgan estate, not in regard to my duties as a professor. He said, I'm hoping to sponsor the Quibbler. Oh my, that's wonderful, Pandora said with a clap, before turning suspicious. Her mannerisms were so cartoonish and fast-changing it could give a man whiplash. Just like Luna. Are you having a go at us? No, ma'am. I want to advertise in the magazine and sponsor an article. Harry said, Well then come on in. She beckoned. I'll open up the flow for transport and go fetch my husband. Harry pulled his head out of the fireplace, grabbed a fistful of powder, threw it into the brick orifice, and walked into the green flames. He exited into the circular first-floor room of the Lovegood household to no fanfare. Pandora hadn't returned with Xenophilius yet. He took this time to glance around and compare the differences between this world and his. It was a habit at this point. He found none, aside from the place being more tidy and having a feminine touch. More bright colors, superfluous pillows on the furniture, overly intricate blinds and lamps. That kind of stuff. Professor Morgan? Xenophilius greeted as he came down the stairs. He advanced on Harry in his usual excitable jitteriness and offered a hand, which Harry shook in equal excitement. Another person with a happier life, and whose appearance showed it. Beautiful/brilliant wife, gorgeous home, adorable and kind son and daughter with great futures ahead of them, and his own company, so that he was his own boss. The guy was winning at life, and by an enormous margin. Please call me Harry. I expect us to have a wonderful friendship. May I call you Zeno? Harry asked. But of course. Call me. Sit down. Xenophilius offered, indicating the couches. Would you like something to drink? Pandora offered. We have tea, coffee, Gertie root infusion if you have it. Harry interrupted. He tried not to laugh at their look of excitement at meeting somebody who drank that swill. My ex-girlfriend got me hooked on the stuff. He told them. It tastes like troll snot, but I haven't had indigestion or gas once since she started me on the stuff. Pandora beamed at him before meandering to the kitchen island to make them the drink. So, tell me about your business. Xenophilius coaxed him. Well, it's a non-profit, a shelter for werewolves during and near the full moon. Providing shelter, wolfsbane potion where it can be given, and other treatments where it can't. He told the man, and you wish to advertise in my magazine to get the word out to werewolves in need? Zeno clarified, and to get volunteers to help. I have so many responsibilities, and so do the members of my board. Harry explained. In addition to this, I would like you to tour the facility for your first article, stating your conclusions and criticisms, and again after our first batch of Werewolves kommen, to report on how we did. Xenophilius nodded cheerfully as Harry explained. The man was always hard to read, seeing as you could tell him the world was ending by means of a giant meteor, and he'd cheerfully comment on how exciting it was that they'd have an entire new ocean in the middle of the Eurasian continent. Here you are, Harry, Pandora said as she offered him a steaming cup on a saucer. Heat it? Harry asked. My ex preferred it cold. EU. Grimaced Pandora. No, it's supposed to be heated like tea. That way the honey and other goodness will melt into it. Harry took a sip and was amazed at how not disgusting it was. In addition to the aforementioned honey, he tasted a hint of lemon. No, lemongrass. Definitely lemongrass, with an even smaller hint of nutmeg. It would actually taste rather nice were it not mixed into what tasted like liquidized sauerkraut. I can say without a hint of hyperbole that this is the best cup of Gertie root infusion I've ever had. Harry said honestly as he downed the drink. So you're commissioning 2 articles, honest articles, and want to advertise to our readers. Xenophilius concluded. And you won't retaliate at all in regards to any criticisms I write? Harry finished trying to lick the inside of his mouth clean from the drink and answered. Not only will there be no retaliation, but additional payment if you find flaws with the program and give constructive feedback on how to improve it. Harry said honestly, the same goes if your readers write with any concerns or feedback, and it actually helps. He needed to be careful to add that caveat at the end. He wasn't planning to pay for the mountains of hate mail from the average idiot gossiper with nothing better to do than write bubo-tuber-filled letters to 14-year-old girls based on the nasty writings of a known liar. He should look into Rita Skeeter. Nobody ever had figured out what happened to her during the war. Harry suspected she met a rather sticky end. He added it to his notebook. Well, I speak for both of us when I say that, so far, we are very interested in your offer, said Pandora, but I'm not sure if I should charge the usual rate or less. We've never advertised for nonprofits before. We should probably give a discount from our usual rate for the admittedly rare advertiser and article commission. Harry nodded in agreement. Plus, you would have to see the facility, make sure it's all above board, all of that. Harry said, and I don't even have a name for the nonprofit yet. Oh, that won't do at all. Pandora beamed. You surely need a name. How about Professor Morgan's Werewolf Sanctuary? Harry didn't quite like it. It sounded like a museum for werewolves by a scientist trying to study them, like one of those butterfly sanctuaries Dennis had taken him to. I'll have to think on it, Harry said, but I would like to subscribe to the Quibbler while I'm here and buy some back issues. I need to get a bit more up to date on the latest going-ons. Xenophilius shot up out of his seat and went to a closet where he withdrew a box of Quibblers. Last 2 years of issues. Somebody else had ordered it but canceled at the last minute. Zeno explained. Very rude thing to do. I think it's a prank meant to make us waste money on printing, because it keeps happening. Oh, don't say that, sweetie, Pomona chastised. Nobody would do that to you. What could they possibly have to gain? Harry suddenly understood Luna's strange and unreasonable sense of optimism. An optimism that had given him and others so much strength in dark times. Yup, Xenophilius Lovegood was winning at life. Well, let me know whenever that happens, and I'll make sure you get paid for them. I love your stories, Harry told them as he took the box, and am in the process of making friends to gift them to anyways. He paid for the 2 years of weekly back issues and made to leave. He was stuck wondering how in the world he was going to spend the rest of the day before joining Bella at the Tonks household, when he remembered something. Say, Zeno, are you familiar with Highland cows? It was dark out by the time Harry and Zeno had finished with their favorite pastime whenever they met. A good old rousing round of making up bullshit. They had spent hours talking and laughing and theorizing and arguing. It was perfect, and all the while Harry made a conscious effort to soak in every detail about Pandora. Her mannerisms, her smell, the sound of her voice. Things that his Luna would weep in sweet melancholy when if he ever got back to her and the others. He also might have been crushing on her a little bit, but with a woman like Bellatrix waiting for him, he wasn't tempted to stray. But as a result of getting too caught up with the Lovegoods, he was nearly late for dinner and arrived at the Tonks household to the smell of an already served meal. He reached up to knock, but Bella was there waiting for him and had opened the door before his knuckles could rasp on its surface. She was glowering at him. What? Harry said defensively. She glowered harder. What? You never specified a time. Harry said in as much seriousness as he could muster. I also never told you the address, and yet you somehow managed to make it here. Bella countered. This was true, but Harry already had a ready-made excuse for how he knew so many things he ought not. Psychic, Harry whispered, making use of his jazz hands. Bella broke down and smiled at him for that. So, did you take my advice and recharge your crazy batteries? Bella said. Harry faked a downcast look. No, I mean I tried, but didn't quite succeed. Harry explained. So, I brought my battery chargers with me. All right, guys, come on in. Fred and George led the charge, carrying a box of perfectly safe cream pastries that were at risk of going bad before being converted into Wheeze's snacks. Yves. They greeted in unison as they pushed past her. Ogden's finest for the iron-bellied, Ollivander said, shoving a bottle of fire whiskey into her arms and pushing past. Evening, ma'am. Hi, Miss Black. Please don't hurt me. Alicia, Katie, and Angelina greeted as they walked past with their own dinner goods. Xenophilius and Pandora brought up the rear with a jug of Gertie-root infusion apiece. They really shouldn't have, and yet they had. Bella glared at him the entire while, her lips pressed so tightly together that she could almost be confused for Minerva. But even that wasn't enough to properly mask her mirth at the situation. Come inside, girlfriend of mine, Harry said. I must serenade you with the wonders of my first week as a teacher. About my adorable students I've already fallen in love with, the troublemakers I'm even more in love with, and all my woes and joys. And so they entered the rambunctious Tonks household to join the many hugging and handshaking people in the laughter and face-stuffing. Life was good. Voldemort managed to throw up the last of the potion into the black, glassy water as the last of the terrible visions, or perhaps memories, faded away. The bomb-run sirens, explosions tearing apart his foster siblings in the orphanage, his weeping over said siblings, and praying to an apathetic god to spare his life from the German socialists flying above and raining hell over London. You'd think by the age of 70 he would have conquered these demons, but stuff like that never leaves you. He took deep breaths, and with a flurry of his wand vanished the putrid water from his body. The defenses of the cave were absolute. Even he could not reach the locket without drinking the potion of nostalgia, a nasty concoction by an 18th century metawizard in Austria, meant to help soldiers with post-traumatic stress disorder. Naturally, it tended to make things worse. Even he wasn't strong enough mentally to resist the devastation it caused to the drinker's mind, nor resist the bottomless thirst it gave him. Fortunately, the army of inferi beneath the water were programmed to not attack him. But gorging on the necrotic water which held them in his terror-addled delirium was still an unpleasant thing to come out of a hallucination to, even if he knew he'd suffer such indignity ahead of time. Perhaps the ward he set up around the island to vanish any water brought onto it was a bit overzealous. It didn't matter now. After today, the protections here would no longer be needed. He would probably find some other use for the cave eventually, but not yet. He stood by his own power and reached into the basin, retrieving the family heirloom he inherited from his mother. He felt the piece of himself inside of the locket calling out to him. The magic, keeping the shards of his soul separate, became tenuous and weak when touching. Good. He placed the locket around his neck and sat in a meditative position. Mustering up the courage for what came next was no simple matter. He had never been a very brave man, after all. Fear was a deeply ingrained part of him. Fear led him to study, to advance and court allies from the age of 11. Fear led him to seek immortality and power through the darkest means possible. Fear was why he never got into a fight or situation he couldn't win, or at least escape from. And right now he was afraid, terrified even, for he was about to undo so much of his work in favor of a new path, and he was uncertain of his victory at heart. In his mind, he knew it was the right path. He'd checked and double-checked his math, and then he checked it again. He knew it would work. Hell, he had known it would work the first time he had studied the process of creating Horcruxy. That the best methods they conceived of for destroying them was something as advanced as the killing curse or as exotic as basilisk venom, when a simple second-year charm would do. And so he cast that second-year spell, a cousin to the cheering charm, on himself after meditating hard on his memories of creating said Horcrux, so as to artificially incite a deep and overwhelming sense of not joy, but remorse. And all he knew was pain as his soul stitched itself back together. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 21. Deadly Love Triangles. Chapter 21. Deadly Love Triangles. The dinner party at the Tonks household had been a raging success. They ate their fill, talked endlessly about Hogwarts, during which time Harry had to feign ignorance about what life was like living there, and the finer details of his interactions with different students. It was a beautiful night, and by the end of it they were all on their way to a food coma. All of the guests, save for Harry and Bellatrix, had to flee home that night out of fear of possible splinching from the alcohol consumption and general wooziness. Harry ended the evening by escorting Bellatrix to the Tonks' spare bedroom and kissing her goodnight before grabbing a blanket from the closet and settling into the couch. It was a much more comfortable couch than the one he had slept on the night before, but also significant more lonely. He slept soundly with dreams of cold fields with a viscous wind blowing through them, drowning out the noise of nature and the elements. There was somebody else there, but they both kept apart with their own feelings of loneliness. Crash! Who needs a morning alarm when Nymphadora is around? What did you break? Harry asked tiredly with a morning yawn. Just a coffee mug. EW. Coffee? Those Aurors needed to stop introducing their recruits to Yankee foods and habits. Well, repair it and bring me a mug of Earl Grey, will ya? Harry ordered. As apology for waking me up, she grumbled but complied, and soon he was seated up with said mug of tea in his hands and the adorable metamorph seated across from him. While he didn't like the stuff, he had to admit, the smell of coffee in the morning was a delight. So, Harrison, Tonks began. Hadrian. He corrected. Right? Hadrian. What did I say? She asked. Harrison. Harry answered. A lot of people confuse the two. It was much too close to his actual name for his liking. He specifically chose Hadrian because it was close enough that he could answer to it without too much delay, but far enough from the Anglical Harry that he felt safer in his alter ego. Right? Hadrian. She went on. My mother and I have been talking about Aunt Bella, behind her back obviously, and she's had me thinking. Sounds dangerous. And what have you been thinking? Harry goaded her on as he finally took a sip of the tea. Still too hot. Well, my mother seems to think you're much closer to me in age, and wonders why you pursued my aunt. Harry had to think about that. You mean as opposed to pursuing you? He clarified. Tonks snorted. Yeah, that seems to be her line of reasoning. She's more new-fashioned and thinks boffing should be kept within generations without too big of age gaps. She explained. Now it was Harry's turn to snort. Well, in that regard, I think you and I both disagree with her, he said with a conspiratorial wink. She glared at him suspiciously, but didn't comment further as Bella herself entered the living room. Tonks settled for sipping her coffee, and Harry settled for admiring his girlfriend with an intentionally goofy look on his face. Oh, what have the youngsters been talking about? Bella asked in a mocking tone. She advanced on Harry, sat forcibly on his lap, and crossed her legs before hugging his head and kissing him above the brow. A little possessive there, Bella? Not much, Harry answered through her thick dress. Just how we both seem to be into people a bit older than us, and how other people need to but out of our affairs. Ted and Andromeda joined them soon after that, and they had a breakfast consisting of their morning drinks and leftover pastries, compliments of the Weasley twins. By the time they all settled in, owls were arriving with their daily post. They retrieved their copies of the Daily Prophet, and Harry retrieved his Quibbler. Gilly Dhu, resurrected by Xenophilius Lovegood. Late last evening in a pollock beside a riverbed, a strange magical event occurred. A typhoon of wild, vicious magic tore apart the countryside. Stone fused with wood, fused with dirt, fused to the unfortunate animals caught in the storm. The end result is a twisted mass that at first glance would seem the work of a dark wizard or which unknown, but Unspeakable sent to the scene have determined differently. We can detect no hint of dark magic being used, said the nameless, hooded spokesperson for the group of investigators at the scene. But this was magic, it was powerful, and it was wild in nature. The Department of Mysteries couldn't comment on what findings they've made regarding the taped-off scene. But well-read readers will take a glance at the photograph of the strange place and be reminded of a certain fey entity whom once roamed these lands. Gilly Dhu, a powerful lone fairy known to have lived in the northwest Highlands of Scotland, where our story takes place. He was a terror to the now extinct city, and his wrath was known to cause devastation that was described similarly to the mass of organic and inorganic matter we see here today. He was known to have warred with other fey species due to their kidnapping, or worse, of children, and is attributed to the extinction of several, including the city themselves, who some magi, anthropologists believe, may have held a similar culture to the worshippers of Moloch in the ancient Middle East. And one could imagine why Gilly Dhu, or an entire race of beings like him, as some have suggested once existed, would take issue with that. His disappearance over a century ago was sudden. And if this is his return, then it too is as sudden as his many hibernations and returns throughout history. If what we are seeing truly is the eponymous fairy rising from his tomb, then may those who mistreat the young tremble in terror. Harry had to wonder how much of the history on Gilly Dhu and other Fae Zeno made up, and which was actually true. He knew nothing of the beings from either a muggle or wizarding perspective, but if this got people searching for a non-existent or extinct fairy race, then all the better for him. Blowing off some steam, huh? Bella asked from where she sat on his lap. Right. Somehow he forgot she was there reading over his shoulder. Is it that obvious? He asked. Only to me. You did come to me immediately after this happened the other night. I take it? She whispered. He nodded and turned his attention to the Tonks family, who he just now realized was silent. Seeing them staring, stock still, at the front page of the Daily Prophet made his stomach drop. Bella noticed too, and tentatively reached across the living room table to slowly pry the copy NYM was holding on to. The photo on the front, depicting the horrific murder scene of two Aurors, explained the looks, as did the title. Voldemort announces his return to Britain with a gruesome display. Why did Tom always have to pull stunts like this instead of just having a quiet visit? Hell, Harry'd settle for confetti and fanfare. What are we going to do? NYM broke the silence. The war has been rough enough with him overseas. How much worse is it going to be with him back? Meh. He's not much more dangerous here than out there. Harry explained. He is just as capable of leading the war here, while far away as present. Fast communication makes that rather easy. All his presence equates to is the Death Eaters having one more fighter. An imposing fighter, but one that won't see battle as often as he needs to command. Bella and Andy both nodded to his words, and Harry coaxed the former off of his lap. As for what I'm going to do, I have to go check in on a friend and run an errand with Gringotts. Harry said, kissing his girlfriend goodbye. A pop of apparition and short trip through the long, uncomfortable rubber tube ride later, and he was standing in front of the Marchbanks home. Alastor came running out moments later. I realize you have the uncanny ability to appirate in through my wards, but could you not? Alastor complained. They ring like a gong every time you do. Harry couldn't stop his eyebrows from raising at that. Usually when he befriended the kami of a home or place that is, warded that would allow him free access. After all, it's not every day a house meets somebody that can talk to them, or more accurately bother to listen to them. So he was rather good at making friends with them. Except Hogwarts herself. She always liked to remain aloof and unattached. When he did take advantage of coming as he pleased to a kami who liked him, it didn't usually alert the owner. Alastor must be a rather talented and wise wizard indeed if his home loves him so much as to give him warnings despite the wards being circumvented. I'll avoid doing that in the future. Harry promised. But seeing you march out here without so much as a cane answers the question I came here to ask. He motioned to his relatively unbandaged body as if he were a prize pony on display. I'm looking to be fit and ready for Hogwarts midterms. Alastor confirmed. But is it wise to leave this place less defended while he's back inside of Britain's borders? Harry waved off these concerns with a dismissive motion. He's not going to go right for the jugular and burn the whole country down. Harry explained. He's dramatic, he likes to take things slow. He won't make his major move until Halloween at the soonest. Then things will be nice and quiet until late spring. Alastor looked at him skeptically, but must have decided it wasn't worth the headache of having Harry explain his knowledge of Voldemort's plan. This was wise, as Harry would have surely responded with spirit fingers and a declaration of his status as a psychic. So, as you can clearly see, I am fit as a fiddle. Did you want something? Marchbanks asked. If all goes well this Friday, then I wanted you to join me and Tufty's crew of old ladies next Saturday. Harry said cheerily. Friday? Marchbanks asked curiously. Harry looked at him disappointedly. First full moon for Professor Morgan's werewolf sanctuary. Just have to go finish registering at Gringotts and get everything ready with the volunteers, and we will be ready. Finally, Voldemort popped back into existence in the Malfoy Gardens with a sigh. Nearly 2 days unconscious in that cave after reabsorbing his Horcrux was not a pleasant nap to reawaken from. Nor was dragging himself back out of the cave his best morning to date. The defenses were still up and running, and anybody foolish enough to go in there looking for trouble would certainly find it, but that still left him with the need of a good meal and better company. A quick application of hygiene charms, and he was presentable for the blonde patriarch running down to meet him now. I realize you have the uncanny ability to appirate in through my wards, but could you not? Lucius complained. They ring like a gong every time you do. Voldemort laughed wholeheartedly at the man's irreverent greeting and reached out to invite the man in for a hug. His godson accepted, and they shared a quick embrace. Lucius, you are the spitting image of Abraxan. If he were still alive, I'm sure he would be proud of what you've accomplished with your investments and politicking. Voldemort said to the younger man. Lucius simpered under the praise, but hit it better than most. It is good to see you again, my lord. Lucius said honestly. Why return now? Where have you been these past 5 years? Questions, and more questions. If we are going to have a fireside story hour, then let us do it properly, as we used to when you were a minuscule creature. Voldemort instructed. Take me inside and have a platter of treats prepared. And thus, Voldemort executed his diabolical plan to mooch a free, high-end meal off of his godson. That the trip also allowed for him to complete another errand was pure happenstance. Lucius readily agreed and led him into the entrance hall where Narcissa stood leaning upon one of the many black marble pillars. She looked none too pleased. Lucius somehow didn't notice. Lucius, while you go order those entrees, could you also retrieve my old-school diary? The one I left in your care? Voldemort asked. I promise I have no further ulterior motives to my visit beyond that. Some food and catching up. Lucius glanced between him and his wife, noted the slight animosity in the air, then gave Voldemort an inquisitive look. What little got past the man's acclimacy barriers told Voldemort that the man actually feared the two might fight, and further feared he might kill Narcissa if they came to blows. He almost laughed aloud at that. Have you ever seen me be anything other than a gentleman to a lady? Voldemort egged. Whether she was agreeable or in a right state? Lucius seemed unsure of himself, but must have realized that whatever altercation about to occur, there wouldn't turn out differently whether he was present or not. He left them in peace. They listened as the sound of his footsteps receded before breaking out into a fit of subdued laughter. Was he actually worried about leaving me alone with you? Narcissa said in disbelief. Hush now, Narcissa. He lives under the delusion that he is the only godchild my Hogwarts peers left with me. Now, before you lay bare what has you upset with me, I do believe I'm owed a hug. Voldemort commanded, and Narcissa complied. She released him with a sigh, then glanced at his frame with a frown. You seem peckish, she said with hidden concern. Haven't eaten in 2 days. And before that I had a spot of food poisoning. He explained. His brain couldn't come up with a better euphemism for drinking water from an inferi-infested underground lake after consuming a Class E regulated potion. Food poisoning rolled off the tongue better. Now, your complaints? Voldemort prodded. I don't complain, Narcissa said defensively. I'm a wife and mother now. I nag, and I'm going to nag you about your little stunt on the harbor. Voldemort said in understanding. Just Narcissa prodded. Yes, ma'am. Just Voldemort said cheekily. He could tell her that he had initially planned on making a more subdued reappearance. That he had planned to stun whatever customs aurors came to annoy him and pilfer their brains for any useful info, followed by an obliviate. He could even tell her that within their minds he discovered that the two of them abused their position to further abuse human trafficking victims who came to British shores. That man and woman team of serial rapists needed making an example of, and so he made the example, as he had done to many Death Eaters over the years who used the power he gave them for similar atrocities. No need for apologies or explanations. His burden, his crime, he didn't need to ruin Narcissa's day with it. So, you're just going to leave me angry with no explanation or apology? Narcissa clarified. Right in one, child. Now, I do believe we have some catching up to be getting on with. Voldemort sidestepped her feigned anger. She sighed in surrender before, without provocation, grasping him by the arm and walking him through the doors of her home. Was it really any wonder why he preferred the company of the pure-blood families to the riffraff he usually had to deal with? Beautiful, wonderful-smelling women who would lead you on a tour of their remodeled home while hanging on your arm in that way that brings to the surface all of your masculine pride. How has Draco been since I last saw him? I hope my little lesson about being more likable and forming bonds between houses got through. He asked as he noted the changes in drapery and furniture from his last he visited. Suede? She must trust Draco and his friends not to ruin it now that he's older. Narcissa positively beamed at him, and thus began her cooing over her son. Oh yes, he leads the study group for his year and is always neck and neck with the muggle-born girl I told you about. Grinder? Voldemort asked, trying to remember. Granger. Come now. That should be easy enough to remember. Especially for you, mister. I almost quit the wizarding world after OWL year to go live the peaceful life of a lonesome farmer. He never should have told her that story. She misinterpreted it as him having a romanticized vision of rural life, when really it was just that by the age of 16, he was already so fed up with the world that fucking off into the wilderness or homestead seemed more palatable than schooling, career, or marriage. It was a difficult concept to explain to any woman one of those Wex divides. So, he didn't bother. Grover Rookwood, on the other hand, unlike him, that classmate actually went through with their plans to fuck off into the woods and never be seen again. You had to admire a man who could live through multiple wars, recessions, and a technological revolution without noticing any changes in their day-to-day life. He ought to check up on him sometime. He was short on living friends from back then. The Department of Mysteries should be grateful that his son decided to be part of society. And is this Granger girl formidable? Voldemort asked. Formidable? Huh. Highest in her year. I have it on good authority that Lily Potter is eyeing her as a potential apprentice. Narcissa went on. Ah, yes. That infernal redhead. Possibly the most brilliant mind in Britain below the age of 60. Taking on a proper apprentice and lead them to a mastery was the only way for a lady like herself to achieve the status of madam, the highest educational title, above even mastery, that a witch can be bequeathed. Honestly, she deserved it. Shame she was never particularly receptive to his offers to join him. Killing her would be grandparents-in-law in that skirmish years earlier might have had something to do with it. But when facing two veteran lieutenants of Dumbledore's war with Grindelwald, even a man of Voldemort's combat abilities had to take the gloves off and go all out. Unfortunately, when he does, people die. So, what really brings you back to your motherland? Narcissa pressed. Quite a lot, actually. Voldemort said, honestly. Partly to undo some magic I experimented with in my youth that has turned out to be a mistake. Partly to check in on my loved ones and how our war of attrition has affected them. But the biggest factor is that I have some new talent to investigate and possibly recruit. Narcissa let go of his arm and turned to glare at him. My son is not a warrior, and never will be. She said with the conviction, as if she were stating that the sun would surely rise tomorrow, and even he couldn't prevent it. She was right. No, he will not. Nor will I be marking any more children. Voldemort confessed. I'm loath to speak poorly of the dead, but it was my generation that set out on this war. And your parents, all of your parents, made their oaths with me and had no right to force them upon you. I regret letting them. One way or another, this war will be over before your son graduates Hogwarts. This war has already lasted one generation too long. It won't drag onto another. I will still recruit them, but not mark them nor put them in the fray. She held a hand to her chest, visibly taken aback by his declaration. It was bold, even for him, but it was also true. He was close to no longer caring which side won or lost. Like most people, he was tired of the fighting, and the things he has seen in his extended travels and the changes he was experiencing now that he'd reabsorbed not one, but two Horcruxes. He was changing, and that scared him, but after his encounter with that being, he welcomed it. And these individuals you wish to recruit? Narcissa pressed further. Not so much recruit as investigate. Voldemort admitted. There are some youth like this Granger girl and her friend Romulus, not to mention your niece, who show great talent, and you know how I so desire to see talent fully realized. Narcissa nodded. If what you say about Lily scouting her is correct, then Granger seems to be well on her way, and that Mad Eye has taken young Nymphadora under his wing is better than anything I could have hoped for. Did you know that his father was in Slytherin in my year? Really? Oh yes. The only person who consistently mopped the floor with me on the dueling pit. Alastair is certainly his son. If he had my years under his belt and my health, he would be a match to me in a straight-up fight. He explained, but only just and not a match in any of my other pursuits. Narcissa gave him a skeptical look, but shrugged and motioned for him to continue. Aside from that, I need to go speak with Mrs. Marchbanks, the very old one, regarding her son. Don't be surprised if the next time you see me after visiting her I have a black eye. It wouldn't be the first time, he said. Griselda is a monster, and she might not look it, but you don't live longer than Dumbledore and work in higher magical education for over a century without learning quite a bit that's beyond even me. Narcissa seemed much less skeptical of that claim, which was hilarious seeing as he was lying through his teeth. He just respected the woman as a person too much to ever raise his wand against her. Her son, on the other hand, he owed him a thorough thrashing. Then again, he had come out as the lesser scathed in that encounter. So maybe he ought to call it even? There's also this Hadrian Marchbanks fellow. Voldemort went on. I've been hearing conflicting reports, but apparently he's caused quite a few waves. Some of them very positive for our community, well, all of them really, but some also not great for my crusade. I'm very eager to meet him. If all goes well, he will be my final marked Death Eater. Narcissa made a very unladylike snort at that proclamation, and when Voldemort looked at her questioningly, she broke down into a full fit of giggles. Before he could question her, Lucius returned, carrying his long-lost journal. He made to offer it, but Voldemort stopped him. Lucius, we taught you better than that. Voldemort chastised. You never touch a cursed or enchanted object with your bare hands, nor offer it to somebody without properly containing it. Lucius blanched before withdrawing a silk handkerchief, the ideal material for handling cursed objects and likely on Lucius' person, specifically for picking up such items, and wrapped the book in it. This time Voldemort did take it from him. It never caused any issues, and I couldn't find out much about it with what examinations I did. Lucius said, You wouldn't. I was very thorough in concealing its true nature. And while it wasn't meant to ever harm you, it might be debilitating to the point of death to me if I touch it with my bare hands. Voldemort said. It was rare to see the Malfoy patriarch with such a shocked expression. It was the truth too, if not the whole truth. For within the diary contained a whole half of his soul, whereas he currently held barely more than a quarter. He dared not try and reincorporate the diary until he retrieved the remaining 3. When he had a whole half of his soul restored, he would then risk the merging. As it was now, he risked the 16-year-old version of himself in the diary overpowering and subsuming him, or else annihilate him like the soul fragment from the ring returning to him through the void had very nearly done. Finding out who destroyed it and making them suffer would have to wait. And that ring only contained 1/4 of his soul. The locket had a mere 1/32, and it still almost bodied him. He'd go for the diadem next, with its much more manageable 1/8, and work his way down. Then he'd have little to fear from the diary. Shame the diary and ring were the only ones on this continent. But for now, he'd keep it on his person. Can we expect you to stay home this time? Lucius pleaded. Voldemort looked up. Unlikely. He said honestly, it'll take a week, maybe 2, to accomplish what I have planned. Although there is a chance. He trailed off. He'd become much more talkative and honest lately. A side effect of regaining his soul? What can we do to make you feel welcome enough, godfather of ours? Narcissa pleaded. Oh yes, matchmaker. Lucius chided. What could convince you to stay? Were they really trying the puppy dog eyes on him? Those hadn't worked since before they both started at Hogwarts. Well, those durs would be a good start. Voldemort teased. But more seriously, I've been told that Bella has mellowed out since I left. Lost her obsession with me along with her, how to say, ouster that scared me away last time. I've mellowed out a bit myself and expect to further mellow out a great deal more, so it may be time to try and reignite that flame. When he returned from the daydreams that spirited him away, as he spoke, it was to discover the couple looking more uncomfortable than the day. He introduced them hoping to spark a courtship, one of his greatest successes to date. He felt the bottom of his stomach drop out and a jealous rage boil up in its place. What? He growled. Has something happened to her? Lucius coughed uncomfortably. Well, you were right to think she's lost her obsession with you. From what conversations I've had with her lately, that ship has certainly sailed. Lucius said almost jokingly. Voldemort did not appreciate the joke, even if he wasn't in on it. It's funny, actually. Narcissa commented to her husband. He just brought up Mr. Morgan on a completely unrelated note before your return. Morgan? Voldemort asked. What does Hadrian Morgan have to do with my precious Bella? He wasn't happy when they answered. Partly because they couldn't stop giggling like school children the entire time they gave it, and partly because of the sudden expensive changes to his plans the news forced upon him. Harry exited Gringotts Bank to the crisp evening air of Diagon Alley. The goofy grin on his face made it almost seem like he hadn't just spent 10 hours in a shouting match with 5 generations of the Schmickelhook family and a good dozen other goblins and ministry officials. And the reason for the grin? Because those 10 hours resulted in them all accomplishing the job at hand. Professor Morgan's werewolf sanctuary was officially certified, funded and licensed to operate by every standard that mattered. And in his hands he held the finished registration form and the golden seal upon it. He held it up to the dim light of the setting sun and kissed it. And as if to accentuate his happiness, an eagle high above roared in that way eagles do. It matched the feeling in his chest. He took a deep breath and stretched his magical senses as he pocketed the piece of parchment and descended the front steps of the now-closing bank. He felt the smooth surface of every stone beneath his feet, every leaf of the well-trimmed weeds trying desperately to rise up through the cracks of said stone, and every crevice of the hand grenade that the hideous Hispanic woman just lobbed at him from behind the pillar he just walked past. It was actually a fine piece of enchantment. A full Aztec runic array for the expansion and containment charms to hold whatever substance she had filled it with. From the feeling of what little was already escaping from the device. It was certainly part dragon, gizzard fluid, a rather ignitable substance. Mixed with, was that napalm? Kaboom! Yup, definitely napalm. Who in their right mind mixes napalm with dragon, gizzard fluid? Somebody with a death wish or murderous intent. Likely both. Anyways, he managed to morph the stone beneath him into a shell above him, but failed to account for how little earth actually separated the streets of Diagon Alley and the cavernous goblin, made tunnels below, and thus he found himself tumbling into the bowels of London, where sewage from the Muggle world and runoff from the deeper levels of the bank mixed into a disgusting sludge. The current took him a little ways before he caught his bearings and lifted himself up onto a ledge. His assailant followed him down, along with some companions, and he got to his feet just in time to see them manage a much more dignified landing. In part to them cooperatively transfiguring the filth beneath them into solid earth combined with their use of the Arresto momentum spell. Dead useful. He really ought to remember to use it often. And so he finally got a good look at them. The Hispanic woman, scarred with burns and gashes from what he surmised was a lifetime of magical tomb raiding. She looked the curse breaker type, was flanked by a Filipino man that gave Harry serious mad-eye moody vibes, and a blonde man with an automatic AK-47 slung on one shoulder. Bounty hunters? Assassins? Both? It didn't take many guesses to figure out who sent them. What confused him was the why. He was certain Voldemort would at least seek him out and try to recruit him before sending a fucking hit squad after him. Well, not yet at least. Oh! The eagle he heard earlier just flew down the hole to join the trio. Scratch that, he was an animagi, now a pissed-off Cherokee. Looking motherfucker built like a pile of bricks stood with the others. What had changed? Why was Voldemort turning the war hot? And why weren't those Capo in the water attacking yet? And these are not the team from Bungle in the Jungle. They're the terrorists from The Lie I've Lived. If you have read both, which you should, you know the difference. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. Nonsensical Rants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 22. Top of the DNFW list. Chapter 22. Top of the DNFW list. Every sense he had was screaming at him to run. But sense was in short supply for him in the heat of a real fight. His expanding magical field could feel every sharp edge of the kappa beneath the water. Tooth, claw, and spine alike. That was despite the horrible stench or rot and sewage and adrenaline high breaking his concentration, which didn't even get into the blinding rage slowly creeping through his veins. That grenade had really pissed him off, even more than the ruination of his brand new robes. Professor Morgan, said the Brickhouse Indian guy, we have orders to take you in alive or dead. We would prefer to avoid bloodshed. Harry interrupted his piece, offering with a barrage of wandlessly and motionlessly transfigured blades of ice from the rancid pool between him and his foes. While they were distracted by the ice blades, Harry reached into the water and grasped the first brave kappa to try and take a bite out of him. Holding it by the neck, he raised it up to serve as a body shield as he backed away into a side tunnel, ignoring the attempts it made to maul him. The return fire of 5.56 rounds were more than up to the task of shredding the struggling reptile, but not enough to penetrate and continue into Harry himself. He threw the dead kappa back into the water where the rest of his school bared down upon him like a swarm of piranhas. It didn't need to be human blood to excite them into a swarm. Hollow points? Really? Did the discount munitions store sell you a box of Colibri cartridge condoms to go with those? Harry taunted as he turned the corner, coating the entire tunnel with a flammable Glissio charm as he did so. He heard the telltale sound of a magazine ejection and replacement and knew he could expect armor-piercing rounds to come his way in a not-too-distant future. Good boy. Harry slid down the suddenly slick tunnel floor, making sure to transfigure the ground behind him needle-like blades behind him at an angle as he went. As he turned yet another corner, he felt, too late, the flapping of wings and the sharp pain of talons digging into his shoulder as a fresh barrage of bullets and a killing curse passed through the air he had just occupied. So one of them was holding back the kappa while the others focused on killing/capturing him. Unfortunately for Harry, the eagle animagi transformed back into human form and went from 10 pounds of feather and hollow bones to 250 pounds of raw muscle, which was a bit beyond the bench press limit of a scrawny Quidditch player who hadn't trained in weeks. Yeah, Harry lost that 10 picosecond judo match, and he lost it decisively. He also decided he didn't like the taste of the rot-crusted floor, and so he summoned the recently reclaimed Elder Wand to his hand and started with the cheating. He was a wizard after all. Why fight with fists and body weight when you can transfigure and animate stone into a much more efficient fist? Even without a full charge, the gambler's wand overpowered the rocky fist he carved out of the ceiling by quite a lot, and the crunch of shattering bone made him regret not sticking to wandless magic. That was a bit too much force, and he hadn't wanted to kill anyone today. But with the transfiguration slot down, he threw an animation charm at the inanimate fist while wandlessly reshaping it into a large anaconda of stone using his offhand. Guard, Harry ordered in parcel tongue, not caring if his would-be assassins heard him and reported it to their master. Speaking of, in slid the blonde American man. He must have lost his AK-47 in his struggle with the kappa swarm, judging by the third of a kappa still latched onto his back. He took a second to regain his feet, having clearly not expected the hallway to be slicker than a particularly lustful mermaid at a muggle bodybuilder pageant, nor to be lined with thousands of sharp, thin needles. Jesus, was he messed up or what? Harry had to give it to the man. He was a trooper, or more accurately, a ranger, for he drew from his inner jacket a revolver with a barrel easily as long as Harry's forearm. Compensating for something there, cowboy? Turns out, yes, he was compensating for something, and that something was the extreme recoil of firing a .600 Pfeiffer's round with enough force to penetrate both the stone serpent barrier as if it were butter and nearly take Harry's arm off at the bicep. Oh, you better believe it hurt. And the pain wasn't helped at all by Harry's ability to feel every torn muscle fiber and sinew through his expanded senses. Being left with his left hand, Harry switched over the Elder Wand and with a single swish and sent toward his foe a single spark. Not a torrent of flame, not even an ember. No, just a spark. For that was enough to ignite the entire hallway of flammable conjured grease and set the bloodied man aflame. The bright yellow heat and deafening sound made as it ignited caused the entire ceiling to cave in. The fact that Harry had taken so much material from it for his transfigurations probably had something to do with that. Speaking of, that single bullet had done as much damage to the stone serpent as it had to Harry's arm, and so he wandlessly finished the job and transfigured it into two serpents before turning the gambler's wand onto himself. A quick emergency medical charm, one that filled wounds with a thick foam to stem bleeding, was all he had time to perform before the previously forgotten animagi put him in a chokehold from behind. It was a good chokehold too, one that didn't construct airflow, but was most certainly cutting circulation. He had seconds to get out of it at most. "Rip," Harry ordered in Parseltongue, not needing to work nearly as hard to enunciate in the language of snakes as in English. "Tear!" The twin snakes obliged. And the next thing Harry knew, the Indian man was torn in twain, his spine like putty to the might of his animated constructs. It wasn't as bloody of a sight as one would imagine. Injuries like that were more meaty than bloody. An organ why? Harry shook his disturbed state off and took the moment of respite to finish casting the three most important medical charms, a disinfectant and numbing spell complementing the foam muscle charm. But before he had time to bandage it and conjure a sling of fist made full-on contact with his good shoulder, the knuckle of his assailant's thumb digging right into the brachial plexus and making his entire arm go numb and limp. An advanced, a very deliberate martial arts technique. Harry wasn't thoroughly educated on martial arts terminology, but he believed the word for somebody who had both arms disabled and bereft of weapons was fucked. Mouth, hip, mouth again, solar plexus, and cheekbone. On and on came the punches, compliments of the angriest-looking Filipino man Harry ever did saw. And he just didn't stop. For nearly half a minute this man used Harry, or more accurate his jaw and chest, as a punching bag to practice his Jeet Kune Do, as if he were hitting a speed bag. Short, circular movements, never bringing his fists back behind his elbows. Suffice to say, he was kicking Harry's ass. Then came the tunnel vision. The edge of his peripherals went dark, and all that was left was deep crimson. Anger. Retribution. A deep, insatiable need for satisfaction. He spat in the man's face. A thick mixture of blood, gums, and broken teeth. He followed it up by bringing their foreheads together with enough force to nearly break Harry out of his rage. Nearly. The air. It was full of magic, and magic was his. He was magic's master. It obeyed his will. But his will was no longer his to control, for rage had taken him. He compressed it, forced it upon his enemy, suffocated him with it, crushed him with it, and as it tightened, coiled, choked, and oppressed, Harry grabbed the man by the throat with his still numb hand and, aided by the aerosolized magic, slammed him into the ground. Then he slammed him into the wall. Then he slammed him into the wall again, and again, and again, and again. He smashed the man's face into the wall so many times that he soon no longer had a face left to smash, and very little skull. Throwing him aside, he stretched his senses to find the Hispanic slag that had dared to throw that grenade at him, and felt her approaching around a corner. Reaching out his good arm, he focused on where she would soon be and cast, not a spell, not even magic as such. What came from his fist was like a condensed, tangible incarnation of his current frame of mind. It was not a pretty thing, all coils and thorns. It shaped all it touched in the same way his episode in that forest had affected the rocks, trees, and unfortunate animals caught in it. Gilly-Doo screeched down the hallway out and away from Harry, and when his final living assailant turned out just like the other living things in the Forest of Dean those 2 nights ago. The gruesome display of flesh, bone, and organs becoming one with the stone and filth around her was enough to bring an end to Harry's state of madness, only to enter a state of proper shock. And that was when the Aurors finally showed up, useful as always. And finally, incisor number 2. The Auror field medic said as she set the 7th tooth back into Harry's jaw. He was thankful for the painkillers inuring him to what would otherwise be the most painful dental procedure of Harry's life, but not so much for the sensation of the gums repairing and being molded that somehow got past the potion. It was, yeah, shudder-worthy is a good word to describe it. Broken nose and jaw, shattered cheekbone, 5 cracked ribs, a caved-in sternum, 8 missing teeth, and your tricep is minced meat. How in the world are you still conscious? The middle-aged woman demanded. A few minutes ago, Harry might have cried at the question, but now? Opium-based potions do wonders for emotional distress. If I had a canute for every time somebody asked me that I wouldn't be a particularly rich man, but I sure would have a few more sickles to my name. He joked with a chuckle. It hurt to laugh, even with her excellent work on numbing the pain of his shredded and bruised torso. At least everything now was back in its places and wrapped up. But even magic had its limit, and it was going to be a long recovery. Especially so for the arm when she was done with it. Very tricky healing magic there. Reconnecting muscles 1 fiber at a time, or 10 at a time, or 100 at a time, depending on the type of damage and skill of the healer. Doubly impressive to have done it without Harry feeling a thing. Not even the process itself. Although, that may have been due to the freezing charm she threw at the shredded mass before getting started. There, I've reconnected all of the tissue in your arm, she said. With proper protein intake and regenerative potions, you'll have use of your arm again within a week. And your Happy Me time need not know the interruption. Came a familiar growl, and one. In his doped-up state, Harry couldn't help but give the old grizzled Auror a goofy smile. God, but was it good to see him in the flesh again. I meet the younger Alastor at last. Harry said, chalk today up as failure to keep constant vigilance on my part. That small moment of joy left him drained, and he collapsed back into the stretcher he'd been placed in. Younger Alastor? Moody asked. Alastor Marchbanks? Harry offered. Ah, him I know. Moody grumbled, before turning to the meta-wizard. Is he in good enough condition to be brought in? Brought in, the meta-wizard said, aghast on Harry's behalf. This is the most clear-cut case of self-defense I've ever seen in my life. Oh, I have no doubt about that. But he still killed 3 of his assailants and needs to at least be debriefed and held overnight. Moody countered. We need to at least finish the preliminary investigation to find out if his choice of force was justified. I have no doubts it will come back in his favor, and we won't have to charge him. The meta-wizard grumbled, and Harry felt gratitude towards the stranger. It was weird how people Harry barely knew tended to argue on his behalf just as vociferously as his age-old allies. He had that kind of effect on people. But yes, the meta-wizard confirmed. He's safe to transport. And so that's how Harry wound up spending his Saturday night in the ministry holding cells. It wasn't so bad. Sure, his arm was in a sling and half his torso was bandaged up, but he was high as a kite on painkillers and had rather talkative company. Why did you go so easy on us at first? Asked the mummy in the cell next to him. Harry looked at Mr. Big Iron, as he'd taken to calling the one surviving would-be assassin, and realized the needles combined with the fiery grease spell might have been a little overboard. For the same reason, I don't use blasting curses or fiend fire on rowdy teenagers. Harry explained. Without a hint of hubris, I can honestly say that I am that much stronger and more experienced of a fighter than all 4 of you combined. Mr. Big Iron turned his head, which must have taken no small amount of effort, and seemed to consider the boast. He eventually nodded. I believe it. If you hadn't lost your cool and taken us a bit more seriously from the start, I'm sure we would have all made it out of there alive. He said. That stung. But it was true. If he had taken off the kid gloves at the start, he would have been better able to escalate the fight more appropriately. Incapacitated them with a more even hand. I'm sorry your friends died today. Harry sighed, sobering at an uncomfortable pace. Colleagues, the man corrected. In our line of work, we are very careful not to get too attached to one another. We go so far as to avoid even lunch or drinks during or after work. Smart. And what exactly is your line of work? Harry asked. We're everything. He admitted. Mercenaries, assassins, grave robbers. If you pay us, we're your bitch. And your Dark Lord paid us. Harry nodded. The answer only confirmed the obvious suspicions. So, were we a test? Mr. Big Iron asked. Are you like his prospective successor or something? Harry looked at him with confusion. You fight a lot like him. And you're a parcel tongue. You even talk like him a little. He explained. And we clearly weren't enough to take you out, but enough to push you. An odd line of reasoning. It was plausible, but Voldemort would have had no way of knowing his status as a parcel tongue, or his power as a wizard. Until now, he would have merely expected him to be at or near the level of a Bellatrix Black or Ariana Fig. Formidable, worth recruiting, but not a threat. That just changed. They had both submitted memories of their battle to Ollivander. Soon, his status as a parcel tongue and one of the deadliest fighters in the country would reach everyone. No, I think he expected you to take me out. Harry answered honestly. I must have unwittingly stepped on his toes harder than I intended. Mr. Big Iron snorted. Clearly he and we didn't do our diligent research on you. He said, my solicitor has already sent a letter off to the League to update your status and put you at the top of the DNFW list. DNFW list? Harry had to ask. Do not fuck with. That got a laugh out of him. Harry quite liked that. Oh, by the way, since you're going away for a long time, can I have that revolver of yours? Harry asked. Mr. Big Iron raised a non-existent eyebrow at him. Do you have 20 grand USD laying around? He asked. Harry did the math of calculating that in British pounds and converted it into galleons in his head and balked. I do, but it's proprietary money, Harry admitted, and I don't think I can justify it as a business expenditure. Looks like you'll need to fund your legal defense by some other means. A moment of silence followed his pronouncement. Drat, said the American. Dumbledore wished he could say this was the first time he'd ever wasted a Sunday morning getting one of his professors out of jail. Hell, it wasn't even the first time he spent a Sunday getting one of his professors out of jail who didn't deserve to be there. But he was happy to do it, particularly for this one. You're free to go, Professor Morgan. The guard leading him to Hadrian's cell said through the bars. The sorry state of the man who stepped out surprised Albus. From the sling to the singed and filthy robes to the exhausted and defeated face. The appearance was unbecoming of him. Thank you, Albus. Do I have any pressing Hogwarts-related tasks to deal with, or can I go be with those most worried about me? Hadrian asked pitifully, the usual cheer and mischievousness gone from his voice. You are free to go, Professor Morgan. Albus said, I hope you manage to return to your usual self by your class tomorrow. Fortunately, it's a late one. 3 p.m. Hadrian smiled through his bandages and limped past him to the door, led by the guards. He made to follow, but was stopped by Ollivander. We need to talk, he said, before leading him out of the holding cells area. The tone he used told Albus that his old friend was not happy with him, and that this would be a purely professional meeting. Down a hallway and into an evidence room they went. There, sat upon a desk between a host of magical measurement instruments, was the Elder Wand. He felt a slight panic before realizing the same wand was still in his pocket. Chief Warlock greeted the forensic specialist behind the desk. A suspect in an altercation earlier today submitted to authorities a wand registered in your name. As such, we have questions. Albus retrieved his own wand from within his robes and cast a lumos with it to confirm, more to himself than the aurors itching to arrest and question him, that it was real. Not as many questions as I have, I assure you. Albus countered. Would you be willing to bet on that? Alastor Moody countered as he pulled out 2 vials filled with the telltale silver of memories. Albus followed him to a pensive where the mystery of Hadrian Morgan expanded to the size of Jupiter. He lost an entire galleon to the grizzled auror that day. He really needed to crack down on the gambling problem amongst himself and his staff. It was getting expensive. Bellatrix and her sisters, both of them, were there to greet him at the atrium and kept him company for the 2 hours of stalling the guard put him through before giving him back his personal items. It was nice seeing the 3 black sisters together for the first time and to meet Narcissa in person, even if he couldn't shake her broken hand. She was rather obstinate about not telling them how she broke it, but he liked the self-satisfied look on her face. But between yelling at the guard and doting on him, Harry felt rather loved in that time as he sat at a branch between Bella and Andromeda, dozing off and on. Soon enough, Narcissa was excusing herself, and her sisters were tentatively guiding him back to the Tonks household where Teddy was waiting with a full spread of food. He barely managed to eat anything at all, what with it being well past midday and the pain potions fast wearing off. And so, he ended the bizarre roller coaster of a weekend by eating his fill and going to sleep on Bella's lap, spending a third night in a row on a couch instead of a bed. This way, commanded the goblin liaison. Albus followed him to the room of Tranquility, a no-man's land where enemies could meet on neutral ground. Severus and Alastor walked on either side of him for protection. Soon they came upon a door in front of which stood two fully cloaked and masked Death Eaters. Albus would have to ask Severus, which they were based on the ornamentation later. "Wand, please," commanded the goblin. "I did not bring it," Albus told the goblin. "I brought them along for that. They may not enter with you." The goblin said, "I am aware." Severus Alastor, "Keep these two company," Albus instructed, "and please be civil." With his order given, he was allowed into the room of Tranquility, where a table framed by 24 fully armed goblin knights seated him. At the opposite end of the comically long table sat Tom Riddle himself. He stood in greeting and gave the customary bow, which Albus returned. "Albus, we have much to discuss," Voldemort greeted. "Indeed," Albus confirmed, before taking in his foe's appearance. Was that a glamour over the left side of his face? "Are you trying to hide a shiner there?" Albus asked with a chuckle, not able to help himself. Tom let out a long-suffering sigh. "You didn't seem to notice my attempts at covering up such markings when I was a student. Hopefully you've learned to better spot abuse and bullying in your students since then," Tom said. It was a fairly long-winded way of saying "fuck you," but Albus got the message. They took their seats and were served spinach fettuccine and sparkling wine to start their first course. "So, Albus, who is this Morgan fellow?" Voldemort started as he coiled his first bite around a fork using a spoon. Albus took a sip of the sparkling wine before answering. "I was hoping you could tell me," Albus retorted before starting on the food himself. Tom finished chewing his bite before responding with yet another question. "Why would I know anything at all about him? I only just returned to England, and you've employed him," Tom said. "All I know of him is secondhand, and I sent that quartet to determine if he was a threat. Clearly he is." Albus couldn't quite tell if the other man was being intentionally officious or was as confused as him. Perhaps it was best to not tiptoe around one another with the usual metaphorical duck measuring contest. Cards on the table it was. "Is he not your time-traveling son from the future?" Albus finally asked. "Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 23. Rank Speculation. Chapter 23. Rank Speculation. Here they sat, his most trustworthy and decorated generals. Ironic that they were also his most competent teachers. Save for one. Severus Snape, Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick Pomona, Sprout, Alastor Moody, and Rebecca Pomfrey. All deep in thought, all disturbed by the pensive memory he had just shared with them. A second-hand memory, a memory of a memory, his recollection of his time in Alastor's pensive. It was sufficient. "Do we know what happened after the second memory cut off?" Pomona asked. Indeed, the memory Hadrian submitted under questioning had not been intact. High emotions and trauma can damage memories permanently, and Professor Morgan's cut off around the time his fifth tooth got knocked out, and they had been unable to see anything past that save a blur of violets. The sole surviving assassin's memory cut off around the time he got scorched by the explosion. Although impressively enough, he had clung onto consciousness, fading in and out, all through the rest of the fight, and both memories showed Morgan's impressive use of parcel magic. Yes, he seems to have blacked out, but he killed the remaining 2 assailants with brute force and desperate, uncontrolled magic. Moody explained. He was barely alive after the fact, and deeply regretted having to kill them. They returned to their own thoughts. A dangerous place to dwell, as Albus knew from experience. I would like to hear your theories. He goaded them. Mine are a bit outlandish, and I'm hoping you might have some that are more down to earth. Interestingly enough, Pomona took the lead. The last known wizard of the Morgan line was Hephaestus back in 1818, right? She asked. That is correct. Severus confirmed without a moment's hesitation. And his line ended when he married a young lady of the Gaunt line, and they famously sired a smooth dozen squibs, ending the lineage. She continued. So him being their descendant of the squib line, a muggle-born of their descendants, would explain the parcel tongue. Albus nodded, but didn't comment. The convenience of this family history smacked less of plausibility than it did a well-constructed and well-researched lie. Time to nip any uninformed guesses in the bud. You should know he is also a time traveler from the future, Albus said with all the joy of a child putting down his rabid dog. Silence met his declaration as they digested this revelation. He didn't even bother elaborating. Minerva eventually broke it. He does resemble Tom when he was younger, back when we were both at Hogwarts, she said. If you squint while looking at him, he also has very similar mannerisms. And charm. Albus appreciated her wisdom in not coming right out and saying the obvious conclusion her line of reasoning brought her to. He further appreciated that they all had such faith in him that they didn't need him to qualify his claim of time travel, which he would have happily done. I disagree, said Rebecca, causing Albus to raise an eyebrow. Either his mother was, or will be, a completely different phenotype, and our understanding of Tom's parentage is completely wrong, or else you're chasing a red herring here. Could you phrase that in a way us non-meta-witches can understand? Alastor pressed. She hesitated. I can't say much about what I found during my mandatory examination of him this morning, but what I can say is that green eyes are a recessive trait. She explained. Tom Riddle had dark brown, yes, as did both of his parents and grandparents. Even if Tom Riddle were to marry a woman whom inherited genes for eye color only of green, due to inbreeding or some such, the child would still be brown-eyed. That is one example. Give me photos of a young Tom Riddle and Hadrian Morgan, and I can point out a host of other facial feature differences that are impossible. Phileas poked a hole right though that. And are you positive his facial features, including eye color, are all those he was born with? The diminutive professor asked. Did you detect any signs that his facial features, or eyes in particular, having been altered, either through cosmetic or reconstructive surgery? Rebecca made a hissing intake of breath, the kind that itself sufficed as an answer. I am incapable of answering that question, but I would point out that half his face had been reconstructed not 24 hours ago due to injuries, she explained, and no meta-witch is perfect in putting everything back in its place. Translation. This guy has seen so much battle and had his body so thoroughly battered and rebuilt that if he still had any resemblance to his natural parentage, it would be a miracle. And I think it's safe to say this isn't the first, or even the 10th, time Mr. Morgan has suffered such injuries and the following reconstruction. Moody added, how do you come to such a conclusion? Pomona, ever the bleeding heart, demanded. Because of how he fights. Alastor told them. He isn't a soldier, or even a warrior. He is a survivor. He fights with a hodgepodge of techniques he's picked up from enemies and allies alike. I've seen it before. The raw, undisciplined, but creative tactics employed by desperate children trapped in war zones and growing up forced to do terrible things. He continued. Simply put, he fights dirty as all hell, and it isn't the fighting style of a desperate caged animal, but the tactics of somebody who has faced these same tactics. Alastor finished. Tactics that leave the body unrecognizable. He maimed those would-be assassins. Maimed them horribly. And that's how he fights people he doesn't wish to kill. It was a frightening thought. If he turned out to be an enemy, they would need to approach, capturing or defeating him with great caution, or else overwhelming force. Hence this meeting. And his fights to the death seem to be twice a week at this rate. Severus said offhandedly. The series of confused whats and hus the rest of the room through his way only served to intimidate the maw. Albus did find it adorable how flustered Severus could still get from being the center of attention, despite his status as the second most obnoxious drama queen in Hogwarts, a place Albus intended to keep him in until his dying day. He was the champion of overacting and flamboyancy, and the boy better not ever forget it. You mean? You didn't hear about the Forest of Dean incident Friday night? He asked, genuinely surprised at their lack of information. Albus saw the telltale sign of something clicking in Alastor's head, a new piece fitting into the puzzle that was Hadrian Morgan. Consider Albus' surprise when Severus summoned, of all things, the latest article of the Quibbler. Gilly Dhu resurrected? Albus read aloud, but the photograph of a devastated mountainside was what captured his attention. This is exactly the type of magical damage which Professor Morgan caused during his fight with the quartet in Diagon Alley. Alastor explained, so now we know who tore up that serene wilderness. Albus passed around the article and gave his colleagues time to incorporate the new information. So what? Minerva asked. After his meeting with the Marauders and their spouses, Hadrian went to meet somebody in the Forest of Dean, and it went south? That did seem to be the likely explanation. Was there a body left there? Asked Rebecca. In Dean, similar to the body of the poor woman Hadrian fought last? Alastor hesitated, straining against his oaths as an orar. Not at liberty to comment on an open case. So, no then. Everybody in the room, except for Alastor and Rebecca, concluded aloud. At the confused looks on Rebecca and Alastor's faces, Severus explained. If whatever altercation Hadrian was involved in Friday night showed any sign of an injury or death to another, then Alastor would have marched out of here to arrest the young man instead of remaining here to discuss things further. He said. Alastor ceased his standing and retreated to a chair to grumble away from them. He is powerful. We already knew that. Albus concluded, turning away from his staff to contemplate the landscapes through the window. Potentially as powerful, in terms of raw magical potential, as Voldemort or myself, but untrained and less well-studied. If he is in fact the son of Voldemort, as I suspect, then we must ask ourselves a host of questions. Albus stood and turned away from his generals, peering out of the window behind his desk at the ground below. What form of time travel did he use? Is it deterministic? Are all of his actions to keep in line with the timeline he knows? Is it paradoxical? And are his actions causing untold damage to the timeline due to ignorance or malice? Or most concerning of all, is it branching or overriding? And is he hoping to rewrite history? Albus listed. I prefer to work from the assumption that it is the last, and he is trying to change the past, which leads to so many more questions. Is he with his father or against him? It wouldn't be the first time in history a Dark Lord was thwarted by his heir, nor would it be the first time one sought to usurp his predecessor and become far worse. Albus paused then to let his words sink in, as he was wont to do, for it inspired the imagination and creativity he so valued in his staff. Severus, I can feel your condescending glare drilling into the back of my skull. What vital piece have you picked up on that I missed? Albus said without turning around. He could see in the reflection of his window that the potion's master had the good shame to blush at the laughter of his colleagues. Am I the only person who sees in Professor Morgan a startling resemblance to both James and Lily? Severus asked rhetorically. The observation brought Albus up short. His mind stalled for a few moments, as it tended to do when digesting a new piece of juicy information, but the resemblance was greater than Albus himself wanted to admit. But Lily is sterile, ever since her botched surrogacy ritual. Phileas pointed out. Yes, that had been unfortunate. It was a simple ritual amounting to turning the unborn fetus into a portkey and transporting them to the womb of another woman, followed by a blood inheritance ritual with the new mother and father. It had been a good plan, passing off their potential child of prophecy as the child of another couple, as the ritual would have rewritten their physical features and actual magic into that of the adopted parents. They lost Patricia Pettigrew to that botched ritual, and Lo Peter forgave them. He doubted James and Lily would ever forgive themselves. A ritual she has spent the last 16 years deconstructing in reverse, engineering in the hopes of being able to conceive again. Severus countered. The conjecture expanded. So you are proposing a counter-theory that he is the yet-to-be-conceived child of James and Lily Potter? Minerva offered. Yes, said Severus. Of course, that doesn't explain the parcel tongue, but for all we know, both Lily and James carry the gene for it. It's funny, Lily actually has ancestry to a squib line of the Morgan family. You had to give it to the man, he knew his blood history. It was actually a plausible explanation. In fact, if you weren't so sure he was a time traveler, I'd be tempted to suggest he either is the child of Voldemort born some 28 years ago during his travels, or he is that lost child of James and Lily, and that Patricia survived, taking the boy into hiding and raising him as a weapon in secret, but has been artificially aged somehow. Pomona offered. Of course, at this point we're just making up nonsense, and I think we need to take a step back from this rank speculation. She was absolutely right. We know too little about the man, but what we do know is terrifying, said Albus. He is a time traveler from the future. A future where child soldiers must learn to fight in the most horrific ways possible just to survive. Which tells us that this Cold War is about to get very hot. What we don't know is his motivations. Is he trying to prevent this future or personally benefit from it? Indeed, I suggest more focused observation. Minerva said, retrace his steps since his arrival in our time. Try to glean motivations behind his actions. And by we, I mean you, Albus. Albus chuckled at the turn of events. And yes, I will cover your workload as deputy headmistress for the week. Minerva finished, cutting off his next question. But in conclusion, what do we know for certain? Albus conjured a chalkboard. He is a time traveler from the future. He either will one day slay me or slay the person who slayed me. No, I will not explain how I know that. Albus interrupted his own list. Since his arrival, he has seduced Garrick Ollivander. Excuse me? Pomona interrupted. Don't tell me you put credence into the rumors about their relationship in Diagon Alley at face value. I meant seduced with promises of power, not in a sexual way. Albus clarified, not wanting to explain the Elder Wand to them and how excellent of a bargaining chip it would make in winning over Garrick. He honestly wished he'd thought of it. He has furthermore courted Alastair Marchbanks, a former Unspeakable of the Time Division and likely a person involved in his own time travel, as well as Bellatrix Black, one of the deadliest fighters in Britain. He has been the personal dinner guest of the Crabbe family, and Valentine is particularly fond of him, which means Hildebrand Goyle is as well, and is also working tirelessly to help the plight of werewolves everywhere. Severus perked up, and if that weren't an obvious sign, he had an epiphany. The snap of his fingers did. He's removing pieces from the board, he exclaimed. Albus immediately understood his meaning, but didn't interrupt. Ollivander is the premier wand maker in all of Europe, and if he were to die or disappear, it would be a disaster for coming generations. Severus started, and Hadrian spent the entire summer protecting him. In his future, maybe Garrick went missing this past summer? It would explain the dirty tactics, as an entire generation with nothing but second-hand wands would be unable to cast higher-level spells with any efficiency, so would have to resort to strategies like Hadrian has displayed. Alastair nodded eagerly. And I would bet galleons to nuts that if we examine the wards around the wand shop, we will find that both Hadrian and the goblins have added to them recently. Moody suggested. Albus added it to his mental to-do list for the week, before motioning for Severus to continue. Then there's Marchbanks, who, a few days after meeting Hadrian, gets into an altercation with the Dark Lord after he tried to recruit the man. Severus continued. Perhaps in the original timeline, he accepted Voldemort's offer? If our speculation is correct, and he is the one who developed the means Hadrian used to travel back in time, then that would be an important thing to change. So you believe it is a non-deterministic form of time travel, and he is actively changing the future? Phileas piped up. Yes, and the way I see things for the better. Severus continued. Because in addition to them and Bellatrix, who I don't think any of us have difficulty imaging, is capable of causing severe damage in a hot war. He has also removed any chance of the werewolves joining in on the war and is making efforts to do the same with his sanctuary. It did make sense. His choice of targets did indicate prior planning. But instead of pushing these targets to one side or the other, he seems to have moved them into neutral ground. Removing them from the chessboard indeed. He is either trying to prevent the hot war altogether or mitigate the damage it could cause. Dumbledore concluded. He is neither with nor against Voldemort nor myself, nor the Ministry or any other faction. He is merely trying to prevent as much loss of life as possible. The motivations made sense, as did the tactics. He was a truly neutral member of this war, his own faction with the motivation of survival. Albus wasn't wed to this idea yet, but he would be a liar if he claimed he didn't want it to be true. But he would have to work from darker assumptions until he knew for sure. Call him a pessimist, but it was better to be safe than sorry. You think he is good then? Pomona asked. I never had any doubts about that. Severus answered. He is clearly trying his hardest to do what he thinks is the right thing, but I don't think he will succeed. Albus was genuinely surprised by the poor outlook. And why do you think that? Because he is trying to do it alone, and while he is strong, he is not clever nor wise enough. Severus continued. Honestly, he's kind of an idiot, but not hopeless. Which begs the question of why he hasn't come to us for help. We would be the perfect allies, most likely to help in his mission if he told us. That was hardly a mystery. Perhaps the young man doesn't find us trustworthy. Phileas said, hitting the nail on the head. And once again by us. I suspect you mean me? Albus said in both jest and honesty. Phileas shrugged, but didn't meet Albus' eyes. You've never been the most trusting person yourself, Severus. Are you telling me you trust this man you barely know? Minerva asked the dark potions master. Severus sighed, before making an observation that Albus was certain everyone in the room could relate to. I wouldn't say I trust him, but I can say I want to trust him. He said, damn it all. I hate to admit it, but I just like the young man. He is quite polite, Pomona observed, and charming. Minerva added, in a way that a younger Tom Riddle tried to emulate, but with Hadrian it's without effort and is genuine. Inquisitive too. Haven't had a boring conversation with him yet. Finished Phileas. Rebecca and Alastor sat quietly. Albus already knew Alastor's opinion of the man. That opinion being, if Hadrian had been a Harriet, he would have offered himself in marriage after seeing the aftermath of his battle with the four assassins. But Albus? Logically, Albus agreed with every word. He wanted to trust Hadrian. Truly he did. He liked the boy too, for all of the reasons previously listed. There was just one problem. Hadrian had hurt him. Mortally. The lies weren't what did it. Faking skill in divination, using his knowledge of the future, was bad enough. Albus had taken great pride in seeing through charlatans of the past, trying to gain access to his precious school. Hadrian's success in fooling him was certainly a blow to his honor. But what really stung was the manner in which he did it. Albus had no illusions about who and, more importantly, what Hadrian was. He was the master of death. The thing he himself was so very close to becoming, but had decided to avoid at all costs at the advice of Hadrian himself. His warning about not uniting the Hollows now smacked more of past experience than mere prediction. He himself had united them and was surely in possession of a copy of the stone from his timeline. That's how he was able to see the shades of Ariana and Gellert during their interview. And this battle precognition nonsense? Hardly. He was obviously using the resurrection stone, stationing shades of loved ones to watch his blind spots and instruct him on when to dodge and how to counter. With a little practice, Albus was certain he could reproduce the illusion of omnipotence Hadrian had displayed in past fights. But even this wasn't why Albus felt so wounded from the young man. His surprise at Albus not knowing where the cloak was and warning not to reunite them. It didn't just smack of personal experience, but from historical precedent. Albus had united the Hollows in this now lost timeline, and it had done something to him. Corrupted him, perverted him, made him into something monstrous. Why else would Hadrian have let him attain that mortal injury, seeking out the Horcrux in the Gaunt Shack instead of saving him? He had chosen to remove Albus from the board as well. Permanently. Fatally. And that hurt. It hurt to know, to even think, that this young man saw him as some kind of monster deserving of death for the sake of a better future. To think that this sweet, kind, considerate, and brilliant young man had, or would, someday kill him and take from him these artifacts of power, and from these horrible experiences come to hate him. What monstrous deeds could he have committed? What horrors could have resulted from his and Voldemort's war and the magics unleashed thereby that Hadrian would prefer him dead than redeemed? It hurt. It hurt so very, very much. And the rest of that week was filled with nightmares regarding such vision of potential futures. where he united the cloak with the stone and wand he already possessed and was destroyed thereby. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 24. Unspeakable Acquaintances. Chapter 24. Unspeakable Acquaintances. Hermione counted her lucky stars that her Monday schedule listed her first class as being under her new favorite teacher. The mysterious, kind, and according to consensus among the other Gryffindor girls, handsome divination teacher. Hermione, for her part, couldn't find it in her to disagree with the consensus. She wasn't a liar. Imagine her shock when she ascended the stone staircase of the not-so-secret passage to the divination classroom, only to be greeted by a mummy with 2 black eyes, 1 arm in a sling, and a cotton-filled mouth. Once again, her complete disengagement from the Hogwarts rumor mill had left her in the dark. Did Professor Morgan get into a car crash? She asked Lavender when she took her seat next to the blonde and Faye. Professor Morgan was busy trying to shoo a particularly fat snowy owl that had taken roost on his desk, where she glowered at everyone in the room who got close to her master. She wouldn't budge, so eventually he had to give up and begin his class. Good morning, everybody. As you all probably know already, I was attacked by a group of would-be assassins at Diagon Alley Saturday evening. He explained. Apparently, Hermione wasn't the only person unaware of these events, for hers wasn't the only concerned gasp. "Oh my God," Hermione said. "Aren't you scared?" Parvati asked. "Course not. They're dead," Professor Morgan said matter-of-factly, as if the question was absurd. "But I am in considerable pain at the moment due to my unwillingness to take my prescribed painkillers before a class. I am unwilling to teach while under the influence. You all deserve better. Speaking of, on to today's lesson." He turned away from them and wrote the day's lesson topic on the board while they were left with a significantly more frightening impression of the man than they had before. Reintegration. The series of groans that echoed around the classroom only served to make Morgan chuckle. "I take it my predecessor already covered this topic then?" he asked knowingly. "To exhaustion," said Weasley. "We spent years making up dream journals amounting to nightmares about how we might die." "Made up, you say?" Morgan asked with a sly grin. The guilty silence that met his observation of Ron's choice of words was answer enough. "Sounds to me like you all haven't done much actual dream interpretation at all," the professor went on. "I'd be surprised if any of you can describe what dream interpretation actually is." The questioning tone was a clear invitation to raise hands, and Hermione was never one to turn down such an invitation. "Yes, Miss Granger," he said, calling on her. She preened at the attention of those luscious green eyes. "Dream interpretation is the art of deciphering meaning, usually psychological or spiritual, but sometimes prophetic, of the symbology in the dreams," she dutifully recited. "That is incorrect," Morgan said simply, without a hint of chastisement in his voice. Her preening turned to wilting at the failure, even with his lack of malice or cruelty in correcting her. "The answer I was looking for is bullshit. Dream interpretation is bullshit," he explained to a round of uproarious laughter. Well, that was Hermione's second guess and honest opinion of it, so she at least had the satisfaction of a professor confirming her own biases against his craft. Dreams are at best the chaotic processing of information, a hallucinogenic blending of your experiences of a day with all of your past experiences. Attempting to interpret it is like attempting to interpret abstract art, the kind that are low-effort, low-skill random paintings created for the sole purpose of money laundering for the elites of society. "But you didn't hear that from me," he went on. "So, the most you'll get from dream interpretation is an interesting conversation that may lead to you opening up about real psychological or spiritual problems, a self-therapy, if you will." The same effect could be gained from joining a book club. So the question must be asked, why in the world would it be part of the divination curriculum? This time, even Hermione didn't raise her hand. She doubted she would get away with answering because divination, too, is bullshit. So she bit her tongue. Because there is one type of premonition all people are capable of, and all people have achieved multiple times within their lifetimes. Dream premonitions. He explained, visions of the future witnessed in your sleep. Many people, from a Mrs. Lincoln to Nostradamus, have had visions of the future while in bed, and they came true. There's just one problem. Can anybody see it? Everyone raised their hand. Mr. Longbottom? Morgan called on the shy child of prophecy. I don't usually remember my dreams, he answered timidly. That is exactly right. And that is the purpose of dream journals in the context of dream interpretation. He explained, to train you to remember and contemplate your dreams, so that when a precognitive or postcognitive dream comes down home plate, you can hit it out of the park. And if it also helps you develop the mental tools to recognize and tackle your psychological and spiritual hurdles, all the better. He once again turned his back on the class and retrieved a familiar stack of dream journals. The kind Trelawney had assigned them in years past. Alongside these, he had a case of glass vials. I will be assigning each of you 2 dream journals, one to be kept private, the other to be shared with me and or the class. He explained, if you must withhold the contents of a dream, either because they are, shall we say, a little too spicy to be sharing with your peers or too inappropriate to share with a professor, then mark them as such in the non-private journal. He went about handing out a pair of journals and glass vials to each student, and Hermione noticed that the snow-white owl glared at each student as the professor neared them. It was as if she was daring them to try and make a play at his life. Hermione studiously ignored the bird. It was slow progress, seeing as he had to limp around the room and tentatively hand out the objects with his one good hand. Professor, what are the vials for? Asked Seamus. I'll get to that in a moment. Professor Morgan answered as he made his way back up to the blackboard. Now, who here knows the alarm spell? Every hand went up in the air. Good. I'd be ashamed if any of you didn't, or shocked how you managed to make it through your OWLs. Morgan said, and how many of you know how to extract a memory? 0 hands went into the air. I likewise would have been shocked if any of you had known that one. He said, allow me to demonstrate. With his good hand, he raised his long, smooth wand to his temple and, while holding a look of severe concentration, slowly pulled the wand away. At the tip of his wand and temple came a white string of light, ethereal and liquid in appearance. It was some of the most simple and beautiful magic Hermione had ever seen. When it finally came loose from his skull, it was like a lunar moth had been blended, and the liquid produced was leaking from the tip of his wand. This is my memory of our class today, he explained unhelpfully. It is like a video recording of everything I have experienced over the last few minutes. Sadly, without the use of a very powerful and very expensive magical artifact called a pensieve, it is useless to anybody save myself. But I can reinsert this memory into my skull, and doing so will allow me to better remember the events of said memory if it is fresh. It is akin to magical reiteration and recall to oneself from memorization. He demonstrated reinserting the strand of memory back into his temple and adopted a look of supreme concentration on his face. For several moments, all-encompassing silence filled the room as they watched him. Eventually, he took a deep breath and returned to his lecture. And that's all there is to it. He explained, hold the tip of your wand to your temple and concentrate on the memory, recalling it from beginning to end in chronological order, and slowly draw it out. You can then place this memory in a container to share it with others, though sadly not without a pensieve, as a method for transferring memories between people has yet to be devised, and then when you reinsert it, the memory goes straight into long-term memory. As easy to recall as the multiplication table I would hope you've all memorized. Hermione ogled the spell with something between disgust and anger. It was even simpler and easier to perform than the levitation charm. It was hardly even a spell. So why in the world did they not learn it and things like it in their first week of schooling? It sounded terribly useful. What I am about to assign you is not homework. I want to make that very clear. Morgan continued. Refusing to take part in the project I'm about to outline will not cost you any credits in this class. However, doing so will earn you some extra. For extra credit, anybody who wishes may keep a proper dream journal of 2 dreams per night. And you shall accomplish this by use of the alarm spell combined with storing memories in the vials I have given you. Set an alarm for 4 hours after you go to sleep. Another alarm 4 hours after that, when you usually wake up. Each time you wake up, try and recall the dream, and if you can, draw it from your brain as I demonstrated and store in the vial for the morning. Doing this, you will usually be able to recall a good 2 dreams per night, hence the 2 vials. In the morning, you put them back in, and presto, they're there to stay. Before they could reach for a piece of parchment to write down the assignment, Professor Morgan stopped them. This assignment is only available to those taking 9 classes or fewer. He said, so the 7 standard classes and 2 electives. Anybody taking more than that needs every wink of sleep they can get, and I will not tolerate anybody in such a schedule risking their psychological health for a measly extra credit in my class. He gave Hermione, who was taking the maximum of 12, which was only possible through the use of a time turner, a scathing look, and she glowered back at him. But there is one more reason behind this assignment than the psychological, spiritual, and divinatorial. Yes, that a word benefits to this assignment. He went on. Every person on Earth experiences a vision within their dreams roughly once per year. That's 1 in 365. Pop quiz. How many students are there in Hogwarts? 483. Hermione answered before raising her hand, then gasped at the impertinence of forgetting to do so. 1 point to Gryffindor. Now, sadly, only about 80 of those students have elected to take divination class. So, with these numbers in mind, if all of my students took part in this assignment, how many true visions of past, future, or other events would we be able to collect within a single week? Hermione did the math in her head. 2 dreams per night. Multiply it by 80, multiple that by 7, divide that by 365. 3. Ronald answered as quickly as Hermione was able to collect all of the factors and divisors in her head. The entire class turned to look at the boy who had never stepped foot in arithmetic class, only to see a complete lack of quill or paper at his desk for mathematical computations. He had done that in his head? Correct. 10 points to Gryffindor Mr. Weasley. Morgan rewarded. Now it will more likely be 1 or 2, as a whole third of my students are disqualified from this project due to their status as overachievers. But if we are lucky, then this time next week we will have a vision produced by one of you or my other students to consult. Some of you are still non-believers in divination, despite having taken it for years. I will make you a believer. If not next Monday, then definitely the following Monday. And so, I demand this of you. Go forth and dream. He paused for dramatic effect, and though for any other teacher, Hermione would have rolled her eyes at the antics, his deep, kindly voice kept her transfixed. For in dreams we enter worlds entirely our own. Go, swim in the deepest oceans and glide over the highest cloud. And share these wondrous worlds in your head, but know this. Just because something is in your head doesn't make it less real. And if we are very fortunate, then one of you will have had a genuine premonition in one of either the future or distant past, and we will gaze upon it together. They left divination class with much more chatter and excitement than usual. And for once, Hermione chipped into the cacophony of voices, discussing the wonders of the last hour. Usually, she would hang behind and wait for a clear moment to turn for her next class, but today she joined in on discussions of the topics and assignment. While she would studiously obey and only jot down dreams she remembered at her usual wake-up times, both in the mornings and after her 3-hour afternoon naps, she implored her fellow girls to tell her all about theirs for the next week. And then the discussion turned down a corner she simply couldn't follow. Is it just me, or is Professor Morgan like a young, hot Dumbledore? Lavender asks. And that was her cue to take the back door out of the conversation. So, she silently took a side door halfway down the astronomy tower into a hallway which would, inevitably, lead to the hospital wing if followed. And there she hid behind a suit of armor and waited for her peers to shuffle down to the ground floor. When the telltale, eerie silence of a school area without students finally pervade her senses, she retrieved the time turner and reached out to turn the dial, only for a gloved hand to snatch it away from her. She gasped and, in her attempt to back away from her assailant, collapsed on the floor. Her terror abated somewhat when she caught a glimpse of the supposed thief, and her eyes met the concealed, hooded figure she would recognize anywhere. Only one person she knew of wore such concealing gray robes or matching hood. Only one man embodied such endless possibilities and smelled of ageless tones. Father Time, she gasped at the concealed man, seeing the fully cloaked and fully hooded head Unspeakable in Hogwarts was certainly a surprise. This was the man who subjected her to her oaths to obey the laws of time before the start of her 3rd year and debriefed her of her mischief at the end of every year, and then re-administered those oaths every year since then. This was the man who had seen in her the potential of a future unspeakable when McGonagall first introduced them those 3 years prior. Miss Granger, I wish I could have seen you again under better tidings, Father Time said in place of a greeting. He did not appear to be joking. As it stands, I will be taking this from you, he went on, as you are in contact with somebody who seems to have broken my laws. Our laws. And until my investigation is over, you are under suspicion of breaking your oaths. Hermione was no mother, but in that moment she felt what she thought a mother would feel in the event her newborn baby was snatched away from her and held at ransom. Before she could even register these feelings, her tears welled up. What? But I followed every rule, even the rules that contradicted the other rules. She nearly screamed, her voice a mixture of fear, rage, and crying. Before he could even respond and open up the possibility of convincing him out of his decision, a new voice erupted from above, shaking the very walls around them. Father Time. The sonorous enhanced voice of Professor Morgan came down from his classroom 5 stories above them. Granger had nothing to do with it. You come up here and harass me, not her. They both stared at the ceiling above them for several moments before Father Time addressed her again. I suppose there's no harm in leaving this with you for the rest of your school week, but know that you are under scrutiny at the moment, possibly for reasons which you had nothing to do with, he told her before tossing the necklace at her unceremoniously. She snatched it from the air with reflexes so fast that they would make you think she was a Quidditch seeker. The way she clutched it to her bosom, you'd think she was a keeper. Be warned, if you were planning any unapproved activities with the Time Turner over the next week, now would be a good time to cancel them, he told her before leaving. Oh, and I recommend discretion in keeping any speculation you have over what is going on here to yourself. With that, he turned heel. If Hermione were in a better state of mind, she would have scoffed at the idea that she would have shared such secrets or speculation about such secrets with anybody. As if she had anybody to share them with. The closest thing she had to a friend was Draco, which, beyond being an incredibly sad thing to admit, was also more of an academic rivalry than anything approaching actual friendship. Susan was just a mediator within those terms. The only other person she could think of was that werewolf boy she had flings with during summers and the occasional Hogsmeade weekend. But the secrets of the Department of Mysteries hardly made for good pillow talk. Perhaps she ought to make an effort to write Romulus with more than an invitation to her next Hogsmeade visit. Build something there. Then Morgan's magically enhanced voice returned. Oh, and if that perverted octopus is here with you, tell him, /it to keep their distance. Actually, I'm right here. The perfectly synchronous voices of a man and woman was carried over through Morgan's sonorous charm. Awful. Harry barely had the frame of mind to cancel his sonorous before screaming a 4-letter word loud enough for the entire school to hear him. That certainly would have been cause for a disciplinary hearing with old man Dumbledore. The cause of his near heart attack stood just a few feet behind him, and even as he gazed upon them, his extrasensory abilities still registered nothing in his presence. Love, with a capital L, one of the 12 heads of the Department of Mysteries. They were the only persons in existence who didn't exist according to his magical senses. As such, it could sneak up on him, which Harry didn't appreciate. You seem to know me well enough, despite having never met me. How much do you really know? Asked the being in gray. Harry glared at the space between the 2 hoods of their 2 faces, then glanced down at the 4 arms and equal number legs beneath. Love must take up half of the tailoring costs of the Department of Mysteries. But it was a good question. The answer was too much. Love had once been two people, a man and wife working within the Department of Mysteries. So, right there, they weren't of the soundest mind to begin with. Then they decided to merge in an attempt to recreate the Greek ideal of the hermaphroditic first people, to become soul, mates joined in flesh. It worked, and now they were something beyond human. Body, mind, and soul united. Virtues and vices of both man and woman made in perfect unity. And then put in charge of the DOM section involved with magic about love potions, marriage, orgies, and all things erotic. And there was power in these things beyond most people's comprehension. Power that was dangerous and destructive to humanity for eons before Aphrodite's invention of marriage to tame both men and women's desires and turn these things from the soul-devouring, destructive force that led entire civilizations down a rabbit hole, chasing the ever greater high until utter destruction in the form of apocalyptic blood orgies into something constructive, beautiful, and loving, into marriage and family. And this being before him had torn that contract of ancient gods in twain and unleashed the powers long lost to humanity in ways even the most disgusting reprobates like Crowley or John Money failed to do. But thankfully did it in secret and kept it behind closed doors, instead of parading it down Main Street like a pride parade. He also knew that neither were particularly devout to the other, and both found him particularly attractive and sought him as a replacement to their latest lover on more than one occasion. The universe hated Harry, truly. Hopefully, in this universe, he could more effectively disincentive their interest in him. Only that we do not get along, and, though they are more dangerous and capable of destroying me, I would prefer to contend with mind and death than you. Harry spat the last word with as much vitriol as he could. I suppose that explains where you gained the power of time travel, said Father Time as he entered through the stone passage door. You will someday work with us? With yes, but not as one of your number. Harry answered honestly before he retreated to his desk and sat down with a pained groan. So, which mistake was it that finally alerted you guys to my status as a time traveler? Knowing that this conversation was going to be a long one, and that he had no further classes that day, he retrieved his prescribed pain relief potion and downed it. Your wand, said Father Time. You surrendered it after being arrested, and detectors indicated it belonged to one Albus Dumbledore, who confirmed he was in possession of a younger time twin to said wand. It took all of Harry's self-control to not bang his head on his desk. Of all the cockamamie bullshit he couldn't foresee, Albus actually registered the Elder Wand with the British Ministry of Magic, which meant that Albus now knew, or believed, he was displaced in time in some manner. Probably thought he was a time traveler from the future and was faking his divination skills, which wasn't completely untrue. Do you know why we are here? Father Time asked. To hopefully intimidate me into thinking you have any law enforcement powers or ability to coerce me into complying with you and revealing my true knowledge, abilities, and origin. He answered with a chuckle. The painstaking sighs they answered with told him they had already failed in their mission. They were not law enforcement and could not coerce, threaten, or in other ways compel him to comply with anything they wanted. They were researchers, scientists, not some elite crew of black ops operatives eliminating those touched by powers beyond human imagination, let alone understanding. Which Harry was for the record, though not due to any fault of his own. But they liked to try and pretend or hope to give people the impression that they had such authority. Today, they had failed in that attempt. And you have no intention of sharing with us information pertinent to our roles in the Department of Mysteries? Particularly me? Father, Time asked. Harry glanced at the ancient man, considered the assumptions he must have been working under or questions plaguing his mind. Did he think Harry had come back through his own actions or actions of his department? That he would one day pull the wool over his own eyes or steal from the time department in order to make the trip? It was wrong to leave the man with such painful assumptions and questions. Harry knew. But he also knew these were amoral assholes who didn't care if the universe was ripped apart and made as dust by their latest experiment except for an academic curiosity. It took a special type of sociopath to survive in the Department of Mysteries. So, Fuck em. You can let your cells out the same way you got in. Harry dismissed them as he leaned back into his chair and felt the effects of the potion take hold. He was ready for a long, drug-induced coma. Very well, Mr. Potter. We will keep in touch. Love told him ominously. They both made a grand show of fading out of reality, according to magic at least, and disappearing from Hogwarts in a form of teleportation few could imitate. I'm not impressed, Harry yelled into the void. I can do that too. It was true. It was just so incredibly uncomfortable that after death had brought him along in by side along that first time, he never wanted to do it again, and doing it improperly would lead to much worse than splinching. But for now, he breathed a sigh of relief as the full body ache he had been ignoring for over an hour became lessened and sleep nearly took him. He would worry about this nonsense later. He already had a week's worth of meditating to do on recent going-ons. What was one more catastrophic series of events to consider? Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 25. Lead up to the full moon. Chapter 25. Lead up to the full moon. The rest of Harry's week went similarly to his Monday, though with each day having increasingly less pain associated with it. Having 2 classes per day instead of the usual 4 had its benefits, and having that class in the morning meant he only had to suffer a few hours without his painkillers before downing his prescription potions, and yet he abstained a bit more than that in favor of making himself busy. This was partly because he felt guilty for having such a light workload, made even lighter by his policy of not assigning homework for the sake of assigning homework. Tuesday afternoon, he visited each common room, using the faculty password that worked for all of them, and posted flyers asking for volunteers to work at his nonprofit. It had the obvious rules that any volunteers must be of age and that they would receive extra credit for it, though he left out which classes as he hadn't discussed the topic with his co-workers yet, and hands-on experience as a medi, wizard caring for werewolves. That afternoon at lunch, Snape beat him to the punch. I amended your flyer in the dungeons to include an extra credit in potions, he informed Harry. Lily informed me that she would demonstrate the preparation, creation, and administration of the Wolfsbane potion to all volunteers. He'd have to make sure to amend the other flyers with such when the opportunity arose. What's this about extra credit? Remus asked. I'm inviting of-age students to volunteer on the full moon this Friday to get hands-on training on how to care for werewolves, Harry explained, and I'm bribing them with extra credit. Well, you can add defense against the dark arts to that. So that's 2 whole extra credits to sweeten the deal, Remus instructed. Good man. And so, after lunch, Harry again visited each common room and amended the flyers appropriately, before retreating to his office, putting up a sign declaring study hall canceled and downing his potion. He was hoping that if he timed it right, the last dregs of the potion's effects would last until just before his Wednesday morning. Turn out, he had timed it perfectly. His class with the 4th year started just as his pain started to return, but with enough leftover dulling from the potion to keep him chipper and energetic for the whole thing. After class let out, and it had completely worn off, he was feeling significantly recovered. Enough so that he felt confident in his ability to reopen study hall that evening, only to then be invited to Remus's afternoon class. Who was he to deny the man? It turned out Remus had decided to focus his lessons that week on werewolves, and not just on identifying or defending against them. He was giving lectures on life as a werewolf. Not so much the woe is me, some people don't like me because of it, but more of the biological realities, how he mixed prescription medicine and potions, along with what precautions he took to protect others. The rest of the class was on the precautions any student of defense against the dark arts ought to take to protect themselves and avoid confrontations with werewolves. Most techniques amounted to sensory overload. An overpowered Lumos Solemn, or a handy stink bomb spell Remus demonstrated to the class, and that Harry couldn't believe he hadn't learned before. Harry sat in on one, expecting it to be an enlightening and heartfelt lecture. He came out feeling more like a teen who had just sat in on the STD portion of Wex Ed class with how clinical Remus described every last detail of life as a werewolf. Meanwhile, the applications for asylum just kept flooding in now that Fred, George, and Xenophilius were advertising it. He spent most of his afternoons for that week reading and responding to these letters. He didn't receive more requests than his facilities could handle, but he did receive more than he was eager to handle for the first trial one. As such, his response to each amounted to only come if you absolutely must, if you have exactly zero other options. There are limited beds, and we want to make sure those most in need get them. Still, none of this was bad news. Hell, he even got around to asking Dumbledore if he could borrow the man's pensive for his classes next week, and the man just said yes. No questions about why he needed it. The man didn't even meet his eyes. It was a strange encounter to be sure, and it wasn't until Harry got back to his classroom for his study hall that he realized why Albus was acting like a kicked puppy. He knew about Harry's identity as a time traveler, and by extension, knew how Harry had slightly cheated in order to get this job. Although from the assumption going around that he was from their future, the cheating Dumbledore suspected was far greater than what Harry actually committed. But he preferred to keep up the charade for now. Still, he wished Albus would act angry, not so disappointed. If the man was faking disappointment to twist the knife into Harry, it was rather cruel, but it was effective. The day of the full moon finally arrived, and he decided to start his Friday with a walk around the grounds. He had finished the last of his prescription pain killer the night before, and his arm had healed enough that he no longer needed a sling for it. Couldn't go getting into boxing matches with it anytime soon, and he was still favoring it, but as far as his appearance went, he was good as new. Unfortunately, his morning plans were put on the back burner when he encountered a strange pair on his way down the 4th floor. "Sir Nicholas? Baron?" Harry said in surprise. "Good morning to you as well, Professor Morgan." The bloody Baron greeted with a bow, as nearly headless Nick tipped his head. "I'm surprised to see you two together, considering the animosity between your houses." Harry barreled forward. "Such animosity is a very new phenomena, especially to us," said Nick. "Gryffindors and Slytherins have been on the best of terms since Hogwarts' founding until just a century ago, with a few periods of rivalry brought on by the politics of the wider world. But that is true for each house." Harry nodded, the Sorting Hat song still fresh in his mind. "But on this morning we are companions in work, off to teach a new generation together," the Bloody Baron explained. "Would you care to join us?" His curiosity sufficiently piqued. Harry agreed readily and followed the two ghosts down to the entrance hall and through the front doors. They lead him all the way to an area of the Forbidden Forest near Hagrid's hut, where Harry had once learned about hippogriffs and Draco once learned what happens when you insult a hippogriff. A large area of woods with newer trees, overgrowing stone walls, and strategically placed boulders, and just a few rocky stables long in disuse. Today it was filled to the brim with students dressed in house-colored armors like that worn for Quidditch. They were chatting amicably. Spread out on bleachers and benches were training weapons. Spears, sabers, and even justs, each with dulled points and edges. "Oh hey, the cripple's got his arm back," Ron called from where he sat loitering. "All the better for smacking students around with practice claymores." Harry joked back, "But on a serious note, I'm not sure what's going on here." It was then that a rather disheveled Madame Hooch arrived, or more likely returned, with a large basket of throwing axes and javelins. "Oh great, you're here. Gaze upon this hellish landscape and see the fruit of your labors," she said sardonically. "Now I have a good dozen new clubs to form and oversee. Fencing, knife and axe throwing, polearm, long sword, sword and shield, jousting, rowing, sailing, javelin, and what am I forgetting? Horseback riding and falconry?" Lavender Brown offered helpfully. Harry did the math in his head, and the 60 or so students weren't enough to form 5-member groups for each club. Must be a whole lot of overlap of members. So far it looked like inter-house unity was well on its way. "The Headless Hunt will be here shortly for the horseback riding and jousting," Sir Nicholas told Hooch. I can teach longsword, and the good Baron is an excellent fencer. Good. Now, if only we could find people to help with the rest of these. I'm guessing today is going to be a massive safety lesson and organizational meetup? Harry asked rhetorically. Indeed, it was. And Harry sat there diligently as Hooch and the ghosts drilled each and every student on safety protocols and forced them to individually demonstrate the proper technique they had themselves just demonstrated for them. Soon enough, house elves were delivering breakfast and informing them that it was time for them all to make their way to class. And so they all scrambled. Oh, and you can probably grab the ninja ghost for the knife and axe-throwing club. Harry said, "There's a ninja ghost?" Blaze asked, "I've never seen a ninja ghost. Just goes to show he's good at his job. Go find him so he can help out," Harry ordered. As the last of the children left, Nick leaned to whisper to the leader of the Headless Hunt. "Am I going crazy? Is there actually a ninja ghost?" he asked. "No." The Baron answered with an unamused look at Harry for his prank. "No, there is not. His Friday class went exactly the same as every other class that week, and as soon as it let out, he dismissed the students and put up a Do Not Disturb sign, along with a notice that study hall was once again canceled. With that job out of the way and a few hours to burn before he had to make his way to the Shrieking Shack, he decided to tackle an issue that had been on his mind all week. Himself, with painkillers coursing through his veins and the mental impairment that brought, he dared not meditate on recent going-ons until now. But now he had the time and the mental faculties to tackle the demon that had haunted him. The demon he had come to call Gilly Dhu. He had first reared his ugly head a week ago, after meeting his parents and the extended Marauder family, whole and happy. At the time, he had thought it was his own confusion and unconquered feelings that lead to his uncontrollable burst of power that night. He knew better no. Those 4 would-be assassins were nothing. He seriously could not comprehend how he let that situation get so out of control, unless he wasn't in control of himself. And with hindsight, he realized he wasn't. Their emotions, their magic, it filled the space around them and came to life, as it always does. And his extrasensory abilities? They picked up on them and filled his very being with the sum of their parts, compounding his own adrenaline high and creating a devastating feedback loop that turned his mind to mush and his body into a tool of the magic around him. All this time, he thought this ability was giving him power and insight over the world around him. But was it possible that it came with drawbacks? Was it possible that he, a human of a measly 28 years, was not as knowledgeable, wise, or willful as the entirety of the universe? Yes. Yes, it was. Not only was it likely, it was guaranteed. When stuck in a room with 5 individuals with confusion and other emotions he couldn't quite place, as great or greater than his own, it took all of his self-control to contain it and maintain a professional veneer until he could get away and release it unto the poor, unsuspecting wilderness. He had been toying with powers he didn't understand. This ability he thought was merely an extrasensory ability was so much more. In his comfortability, in using it, he forgot the most fundamental principle behind it. Magic is alive. Magic is sentient. Magic is greater than he could ever hope to comprehend in 10 million lifetimes. And he had presumed to be master over it for all these years? How thick can you get? Now he was off to a place where not only the loved ones he had lost would be the first people to reveal this massive hole in his understanding of the world, but several dozen fully transformed werewolves and volunteer students. He couldn't afford to let this power control him. He couldn't afford to allow any emotions, whether they belonged to him or others, to interfere with his judgment or worse, cause harm to others. He clamped down on his senses. The field of his own magic that radiated around him, pulling all of the world into himself, making every brick, pebble, or dust particle as unto his own flesh. Emotions, memories, and the magic of spells long past faded from his being, from his vicinity, and he became man again. For limbs, a torso, and a head that was at times far too empty for his own good. It felt wrong, like losing sight, hearing and touch all at once, and planning to function like normal. But he could do it. He would do it until he came to a better understanding of his, and possibly humanity's, relationship with the great magic that connected them all. He couldn't afford to use it as he had been. He had his limbs. He had his mind. He had his wand. For now, they would have to do. Harry made a beeline for the front gates where a posse of 14 students stood waiting. All 6th and 7th years. Hermione, Neville, Ron, Draco, Daphne, Susan, Crabbe, and Goyle made up his former year-mate volunteers. The 5 7th years were Kenneth Towler, then there was Marcus Belby, Eddie Carmichael, and Cho Chang. Finally, there was Miles Bletchley, whom Harry knew was held back 1 year and was technically an 8th year, but only because he hadn't quite scored high enough in charms and potions to get into medical school. The young man had taken the rare opportunity of having an 8th year to work on a couple extra newts too while he was at it, including Harry's own class. A good mix of a group here. Mostly inquisitive people genuinely interested in the experience. He knew for Cho, Miles, and Daphne in particular it was for a future in medicine. But for Crabbe, Goyle, and Ron it really was just to get the 3 extra credits to round out their grades. That, and moral support for their friends. Welcome everybody, Harry greeted. Now if you will all follow me, I will lead you to Hogsmeade and from there to the recently renovated Shrieking Shack where my colleagues will be waiting for us. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 26. A Successful Grand Opening Part 1. Chapter 26. A Successful Grand Opening Part 1. They crossed paths with Remus on the way towards the Shrieking Shack, who coincidentally bumped into their group at a cross in the side paths between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. There were many deer trails, paved paths, and fenced areas leading to Hogsmeade from Hogwarts, and in the mountains around. Hogwarts in general, with some brushing against the edge of the Forbidden Forest, but considered safe woodlands all the same. Along these trails could be found many dilapidated ruins of chapels, lookout towers, or foundations for long-forgotten buildings, lost even to the records in the library. If only weekends were 5 days long, then students could have a chance to properly explore these areas. Of all the sports clubs to spring up this last week, Harry couldn't understand how mountain or dirt biking didn't make the list. Oliver used to take the team jogging through these woods all the time when another team had the pitch reserved, and despite many of them being tough treks, it was always beautiful and rewarding. But anyways, their group opted for the quickest footpath towards the Shrieking Shack after Harry recommended it, as being faster than taking a carriage to the town. That course would then have them walk through the entirety of Hogsmeade to their destination. Remus must have had similar plans, but coming from the opposite end of the castle, he must have taken a less used and more dangerous deer trail through the Forbidden Forest. He was a big boy. He could take care of himself. Watch out everyone, Malgrim is on that time of the month. Big Bad Wolf might turn on us. Crabbe cracked at Remus. He took it in stride. Full moon shouldn't rise for a few more hours. We're safe. Also, why Malgrim? I think I'm better compared to Akella. Yeah, Akella was awesome. Goyle said. Exactly. Akella's cool. And Lupin isn't. Draco smirked. Professor Lupin. Hermione corrected. Right? Him. Said Draco in a manner as if the man wasn't standing right beside him. Hermione rolled her eyes at the antics before stomping off in the direction they'd been heading before the reunion. The rest followed. Will Severus be joining us to observe Lily's lesson? Harry asked Remus in a hushed tone. Hushed conversations were a reflexive habit of teachers when speaking to each other when near students, even when discussing perfectly non-nefarious things. It was amazing how a lot of the behavior of his own teachers, from Snape to Fake Moody, had seemed suspicious at the time were completely innocent in hindsight specifically, because they were speaking in hushed tones. Needlessly, no lessons learned. Oh no! That man turns into mush around her, like a cat afraid of its own shadow. He'd rather not spend the night walking on eggshells in front of students. He knows that she knows what she's doing. Remus explained. Seems there was a lot more history between the bat and his mother in this timeline. It made sense. They would have known each other for an additional, 16 years. That was twice as long as his. World Snape had known his world's Lily. On top of the 8, they had been close friends. There was so much he didn't know about this world. It still felt like he was just winging it, but his strategy of treating the societal and spiritual damage of the war and play by ear from there was bearing fruit, and tonight was a harvest. Oh wow, you can see all the way down to the ravine from here. Cho gasped when they reached the top of one particularly tall and rocky hill. Indeed, you could see all the way down to the far side of Hogsmeade where the Hogwarts Express passed through a ravine before docking. The tracks were built right along the floor, and the sound of the engine and wheels echoing off the stone walls was the last warning call for students to change into their school robes. The Shrieking Shack, on the other hand, was right at the bottom of this hill. Every window bled white light onto the grassy lawns where jars of bluebell flames lit up the entire outside of the house against the rapidly darkening sky. Harry looked at Hermione suspiciously, wondering if she had something to do with the choice of decorations. He distinctly recalled Sirius writing to request Ariana, who was apparently his girlfriend, be allowed to do that. Hermione noticed the look and blinked in apparent confusion at his staring, but Harry waved it off. They trekked down the hill, past the clearing with the boulder he had wept on in his 3rd year after hearing the conversation between Fudge, Rosmerta, and Minerva, and out onto the road leading to Hogsmeade. They stopped at the freshly painted and bluebell-lit gate before ringing the little bronze bell placed there. This used to be one of my favorite spells, Hermione noted aloud as she finally got a good look at the jar. The gate opened, and they all walked up the small stone path to the front door, and with a turn of the handle they reached their destination. Welcome to Professor Morgan's Werewolf Sanctuary. We'll be with you in a moment. Ariana Fig greeted from behind the welcome desk. They weren't the first in line, and the pair in front of them were a surprise, but a welcome one. Draco tried not to boggle, but boggle he did. Holy crap, that's Victor Crumb, former Quidditch star turned dueling champion. Was the man a werewolf? It seemed unlikely, and something he would surely prefer to keep a secret, so showing up to such a high-profile nonprofit seemed potentially counterproductive. My friend Poliakoff wishes to be interred for the evening, Victor said to Professor Morgan as he approached, indicating the thin man beside him. Morgan surveyed the older teen, then nodded at the condition of his health. I believe he does need it. Please come inside. Both of you. Mrs. Potter will be teaching my class how to brew the Wolfsbane potion shortly. Morgan explained. But before that, they will be shown how to administer the batch we already created for all of you. Come in. Come in. Professor Morgan led them inside past where Romulus was manning the counter with a mousy-haired woman. He was checking in a pair of middle-aged ladies. They looked to be identical twins and were identically destitute in appearance, though one bore the telltale premature graying and scars of leakinism, whereas the other did not. Oh, hey, old man. Working hard or hardly working? Romulus greeted Professor Lupin. As soon as his voice reached them, Draco noted a straightening in Hermione's spine. It was adorable how she tried to hide her pleasure at her boyfriend being here. Almost as adorable as her delusion that he and Susan were unaware of her sneaking about the castle grounds during the full moons with the safe werewolf. Crumb suddenly took notice of the woman beside Romulus. Avia Nafig. He attempted to pronounce her name. I have sat in on some of your duels in the English circuit. You fight well. She smiled and curtsied slightly in humility. I wish I could say the same, Mr. Crumb, but I haven't had the chance to go see the new sword-aided dueling circuits. It does sound fascinating. It suddenly occurred to Draco that Victor Crumb was a wealthy man and could easily provide for his own friends and family during the full moon. It further occurred to him that the man who, very publicly, ran this shindig was dating, not as publicly, but famously, dating a spell-slinging demon of an aunt. So, this was an information-gathering outing for the athlete? It was amazing how he gave away his attempts at scouting his competitors so quickly. Then again, he had probably been unaware of Fig's presence here today. What about you, Romulus? Chong interrupted his thought. Are we going to have to babysit you tonight? Nah, I have a weird mutation of leakinism. I could barely transform, and I'm not contagious. Keep most of my mind, too, Romulus said. What little there is of it to keep. Weasley joked with his friend. Throughout this banter, Draco kept a close eye on Hermione, who he noted was ogling her dapperly dressed boyfriend. He leaned over to her, so as not to be heard, and whispered, "You know, if you undress him much harder with your eyes, his clothes might actually spontaneously combust." The sour lemon look of her face at that comment would make Professor McGonagall jealous. "Quiet you. Shoo! Shoo!" She waved him away with both hands dismissively. He had to stifle a chuckle as the group was led through a pair of doors to a large sitting room where 12 werewolves were already waiting. With Professor Lupin, his son, and the twin, they had 15 werewolves in total. Professor Morgan had all of the guests sit down and organized the volunteers near a lidded cauldron that smelled strongly of coriander and petrichor. It was there that Professor Lupin took over. "While we wait for Professor Gray, let me walk you through other measures of containing a transformed werewolf during the full moon. In particular, the safe ones that do not harm the werewolf in question." His lecture began. The most effective are silver collars and wristbands. He produced the silver objects in question. They clinked together like the chains that would usually come attached with them. Usually, a werewolf would put these on and then shackle themselves to a wall or stake as an extra precaution if wolfsbane isn't available. Lupin explained, "However, with just these and the wolfsbane, most of us tonight will be incapable of getting up from our beds, not even to pee." Daphne raised her hand. "Yes, Miss Greengrass? I thought silver was dangerous to werewolves. Are you sure these shackles are safe to put on bearskin?" She asked. "No more than they would be to us. Chaffing is always a possibility and a likelihood without wolfsbane, and can be pretty bad." Lupin paused. "Actually, we really should add some rubber padding to the inside of these." Professor Morgan took the box of bracelets and collars, which were honestly just silver shackles minus the chains, and got to work windlessly conjuring corkwood padding along the interior of each. Such a show-off. No wonder Annabella adored him so. Lupin continued to answer Daphne's question. "Silver itself doesn't harm nor repel a werewolf. However, an injury obtained with a silvered weapon or while wearing silvered shackles will heal at a normal rate instead of the accelerated rate werewolves are known for." He explained, "Silver jewelry also dampens our strength, senses, and aggression significantly." Gregory raised a hesitant hand. "Yes, Mr. Goyle? Is that why fire is recommended for defending yourself against a werewolf attack if silver is unavailable?" he asked. "Because it cauterizes any wounds it causes and can't heal?" "That's exactly right." 5 points to Slytherin. Vincent gave him a high five down low, and Draco added a thump on the shoulder for their friend. Greg's OWL report card had been a wake-up call to him this last summer. What his father's belt and his mother's nagging could never achieve in 5 years, the epiphany of wanting more out of life than sycophantism and disappointment in his own performance had achieved in seconds. Draco had been there when it happened, the moment a fire lit in his friend's chest. Since then, his nose had been in the books as he reabsorbed every school book they'd had up until this year, like a man possessed. An intensive years 1 through 5 refresher. It was scary, and he did his best to keep news of it from Susan or, shudder, Hermione. Could you imagine how hideous the babies would be? If it isn't Professor Gray. Harry announced the arrival of the fossil. Emma limped into the room on her cane and 2 jittery legs. Her ever-present smile, more likely just the way her wrinkles were set more than any deliberate expression, warmed the room. "I apologize for the tardiness," she greeted. "I'm not the fastest walker, and my osteopath insists foot travel is off limits to me on account of my tendency to go sledding through living rooms like a skipping stone, unless it's prepared ahead of time for a very soft landing like my office floor has." Now, there was an issue Harry could relate to, minus the post-menopausal bone density issues. He wondered internally if she was a former prodigy on a broom too. Everybody he'd ever met who had trouble with flu or port keys was a prodigy at either flying or apparition. Harry was the former, but anybody with an inborn talent for either gets it at the cost of being forever inconvenienced by all forms of faster-than-light travel. Space, the unspeakable heading the space room, had shown him the studies proving just that. He was a terrifying man who had so mastered teleportation that he could reappear in a different orientation, such as upside down or feet to the wall, maintain momentum between jumps, and even apparate people he touched without joining them for the trip. He was also the inventor of that little trick Unspeakable used to exit reality and reappear in places as a substitute for apparition. Fortunately, in order to use it, they needed to tap into Space's Omni Key, a portkey-like device contained and maintained within the DOM. Mind-boggling levels of genius there. But as a result, the one time he had fled to Grimmauld for Christmas had left the house half demolished. He was not invited to future Christmas parties. Great guy all around, though. A rarity amongst unspeakables. He loved peanut brittle, and that covered everything Harry knew of the man. Now, before we give the Wolfsbane potion to our patients, it is vital that they eat a high-calorie, high-carbohydrate meal. Emma began her lecture. The transformation is energy-intensive, and alone is the reason why you've never seen a werewolf without a six-pack despite their otherwise feebleness. No body fat to speak of. She had unpacked a whole host of whole-grain confectionaries, loaded with nuts and seeds, whole wheat croissants, and good old-fashioned oatmeal that had more almond butter in it than oats. Everyone dug in. Madam Gray, I do believe information about my physique gleaned during our yearly examinations is covered by our patient care confidentiality. Remus chortled between bites. Pish-posh, let's ask our new quests. She jabbed before turning to the dozen or so werewolves seeking shelter for that night. Who among you has even a single percentage body fat on you? A series of shaking heads, some of them saddened. Hey, some people don't like being bone thin, which yet again, Harry could relate to, but they were all too busy enjoying the pastries to answer aloud. Soon enough, everybody had their fill, and Emma removed the lid to her cauldron. The smell of coriander and freshly fallen rain wafted into the room, and James took that as his cue to bring in a tray of silver goblets, necessary for the potion. The potion only works to allow the imbiber to retain their mind by itself, and to make it so thereby it is not infectious, but when drunken from a silver goblet, also tempers the wild impulses and instincts of the beast. Emma explained, a werewolf without wolfsbane is like unto a rampaging bear with rabies. With wolfsbane is like a tamed bear who is caught up on all of his shots, and able to fight its nature, though is still a bear, and should be treated with similar caution to a wild one. When drunken from a silver goblet, their transformation is more akin to an addict in drug withdrawal. Nearly catatonic and completely safe. But safety measures should still be observed all the same. It was a good comparison. Even with the potion, it is a battle to maintain control, but at least you were able to fight for it. Administered properly and with the bracelets or collars, and it's like restraining a tranquilized bear. Nobody here will be a danger to others. But for the patients, it will be a night of staring at their darker halves, terrified that they could wake up at any moment and tear them to shreds. Sometimes reality liked to remind Harry that he didn't have it that bad, despite all of his troubles. Using a measuring cup, fill the goblets to exactly 1 cup. Emma instructed, passing the glass measuring implement to each student, in turn as they filled a goblet apiece and stood apart. With that done, you instruct the patient to drink the goblet in its entirety. She then demonstrated, bringing forth a young man with unhealthily dark bags under his bloodshot eyes. The possibility of murdering your loved ones against your will in a few nights isn't great for sound sleep, and had him drink the goblet. Once they have, you refill the goblet with water and have them drink it to make sure they get every last drop of the potion. She explained before having the young man do exactly that. You do this twice and offer a cup of mouthwash. Her patient drank 2 refills of water and declined the mouthwash. Many people believed, wrongly, that rinsing the mouth after consuming wolfsbane would counteract the impotency of their bite that it provided, and also it was a rather tasty potion with a pleasant aftertaste. From there, each student took their turn repeating this process with a patient apiece. Emma made certain to keep the female patients with the female students and male patients with the male students, and it all worked out fairly well. With that done, Emma demonstrated how to properly escort their patients to a bed and teach them a few sign language motions to ask for water, the toilet, or to indicate pain, in case they need help during their night of being transformed. With everybody put to bed and the full moon less than 30 minutes away, Emma led the group into the large entrance hall. There Lily sat, cross-legged, in front of a churning cauldron and a dozen cushions surrounding it. "Come in, everyone. It's time to earn your extra credit in potions," she instructed. "Are we to call you Professor again?" Draco asked. "As much as I enjoy my godfather's classes, it really isn't the same without you, ma'am." Harry raised an eyebrow at the blonde, but Lily answered with a genuine smile. "Thank you, Draco. Ma'am will do for the evening. Please sit." "See." She patted one of the cushions closest to her. Harry joined James in the corner as the students took their places in a circle around the cauldron, trying his hardest not to stare at him or his mother. Draco and Hermione took to Lily's left and right spots, with the older students like Daphne, Miles, and Cho in the closest circle of cushions to the cauldron. For a few minutes, they watched silently as Lily prepared the ingredients, narrating what the ingredients were and what she was doing to prepare them. When Harry was certain the class was fully engrossed in the lesson, he spoke to James. "Hey, old man, where are Padfoot and Wormtail?" Harry asked, repeating Romulus' familiar term for Remus earlier. "Patrolling," he whispered back. "Padfoot and Ariana are doing laps outside, and Wormtail is hiding in the quarters, eavesdropping." He explained, "We have to make sure none of our guests are planning any ruckus." It made a good deal of sense. There were many people who had reasons to interfere with the day's going-ons. "I'll go check up on them. Can you also do a sweep of the rest of the rooms while I'm out?" Harry asked. "Of course, son." James smiled at him before clasping him on the shoulder. "And I'll make sure to escort our non-werewolf guests to the waiting room." Harry nodded and nervously made for the front door, keeping a tight hold on both his occlumency, facial muscles, and refusal to tap into the ambient magic to feel what James felt just then. He exited the house and let go as soon as the door closed. A sensation that enveloped him could best be compared to lowering yourself into a hot tub after a long day of hard labor. He'd spoken to his dad, and he had called him son. That little gesture, that hand on the shoulder, would fuel his Patronus charm for months to come. It probably didn't mean much, if anything, to James, but it meant the world to Harry. He'd have to rewatch that moment in Dumbledore's pensive before classes start next week. Take in every feature of his dad's expression, every millimeter of his crow's feet and graying hairs. By the end of the night, he'd also have to commit the man's smell to memory, just as he had done with Pandora, so his Luna could experience it best in a pensive when if he ever returned to his own timeline. He was becoming increasingly comfortable with the notion that he may never return. In many ways, this timeline was preferable, but it wasn't his home. If it were to become his home, he would have to open up and share his true secret with everyone, or at least everyone who mattered. But it wasn't safe to do so yet. Until then, he would continue with this half-life. It wasn't a particularly bad life. He took a deep breath, preparing himself for a potential one-on-one chat with Sirius, and later his mother, and began a route around the Shrieking Shack. It didn't take long to find the couple. The two were checking the ward stones near the front gate to make certain it hadn't been tampered with. At least they weren't sneaking away to play patty cake. This was Sirius Black and a woman who could apparently tolerate him. After all, any expectations of professionalism were optimistic at best. "Everything copacetic out here?" Harry asked as he approached, so as not to startle them. "No signs of tampering, and we already did a lap," Ariana answered. "Also, now isn't the best time, but when are you free for a rematch? This time without the tactic I promised to keep secret." Harry smiled at the curious glance Sirius gave his woman from where he was kneeling. "I expect to be exceptionally busy for the foreseeable future," Harry said honestly, "but if you ever want to arrange a dueling lesson for the students with Albus, I can be your opponent. Wands only and tournament rules. Are you more of a heap rules girl, a snowball rules girl, or a classical rules girl?" "Oh, I'm pants at conjuration and transfiguration," she admitted. "Classical rules, please." Classical rules meant jinxes, curses, and charms only, and was what most people imagined when thinking of dueling. It required exceptional aim, athletics, reflecting, dodging, and focus. Snowball rules allowed unlimited conjuration and transfiguration in addition to the above. Where the catwalk gets filled up over time, and the material with which to transfigure grows, snowballing into larger and larger feats of magic. It required immense creativity, strategy, and power. Heap rules is the same, but all material outside of the opponent's dueling circle is out of play and thrown aside into the heap. It's the best of both worlds, requiring all of the skills of classical and snowball rules. If it's during the school week, I'm yours, just not on weekends or Friday evenings. Harry accepted. And Padfoot, did you smell anything suspicious during your route? Haven't gotten to sniffing around yet. Sirius told him before standing up and stretching. Was gonna do that next. Not much wind tonight to carry any sense, but it's always best to use all senses available. Harry nodded. Once you finish with that, I need you and Prongs in the barracks with our patients. You two and Wormtail are in charge of watching over and restraining them if necessary. Harry instructed. The reason Animagi are so compatible with werewolves isn't just because werewolves are less likely to attack them, but because they are immune to the bite, so long as they are bitten while transformed. The disease only affects humans. It's just best to clean the wound thoroughly before transforming back. Harry left the couple and did a round along the perimeter as well. He slacked his grip on his connection, the fork, magical ambience as he did so. Only enough to feel for a dozen meters beyond the perimeter. Finding nothing but the flora and wildlife one would expect, Harry returned to the Shrieking Shack in time to see Lily finish her lesson. The next full moon will be Saturday, October 26th. Lily informed her class. And a Hogsmeade weekend. If you would like to avail yourselves of the opportunity, you may come Saturday afternoon to brew a wolfsbane potion of your own. The entire entourage signed up for that while they were here, and led to the waiting room where the friends and family of their patients were waiting. It was going to be a long, sleepless night for everybody. But at least there would be no shortage of conversation to help it pass. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 27. A Successful Grand Opening Part 2. Chapter 27. A Successful Grand Opening Part 2. The next morning arrived as a cloudless day and brought with it an entire Shrieking Shack full of sleeping or half-unconscious students. One by one, they had dropped like flies throughout the night. The fascinating conversations interrupted by the occasional care of their guests failing to provide the mental fortitude to keep them awake. This was exacerbated by the fact that, for insurance reasons, they couldn't allow the students to actually enter the room where the werewolves were sheltered. Instead, they had to crowd around the doorway and watch as either Gray or Lily tended to their patients while the other narrated what they were doing. The only interesting thing to have happened overnight was when Romulus, fully transformed, walked around the house to get a glass of water or a snack from the kitchen. It was eerie seeing a werewolf talk in full sentences, made even stranger by the fact his appearance more resembles 1941's Wolfman than an actual werewolf. It almost looked like intentionally bad makeup. What kind of mutation was that? And did it involve a Jumanji board? We really ought to wake them. Lily interrupted their silent watching of the students. Harry checked his watch, and, indeed, it was the scheduled time to return them to the castle for a weekend of homework and rest. Is there really a point? They're just going to crash in their dormitories as soon as they get back. Sirius argued. Which will be better for them? Harry decided. Let's get them out quietly so as not to wake the patients. They need all the rest and recuperation they can get. They each lightly shook a student awake, or as close to it as they could get in their current state, and walked them to the fireplace. Harry had to manually start it. The connection was severed during working hours for obvious security reasons. But once the connection was made, Gray went through to her personal quarters to receive them. Not trusting the students to be particularly eloquent, Harry threw fistfuls of flu powder in after each of them and enunciated Hogwarts, Professor Gray quarters so they wouldn't have to. With Hermione being the last to leave, Harry was left with the company of his volunteers and quests. The quiet snoozing of untransformed werewolves in the next room, competing with the birds for most irksome sounds after pulling an all-nighter. "Does anybody want some coffee?" Ariana Fig offered, entering the room with a fresh pot. "Do I look like a flag-waving American to you?" "No, I do not want coffee. I want tea. Strong tea, and a lot of it," Harry answered. He got a few eye rolls from that, but aside from Lily and Ariana, everyone agreed to tea. Bit of a Wex war going on there on the coffee versus tea preference. Hopefully, it remained a Cold War for the time being. When wars are fought over tea, British soldiers tend to get humiliated, and Harry had too much natural pride to see that happen in his lifetime. As much as Draco, his original Draco, would enjoy seeing it. "So, how long until the day shift arrives?" asked Sirius as Harry handed him a hot mug. "Or do you expect us to pull a 48-hour shift?" Peter asked. "We are only volunteers, after all, so you shouldn't work us too hard." Harry smiled at the good humor. "They should be arriving by Flu soon. Then I have a meeting with Schmickliuk IV to discuss Gringotts' satisfaction with the grand opening." Harry explained. "If they are, I can go looking for plots to start my farm." "Farm? What does farming have to do with this non-profit of yours?" James asked. "Aconite, moonwort, and myrrh." Harry explained simply. "Yeah." They all exclaimed in understanding. They settled into the quiet morning. All of them were far too sleepy to continue on with small talk, so they enjoyed their breakfast beverages and watched the world outside of the windows and doors of the shack. Speak of the devil. Schmickelhook, the second youngest, was approaching the gate from Hogsmeade now. Harry waved his hand and deactivated the ward on the gate to allow him in, and he stomped up the path towards the open doorway like a soldier on a mission. "Good day, Mr. Morgan," Schmickelhook the fourth greeted. "Good day. Would you like some breakfast before we begin?" Harry offered. Schmickelhook waved him off. "No, let us get on to business, so I can get home sooner and have a real breakfast," he said. "Would you two like us to give you some privacy?" Peter offered. "Actually, I'm here to interview the rest of you." He is more biased, and you all have stellar reputations amongst goblin folk, Schmickelhook said. "Except for you, Mr. Black. Your credit score could use improving." Sirius threw his hands up in the air in exasperation. "You miss one credit card payment, and they treat you like a convicted mass murderer." Harry snorted into his tea. Fortunately, his companions all took this as him relating to Sirius' situation, and not the irony of his statement that only knowledge of his home universe Sirius made sensible. Schmickelhook ignored their shenanigans as he took a seat and withdrew a clipboard from his sack. Clicking his pen to the on position, he began his interrogation. "Were any reporters present at any time over the night?" he asked, or tried to be. They all shared confused glances at the odd question. "No, sir. Nobody approached the facilities through the evening at all," said Ariane Fig. "Isn't that right, dear?" Sirius nodded, and Schmickelhook made a note. "And was there any period of time where Hadrian Morgan was not within ear and eyeshot of at least one of you?" He continued. They all had to think on that one. "He was with us in the guest sitting room for most of the night," Emma Gray said. "And when he wasn't, he was either accompanying me or Ariana on patrols." Sirius added, "Was never more than 2 meters away from me." Ariana and Lily both nodded to confirm this. "So yeah, no reporters. I even made sure to put up beetle detection and repellent wards." Harry quipped. They all look at him strangely. He supposed he deserved his reputation as an oddball at times. "So the inside joke that only I understand. I do that pretty often, actually." Harry apologized. "You'll probably get it later. My being a seer and all, these jokes don't tend to make sense until the subject matter actually happens." "I actually knew a woman who had ironic foresight," said Schmickelhook. Everything she said in jest tended to come true. Harry nodded. "I know for a fact one of my students has such an ability. I have yet to inform him and will avoid doing so until my last day as his teacher," Harry said with a smirk. Boy, was his world's Ron unhappy when prophecy from the DOM informed him of that latent ability. But honestly, when you make offhand, far-fetched jokes like maybe that guy who got an award for services to the school murdered Moaning Myrtle, and that little joke about Voldemort hiding behind a bookshelf and flourish and blots, it was kind of obvious in hindsight. Shame Trelawney didn't notice it during their time at Hogwarts. After a certain age, it's impossible to develop the talent to its full potential, so Ron's divinatory talent withered and died. Thankfully, that cutoff age is 17, so he can secretly assign this world's Ron tasks to accidentally bring such humorous predictions out. Or you just tell him, nah, opportunities to pick on your best friend like this don't come every day. Gotta take advantage of it, you know? He hoped this Ron would lie and make up stuff for his dream journal, because Harry would pay very close attention to whatever he wrote down. And what did Hadrian contribute all night? Schmickelhook continued. Mainly comforted our non-werewolf guests and added his 2 cents for the lessons to the students. Emma supplied. He left the medicine and most of the teaching to those of us more knowledgeable on the subject of caring for werewolves. But do not underplay the value of his keeping our now sleeping guests in the next room entertained and happy. Lily nodded to confirm these claims. What can I say? I'm a people person. Harry explained, and I recruited these people because I have the utmost faith in their abilities. Schmickelhook made some more marks on his clipboard, and Harry resisted the temptation to reach out and try to read it with his extra senses. Had he really been that reliant on them for so long? An extrasensory ability that was like a combination of sight, hearing, and touch was such a useful ability that it made sense he became addicted, but this is ridiculous. That covers everything for now. With your permission, I would like to remain on the premises for the whole of the day until you discharge everyone this evening. He requested. Harry shrugged. You absolutely may, but I would like to know why. To make sure nothing untoward happens, observe how you conduct the place, and to make sure no press comes for you to pull a Jimmy Carter. Schmickelhook advised. Lily finally perked up and added her 2 cents. What did Jimmy Carter do? She asked. Publicity stunting. Harry explained. Volunteers for charities, particularly Habitat for Humanity, every year only when there was publicity to it. Made sure to always do it in front of cameras on the 1 week per year he volunteered instead of spending his millions actually doing good for humanity. Yes, I was passive-aggressively sharing our suspicions that this was all a publicity stunt for future politicking or other social games on Hadrian's part. Would you like a further crash course on the intricacies of goblinoid barbing and other conversational techniques, or may Mr. Morgan and I get on with our business? Schmickelhook demanded. Harry hid his smile up until the barbing comment, then he couldn't hold it. I would have mentioned all that, but I don't want to seem like the most pessimistic person in a room containing 2 Aurors, a potions professor, doctor with 70 years of treating horrific medical conditions, a professional fighter, and a goblin banker. Harry joked. The nervous chuckling that filled the room at that told him they definitely had every excuse to be pessimistic people because of the lives they lived and understood his actual meaning. The fireplace ignited with bright green flames, and out came a gentleman so covered in scars from third-degree burns that his only describable features were his neon blue eyes. Sirius took one look at the revolver strapped to his hip and whistled Marty Robbins. Big Iron is right, Jacob said as soon as he entered. Already friends with my attempted murderer? Are you serious? Jacob, meet everyone. Everyone, meet Jacob. He's in charge of the day shift as condition for his community service and house arrest. Harry explained. Community service? House arrest? Lily asked with a suspicious glare up and down Jacob's person. Yeah, Hadrian talked to the judge on my behalf, and she decided him immolating my ass and killing my colleagues was almost justice enough for my trying to kill him. Jacob confessed. But not trusting me, they put me on house arrest and assigned me community service. The latter to be supervised by the man who decided to take responsibility for me. Harry nodded along with every word. Wait, you're one of that quartet that Voldemort hired to assassinate him? Lily asked, seemingly not believing her ears. That's right, Jacob affirmed almost cheerfully. It wasn't anything personal, just a job. Now this is my job, and I appreciate the chance to restart my life in his service. Say it, Harry instructed. What? Say what? Jacob asked in confusion. Tell them what you are, Harry demanded. Jacob deflated, taking a deep breath and letting it out as a sigh. He told them the simple version of events. I am Hadrian's bitch. There. Are you happy? Good ground out. Eminently, Harry said with a shit-eating grin. And yes, I approved him to carry his firearm, which he is already certified to open carry, although I would prefer it if he kept sidearm concealed. Jacob looked at him like he was an idiot. I don't even keep it loaded right now. It's just for show. It's hard to find a silver 600 nitro express bullets. But when I do, and expect to work during the full moon, I'll load it. He said, well, that was one way to kill a werewolf. And he was hired to patrol the grounds as a deadly disincentive for anybody with plans to harm his patients while they're recovering and weak from the transformation. Whether they're people intent on murdering, werewolves in general, or one of those present specifically, if they come to his facility with evil in their heart, they have a bona fide murderer to contend with. He'd make sure to pull Jacob aside and instruct him to load his gun, as he clearly didn't understand his job. And you are sure you can manage this, man? Huh. Hadrian? James asked, stumbling over his name. Harry nodded. I'll be here all day, and he won't leave my sight or the sight of those who will be coming through that fireplace right now, Harry said, snapping his fingers on both hands and pointing to the fireplace. 1 second passed, then another, then whoosh. I nailed it, Harry joked. Psychic powers at work. Quipped James. You know it. The humor in the room died as the day's shift stepped through the threshold. As the second person passed through, every single marauder present drew their wands. Lily, Emma, and Ariana had the good sense to back away. Before the stunning and binding spells left James, Peter, and Sirius wands, Harry released his hold on Gilly Dhu, if only slightly. The stone floor and wooden walls turned into vines, reaching for and growing towards each other with such speed that the tendrils of stone and fiber crashed into each other with a loud symphony of cracks. The stunner, Incarcerus, and Shield Breaker, really serious? Really? Smashed against the barrier and broke it apart as quickly as it had taken Harry to construct it. In the amount of time this all took to unfold, Jacob and Schmickelhook turned on the three aggressors. Sirius found the barrel of a revolver an inch from his nose while Jacob's other hand held his wand pointed at James' heart. Schmickelhook had withdrawn a dagger from his sleeve and was holding it, tipped first against Peter's inner thigh, right on the femoral artery. I thought you said it wasn't loaded? Sirius broke the silence. I lied, Jacob snarled, drawing the hammer back with his thumb but keeping his finger off the trigger. Harry kept his focus on the barrier, regrowing it in case the Caros decided to retaliate. You guys okay over there? He called through the wall. Yeah, just taking cover behind the fireplace. Amicus called back. Keep your wands holstered. We have things under control over here. Harry called back, turning his full attention on his father, Peter, and Sirius. I will give you exactly 10 seconds to explain. Get started. And they did, talking all at once, as he should have expected. They're Death Eaters. They butchered an entire family. Peter remained silent. A knife against your thigh, and dangerously close to your testicles, will do that to a man. A small, muffled voice came from the other side of the barrier. First of all, I'm not a Death Eater, my husband is, said Alecto, and we were exonerated last week in a court of law. Thank you, ma'am. Please let me handle this, Harry called back, before turning on James and Sirius. They lowered their wands. You dare bring your idiotic war into my establishment? A place of peace and healing? Harry said, I don't care what ideology, political affiliation, or career they or you hold. Your war ends at that doorstep. He paused for effect. Actually, no, it ends at that property line. He corrected himself, pointing towards the gate with the bluebell fire jars. Not that it's any of your business, but Alecto lost her first husband to lycanthropy. His anemia couldn't handle the internal bleeding from the transformation. She has as much of a right to help others afflicted and has just as much of a beautiful motivation as you do with your relationship to Remus. And you would have me deny them that because of your ideological differences? A crowd had gathered in the doorway to the living room where they had left the friends and families of the patients, with Victor at the front. Harry sighed and undid the barrier, revealing Alecto and Amicus with their hands raised to chest level in a sign of peace. A gesture that Sirius, Peter, and James had also adopted before the barrier came down, although that likely had more to do with them being held at gun/wand point. Listen, you. He was interrupted by the fireplace igniting again depositing the last 2 volunteers for the day into the foyer. "Oh, are we interrupted something?" Narcissa greeted, surprised by the violent situation she found herself in. Andromeda came in through the flue behind her, dressed in her Medowitch clothes. She arrived with a cheery demeanor that immediately deflated into one of annoyance and boredom at the scene. For some reason, her gaze zeroed right in on her male cousin as if she knew he was solely to blame. It was a wrong assumption, but not an unfair one. "Ladies," Harry greeted the Black Sisters, before turning on the night shift to address Lily, Emma, and Ariana. "Ladies, please escort these gentlemen home, or at least away from here." He turned to said gentleman next. "As for you 3, if you are still interested in being a part of this, then we can discuss your ability to do so at a later date. For now, I need you to vacate my property, cool off, and think on what is important here." Harry dismissed them. They looked stricken and for a moment seemed ready to argue. But a look at the expression on Lily's face silenced all 3 of them. Lily took the lead in ushering them through the front door and along the path to Hogsmeade. Jacob kept his weapon drawn, though pointed at the ground, as he watched them, only returning it to the holster. When they operated away, the world paused to catch its breath, but once it did, Harry turned to the new arrivals. "Narcissa, Andromeda, I'm so glad to see you again," he said with a genuine smile. They both approached him and turned to give him a hug or chase kiss on the cheek, and the entire entourage was all smiles from there. Harry introduced Narcissa, Andromeda, Alecto, and Amicus to Schmickelhook and Jacob in turn. "Isn't this the man who tried to murder you last Saturday?" Narcissa pointed out. "And vaporized most of your arm?" Andromeda added. Harry waved their concerns away. "Please, if I restricted my social interactions to people who haven't tried to kill me, I'd be a very lonely person. Now, let's get to work," Ari suggested. He led them to the living room and repeated the process with all of the guests. Jacob excused himself outside to patrol, and Harry directed Amicus to accompany him. "They are welcome to stay and even sleep here until this evening, when our lycanthropic friends in the room next door are ready for discharge," Harry explained. "We have actual bedding in a common room upstairs, though most just slept on whatever piece of furniture they were on where they dropped." It did greatly resemble a hospital sitting room, but more comfortable. It was certainly filled with the same amount of worry as the ER. "May I see the patients?" Andromeda asked. Harry motioned to the door to the barracks and nodded at Alecto to join her. "Always in pairs. Everybody must always be in a pair." "May I watch them?" asked Schmickelhook. "Yes, but only from the doorway. Insurance, medical licensing, all that good stuff," Harry explained. "But of course," Schmickelhook said, as if aghast Harry would think he didn't already know that. Before turning back to the crowd of non-werewolf guests, Harry checked his watch. He had 14 hours left until bed. "Joy, want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 28. Performance Evaluation. Chapter 28. Performance Evaluation. Harry woke up in the laundry room of the Shrieking Shack that Sunday. He had fallen asleep while doing the laundry the night before after everyone had filed out. It was one of the many bits of vital minutiae he hadn't thought about at all in regard to running a shelter for werewolves. The sheets and linen covered in blood, sweat, fur, and urine, torn bedding, and the used cauldrons and goblets. They all needed proper cleaning. Some, like the silver goblets and cauldrons, by hand to avoid magical contamination. He saved laundry for last because he knew a mountain of recently washed and dried blankets would tempt him too thoroughly to sleep. Fortunately, the spells for washing and drying clothes, or bed things, left them as warm and fluffy as an actual dryer. And so, laying on the unfolded pile was like putting on a pair of underwear that just came out of the dryer, but around his entire body. When combined with the October cold snap they were experiencing, it was divine night of sleep. With the greatest of reticence, he pried himself away from the mountain of blankets and sheets and listened to the sweet music his joints made. Like an orchestra made entirely of percussion artists, they were, and then he made them sing for him again by stretching properly. A quick round of self-cleaning charms later, and his clothes were clean and somewhat ironed. His mouth was washed out, and his hair was temporarily flattened. It would be back to its normal messiness within a few minutes. Don't worry. All right, to work, he said to himself. Still endeavoring to use his wand instead of wandless magic, Harry charmed each blanket individually to animate and fly after him like smoky wisps. He lead them past the giant and still thankfully unused freezer and up to the first floor where their home and the barracks waited for them. The mattresses he cleaned and repaired the afternoon before were still clean and untorn. Giving each set of sheets and linen a flick with his wand, they dashed to their respective mattresses and made themselves. It took an extra twist of his wand for them to make themselves into proper military form. It all looked rather snazzy, and there he was without any quarters. With the beds made, the last of his duties at the shack were done until the next full moon. And would you know it? It smelled like somebody was in the kitchen making gray tea. Harry followed his nose to the dining room where the hot mug was waiting for him and took a seat. Ah, thank you, Albus. Harry greeted the old man across from him as he took a sip. Of course, Hadrian, Dumbledore said, seemingly having finished off his own mug. Harry looked at the clock. Yup, it was 8:30 already and time for their meeting. They had agreed to meet to discuss the grand opening and the possibility of it being suitable for potential Hogwarts students suffering from leakinism and as monthly hands-on training for medical students. The latter, Harry would say, was a success. The former? I hear there was an altercation yesterday morning between staff. Albus broached the elephant in the room. Harry sighed, mostly from contentment at the tea, but also a little bit in annoyance with his family. Yup. Have you talked to them? Harry asked. Yes, I have, and I convinced them they were in the wrong. Albus told him. Harry raised an eyebrow at that boast. How'd you manage that? Harry asked. I pointed out the obvious measures you took that showed even you distrusted the Carrows and had them on a short leash. Albus said. Huh? How do you figure that? Harry asked. Well, for one, you only had them on during the day and only had people on our side at night during the transformation. Albus said, ticking off a finger. For two, you had Andromeda with them, who is one of the best fighters on our side, even if she claims neutrality, and her and Narcissa could handle both of them and you at once. And either you or the Black Sisters were always accompanying one of them. Damn, were his motivations that transparent? Many people claim neutrality in the conflict, usually for very complicated and multifold reasons, but everyone has their bias. And you are biased against Death Eaters. Albus concluded. That does not make you an ally to their opposition in this conflict, but it does mean you are not truly neutral. That is what I convinced them of at least. Harry finished off his mug of tea and leaned back in his seat, thinking on how open and honest he should be with the man across from him. I am ideologically more in line with the pure bloods than you, he said outright. At this, Albus raised both of his eyebrows in surprise at the admission. You use words like conflict and opposition. Voldemort and his ilk consider themselves resistance fighters against an occupying force and a corrupt government. Their opposition pretends to be oppressed minorities wrongly persecuted for being of different blood. But let's cut all that bullshit and call this what it is. Harry explained. This is a civil war, and Voldemort fights for the native people of this land, who have every right to want Muggleborns to either integrate or get out. Just as all peoples of all nations should want from immigrants. It is their tactics I cannot tolerate, but don't blow smoke up my ass and claim people on your side. Don't use similar tactics when it suits them. Harry went on. There is also the complicated matter that most people I personally love are in opposition to Voldemort and are outright Muggleborns themselves, even if they stubbornly refuse to understand that magical Britain is a separate nation from Muggle Britain and has been for a millennium. Also, fuck Voldemort. I cannot emphasize that enough. Dumbledore chuckled at the crassness, but did not disagree. Civil war it is, and you don't want to be part of it. You want to save people on both sides by bringing them into neutrality. Albus summarized. That is the motivation behind my tactics. Yes, tactics that I hear confuse the hell out of both you and Riddle. Harry said with a smirk. Dumbledore outright laughed at that one. Indeed. And they are working. Albus confessed. There are some things that all people in all conflicts can relate to. All people eat. All people sleep. All people get sick. All people die. These are the things we can come together on. And many on both sides of this conflict, I'm sorry, civil war, have loved ones suffering from leakinism, and you are bringing them together to ease such suffering. Harry nodded. And I also see you striving to ease tensions between your students and bring them together, thus away from war. Albus went on. This is all to say, I like you very much, Hadrian Morgan, both personally and professionally. I always strive to find teachers that can remain neutral on the war. Never did I hope to find one not only neutral, but genuinely antithetical to it. A true peacemaker. I think I have much to learn from you, and so do our students. I think it will be several more months of you servicing outside werewolves here before we can open Hogwarts to children with leakinism. But thankfully we have until next September before we can start accepting them anyways. Albus stood up and put out his hand. Harry hesitated. No criticism of the grand opening? Just mulligan until we have more information? Harry summarized their meeting. Mulligan until we have more information. Albus affirmed. Harry stood up himself and shook Dumbledore's hand. That is more than fair. I'm surprised to discover you're more forgiving of my opening performance than I am. Harry admitted. We all need to be less hard on ourselves. Albus said cryptically. It seems to me that you are overly critical of yourself. You did excellently. Not that there's an overabundance of historical examples for werewolf sanctuaries to compare your performance to, and I expect more excellence from you in the future. Harry let his head lower at the joke and compliment it conveyed. Well, I understand you have a busy day ahead of you. I'll be on my way. Albus excused himself. Me too. See you at work. Harry answered as he opened the door for him to leave. With that done, he marched to the fireplace, threw in a handful of flue powder, and was on his way. The Gringotts lift rose to deposit him on the second floor. As soon as he stepped out, Harry came face to face with a man he was not expecting to have his first contact with for months to come. Good morning, Hadrian. Voldemort greeted him cordially. Good morning, Tom. Harry responded just as personably. Harry put his arm out to keep the lift door open and motioned with his other hand for Voldemort to continue on his way. He studiously ignored the significantly older and significantly more handsome man raising an eyebrow at the use of his first name. Thank you, Hadrian. Voldemort thanked hesitantly. You're welcome, Tom. Harry said cheerily. Voldemort walked past him into the lift and pressed the button for the first floor. Good day, Hadrian. Good day, Tom. When the lift door closed, Harry breathed out a sigh of relief. Good first contact. Thank goodness they were at Gringotts, and neither were willing to start a war with the goblins, or else that would have gotten very ugly. The Eldar wand came a hair's breadth from ejecting from the wand holster into his hand. Good thing you didn't panic, eh? Harry took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and marched down the hallway to his destination. For doors down was the room that held the entirety of the Schmickelhook clan and his destination. He gave the double doors a hard rasp, and they swung open at his touch. As soon as he crossed the threshold, all 5 goblins at the head table sat up straight, their backs rigid and their faces panicked. Do we need to call in a cleanup crew? The eldest asked hesitantly. No, Harry said slowly in confusion. Why would you? You two didn't try to kill each other out there? No, we were civil. The killing comes much later. You have time to prepare mops and caskets. Harry quipped to the amusement of the 5 goblins. He made the joke just as the side door opened and in walked his investors. Lucius Malfoy led the group, followed by a stunning ebony-skinned witch who almost looked like an Eastern European supermodel painted charcoal black. Behind them were Valentine, Crabbe, Hildebrand Goyle, Garrick Ollivander, and a man Harry didn't recognize. He was a middle-aged gentleman with a well-defined touch of gray in his black hair and short beard, dressed as regally as any pure-blood Harry had met. It's nice to finally meet you, Mr. Malfoy, Ms. Zabini. And it's good to see you again, Valentine, Hildebrand, Garrick. I'm sorry, sir, but I don't know who you are? They all nodded in turn at his greeting as they took their seats, until he got to the last person at the table. He smirked at Harry's ignorance while everyone else at the table snickered. I am Fleamont Potter. You are acquainted with my son and daughter-in-law, Harry's grandfather said, and I assure you I had words with Jim concerning his behavior. It will not happen again, and he wishes to apologize and continue working with you. Harry schooled his features carefully at learning the man's identity. That's excellent news, Harry said honestly. I would be delighted to have them all back. Well, we have even more good news, said Lucius. This will be a short performance evaluation on account of everyone present has already agreed to continue funding the sanctuary. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He really wanted his obligations for the weekend to be over, so he could treat Bella to a long overdue date. We have also agreed to fund your land purchase and farm, Valentine told him. Next weekend we expect you to begin scouting out locations. Oh no, I'll pay for that out of pocket. Harry refused. I will need funding for the land purchase, supplies, and labor. But the reconnaissance? I'll be paying for that out of pocket. Mostly because I will be getting up to a whole host of shenanigans unrelated to the sanctuary, and I don't want the business associated with it. I am hesitant to ask. Ms. Zabini preempted. But what kind of shenanigans are we talking about here? A lot of dinner, tea, and romantic shenanigans. Harry answered honestly. Garrett gave him 2 thumbs up at the humorous admission. But I will still need help from you, my investors, to afford whatever parcel I find for the future farming branch of my company. And you shall have it, said Lucius. Upon our independent inspections, of course. Of course, said Schmickelhook II. We shall adjourn here and meet again in 1 month's time after the next full moon. He banged his gavel, and everybody took it as their cue to stand up and make for their individual exits. Except Fleamont. The elder Potter made a beeline directly for Harry. Hadrian, may I call you Hadrian? Fleamont asked. Of course, sir, Harry answered. Excellent. I want to tell you that my son and daughter-in-law have raved about you ever since your first meeting. In fact, the only other thing they talk about is, well, you. With that last bit, he smirked and winked. Harry did not get the joke, but was sure it would make sense later. And have I lived up to the legend? Harry asked. Which legend? The testimony of those who have met you, or the legend of your deeds, as per the news and rumor mill? Fleamont asked. Either? Both, Harry said. I can't quite be sure, Fleamont said as he scratched his short beard in deep thought. But I dare say it's high time I found out. And so, I would like to cordially invite you to lunch with me. Harry was elated but did his best to hide it. Lunch with Grandpa? There were few better things to do on a Sunday, especially when said lunch would be the first one ever shared between the two in either timeline. Where and what day, sir? Harry asked. Florian Fortescue's and right now, Fleamont said. Harry deflated somewhat. Oh, I was planning to spend what little of my Sunday I had left with my girlfriend. Harry said. Are you sure we can't do some time this week when I have a free period? Fleamont nodded slowly, squinting as he looked off into space. Well, I tell you what, let's make it a double date, shall we? He offered. After all, my wife is waiting through those doors to go have ice cream with me, and she's as eager to meet you as I was. You will love her, and we haven't seen little Bella in years. Not since she got so busy with the dueling circuit. She somehow makes time for you, but not her dear second Aunt Euphemia and Uncle Fleamont. Harry was blown away by the offer and blushed dutifully at the barb. He only then remembered that his own great-grandmother was, indeed, a black. So, her great-grandfather and his great-grandmother were siblings? What did that even make them? 1/64th genetically related? Welcome to magical Britain. That sounds like a great way to spend my Sunday. Let me pop off a Patronus, and I'll meet you in the side chamber. Fleamont snapped his feet together and gave Harry a curt bow and kindly smile, both of which Harry returned, and marched through the door where Lucius, Valentine, Hildebrand, Garrick, and Ms. Zabini had left. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. Nonsensical Rants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 29. Double Date. Chapter 29. Double Date. After casting a quick Patronus message, Harry followed Fleamont through the side door to find Lucius speaking amicably with a black-haired woman who didn't look a day over 40. But such was the nature of witches that they didn't start to look like Minerva until 70, and only then with the stress of being a Transfiguration professor and deputy headmistress. Mr. Morgan, allow me to formally introduce you to your main backer, Lucius Malfoy, his grandfather said, waving for them to come together. Harry pushed forward and shook the man's hand. They shared a polite smile, and Harry put aside all preconceived notions for now. It's a pleasure to speak to you in person. My wife and in-laws alike speak highly of you, said Lucius. And from what I've seen so far, they are right to be impressed. Harry waved away the compliment with his usual blushing smile. Oh, they're just feeding into the gossip about me. They exaggerate, Harry said. Lucius raised an elegant eyebrow in that way Harry never could replicate. Not that he ever practiced it, no, and refused to let Harry brush the compliment aside. Gossip, you say? The same gossip claiming you defended a known Death Eater, verbally and physically? Lucius clarified. After hiring said Death Eater and his wife? Harry blanched. Lucius had him there. Well, I more hired his wife than him. Figured she'd feel safer with her husband there. He explained. I try to be unbiased, but I am biased towards people with a history of caring for werewolves and who are protective of them, but try to be unbiased with everything else. Lucius nodded appreciatively. And you have done an excellent job in both regards. Your neutrality has not gone unnoticed. Lucius said, before a cough from the woman beside him ended their current conversation. Oh yes, where are my manners? Allow me to introduce you to Euphemia Potter. Fleamont took over. I have invited Professor Morgan to join Euphemia and I on our yearly trip to Florence. His grandfather explained. I have reserved at Abel, as one has to do in order to eat in person these days. Said Lucius. Is it your anniversary again already? Indeed, said Euphemia. Happens the same day, every year, as do many other events in many other people's lives that I can't keep track of and Narcissa fails to remind me of. Lucius barbed back, though I do wonder if I should take her for hours. I seem to recall it was the two of you who recommended I take her there when I was courting her. Euphemia snorted derisively at Lucius' words. You court her? She mocked with a high-pitched laugh that reminded Harry a bit too much of Bellatrix, the one from his world. Right, that's how it happened. Lucius sighed and turned to Harry. This is why Muggles are fortunate to not have their elders stay with them as long. He said, our ancient ones remember things and stay with us well into their thousands, and we must suffer them reminding us of things we would rather forget, until such time as age finally catches with us just assuredly as Muggles, and our minds go. Fleamont said, at which point I look forward to you reminding us of these bittersweet memories. But you need not worry. I have faith that our Lil will have raised us a glorious grandson by then to do the job. Harry had to literally bite his lips together to keep a straight face during their back and forth. His temptation to mock Lucius for losing a duck measuring contest with a woman and several old women. Jokes on Euphemia were difficult demons to keep down, but he somehow managed. Then Euphemia turned on Harry. What say you, Professor? She asked, with a hint of something behind her voice. Not daring, not joy, but maybe expectation? And not the kind he was used to. Will our Lily counteract her little problem and give us our long-awaited grandson? Harry stood there confused for a moment before he remembered he was the world famous. Okay, only UK famous, but he'd be fixing that soon, divination professor and seer. Divinations like that on command were a bit beyond him, even if he weren't cutting himself off from Gilly Dhu. It was time to work out his best charm, and not of the magical variety. You must be joking, he said with an exaggerated snort. To even ask me, that is to insinuate you haven't even met Lily Potter? You have, haven't you? Euphemia smiled at him in that way classy women do, with every single perfectly white tooth in her mouth showing and dazzling him. Meanwhile, Fleamont gave him that infectious and inspiring wink again. Harry couldn't understand why, but that simple wink filled him with as much pride as the resurrection stone had when it had showed him his parents in the forest so many years ago. "Well," said Lucius, with a glance into space like he was considering a far-flung possibility. "I can't exactly fathom anybody with the audacity to insult Mrs. Potter's abilities. Our differences aside, that woman scares me and should scare anybody who doubts her. But I must be getting home to an equally, well, almost equally intimidating woman who is currently on the warpath with her godfather and has forced me into picking up the pieces. Good day." They all bowed their heads in an automatic gesture of goodbye and watched him walk to the far door where he exited the room. This left Harry alone with his grandparents, wondering where Grandpappy, Crabbe, and Goyle, not to mention that beautiful Africana goddess and Garrick, had gone off to. He was nervous and uncomfortable enough to wish for either of them as backup. "Okay, maybe more Garrick than the others." "So," said Fleamont, clapping his hands together like a miserly banker. "Ice cream?" "Pistachio," Euphemia demanded. Fleamont made a gagging motion with his finger and mouth. "Matcha," Harry demanded in turn. Fleamont made a gagging sound at that suggestion. "How about the lavender honey flavor Florian has been experimenting with?" Fleamont offered as an alternative. Harry and Euphemia looked at each other inquisitively, then turned back to Fleamont. "That genuinely sounds delightful," said Euphemia. "Or at least interesting." Harry offered. "Has he been experimenting with any other unorthodox flavor combinations?" asked Harry. "Does he ever spend his time doing anything else?" Fleamont defended. "We will find out when we get there, I'm sure." With that, his grandmother took his grandfather by the arm and let Harry lead the way. He dutifully opened the door for them to exit, and they walked the halls of Gringotts in comfortable silence. Their silence ended when they exited out into the noisy street of Diagon Alley. Harry allowed himself to appreciate the fruits of his labor thus far. People, families, walked from store to store. People smiled. People talked. Stores were unboarded and open for business. He couldn't take all the credit for the healing that this town had gone through. All he did was get the ball rolling. They arrived at Florian to find Bellatrix already there. He must have interrupted her gym time because she had no makeup on and looked like she'd just worked up a sweat and only had time to towel off and change before operating over. "I hope we didn't keep you waiting," Fleamont said. She curtsied politely and shook her head. "I just arrived," she said, "and I already told Florian to prepare our table." As if on cue, the now board-free and properly open ice cream parlor door, and out came the king of frozen dairy himself. He was dressed more extravagantly than he had in Harry's reality, but then again, he was also alive. It was shaping up to be a good day. "Welcome. Your table is waiting. Enjoy yourselves and pay your tab before you leave." He waved them inside. They entered the ice cream parlor to find it fully renovated. It now had 2 stories of private booths, and the front counter seemed more set up for carry-outs for people who wanted to buy the usual and eat outside or take their order home. Florian walked them up the stairs and past already full booths. Harry loosened his grip on Gilly Dachu to feel out the booths. Ignoring the cheer and disgust and all-around good time the occupants were having, the booths themselves were absolute bunkers. Layers of steel sheet metal with scaled iron covering both sides and separated by hazel would fill the interior of each. The steel would block most projectiles. Iron dissipates most magic. Hazelwood absorbs magical residue, from curses in particular. Florian had turned his parlor into the second safest place in the alley. Any fights breaking out amongst ideologues on either side of the war outside would cause little harm to those inside these booths. Harry was sufficiently impressed. "Here we are," Florian declared as they reached booth 29. "Order whatever you like, and it shall appear. You have privacy, ward, so you can be as rowdy as you like. Just remember to pay your tab at the end." With that, he excused himself, and they all took their seats. At the end of the table, against the wall, was a sign. "Florian Fortescue is now teaming up with Bertie Bott's Every Flavored Beans in our new promotional product, Every Flavor Shots. Enjoy hundreds of flavors until you throw up, either from too much ice cream or that one flavor you can't quite handle. Now an optional alcoholic variety. Harry looked up to find all three of his companions were sharing a frightened look with him and each other. They all answered at once. Yes, 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 absolute epsilon. Fleamont touched the plate at the center and spoke into it to order. Every flavored shots for 4 until we say stop. His grandfather ordered. 4 shot glasses appeared, each filled with a green ice cream. They each took their shot glass and brought it up to their noses. Harry couldn't smell a thing. Of course, they would make it scentless. Keep the surprise until they downed it. Only one thing to do. All at once, they shotgunned their glasses of ice cream and leaned back to let the flavor sink in. Freshly cut grass. Not exactly delicious, but a giggle-worthy start and one that didn't make any of them gag. Actually, Harry could see himself eating an occasional grass-flavored bean. He'd order them when he got back to the castle. Round 2. Fleamont declared. On the shots came. Most of the time, it was pretty regular ice cream flavors. Raspberry coffee and plain old vanilla went down easy. But the real fun started when they had flavors they couldn't quite place. In the same way that a person familiar with pistachios would never be able to identify pistachio ice cream. Spinach ice cream tasted nothing like spinach. They eventually gave up, and a note card at the center told them what it was. It wasn't terrible. The same thing happened with a positively disgusting pink ice cream that turned out to be salmon. They also got the classic earwax and bile flavors between relatively normal lemon pepper and peanut butter flavors. It was around the time they gagged on the wasabi-flavored ice cream that they realized Fleamont hadn't made a distinction on what type of ice cream shots they were eating, as his evidently intoxicated grandmother was getting handsy with his grandfather and using his shoulder as a cheek scratcher. Bella seemed to be emboldened by the older woman's behavior and did the same to Harry. He did not complain. Euphemia, on the other hand, oh dear, I think we should change to non-alcoholic. Euphemia warned. We don't want Bella to make any mistakes. Harry snorted at the teasing from his elder, but raised an eyebrow at the now enraged woman on his shoulder. He had let Gilly DHU slip. Not after what happened with your ex. His grandmother finished. You seem to actually like this one. So, no foolishness. Bella retreated from his shoulder and sat up straight, stiff, and cut off. Rodolphius? Harry clarified. His grandparents both looked at him strangely. No, son. Fleamont corrected. The other one. By now, Euphemia was glaring back at Bellatrix. I think it may be high time for you to consider having an open and honest conversation with this young man. His grandmother said, well, I think it's time for you to consider making vociferous use of a morning star as a marital aid. Bella snapped back. They all went silent, and Bella's vicious retort. Fleamont was the first to snort. Then their drunken laughter all came at once. You know, initially my mind went straight to the matricidal interpretation of your comment. Fleamont said. Then my mind went to the cruder interpretation. Bellatrix sunk into a deeply depressed facepalm at his explanation. My mind went straight to the crude one. Harry admitted cheerfully. But that's because I'm young and hormonal. Bellatrix sunk further into her facepalm. I promise. I meant the former. She pleaded. I promise I intended it to be a scathing matricidal joke, which is a topic of conversation that I have been assured is appropriate for a double date. Harry had to think on this. Assured by whom? The Tonks family or the darker company you once kept? He asked. She stilled and slowly removed her head from her hands to give him a hard, inquisitive look. You know what? She asked rhetorically. I can't even tell anymore. Parsing the different flavors of silly and dark humor is beyond my abilities. They're all a lot more similar than they like to think. From experience with both sides of the war, both before and after the war, Harry could relate. The date eventually came to a close, and Harry found himself walking Bella home. They had taken the long path through the leaky cauldron and streets of London. They walked for almost an hour, arm in arm and head on shoulder, until they neared and passed a familiar street. 2 blocks from Grimmauld Place, Bella unlatched herself from Harry. This is me, she said as she approached there. She opened the door and stepped inside, turning around to lean against the door pane and talk to him more. You're not even going to ask? She clarified. About what my nosy companions tried to reveal? He clarified. Yes. She said. Do you want me to ask? He asked. I want you to want to ask. She explained. Unlike most things with women, that made perfect sense. Okay, who was your ex? He asked. She hardened her facial expression and took a deep breath through her nose. An old mentor of mine and friend of the family. She explained. A man by the name of Tom Riddle. Harry let the information sink in. Then he allowed his memories of the Bellatrix of his old world and her obsession with the obviously asexual creature who never reciprocated her obvious madness. Induced lust. From what he'd seen of the man in this world, he seemed to have an intact body. Not that he'd checked for testicles. You dated Voldemort? Harry clarified. Was he aware that it was dating? She rolled her eyes. I did not date Tom Riddle. She clarified. I fucked Tom Riddle. Harry could only back away in surprise at the venom she used to accentuate the foul language. Seduced is a better word for it, she added. Plied him with alcohol at my Aunt Walburga's party and coaxed the absurdly handsome, charming, and powerful man out of his clothes. Like many other young girls tried and failed to do before me. But I succeeded, despite being married to a man that worshipped the ground I walked on. Neither of them ever forgave me for it. And worse, Tom tried to make something more of it, which hurt all the more. For all three of us. She looked like she wanted to say more. Perhaps about the destruction of her marriage and death of her husband. But she didn't go on, which is why I'm not inviting you inside tonight, despite wishing to. Good night, Hadrian, she said to dismiss him. She did not close the door nor break eye contact with him as she said this. And Harry noted the distinct contradiction of her body, language, and her words. The way she wrapped herself against the doorframe, one leg rubbing the other, and come hither eyes. She was daring him to change her mind. She wanted him to change her mind. Or, would it be better put, that she wanted him to want to change her mind? Good night, Bella, Harry said before turning around and walking away. She closed the door roughly behind him, but didn't quite slam it. He didn't let himself get caught up in thoughts of her displeasure and frustration at him, letting her go for that night. He wasn't interested in anything more that evening and refused to allow any woman the excuse of alcohol, on either of their parts, to excuse away romantic decisions they both knew were genuine at the time. And so, he walked along to the end of the street planning to call on the night bus for a safe and absurdly fun while drunk ride home. He paused as he passed an elderly homeless man in ragged clothes. He sat at a bench, staring intently at Bella's apartment building. An entire 12-pack of beer sat at his side, and he held one bottle in his hand. Harry would have simply kept walking past him were it not for his scar tingling ever so slightly. He stopped in front of the man. To test his suspicion, he turned away from the man, then turned back. He repeated this action twice. Tingle. No tingle. Tingle. No tingle. Good evening, Tom. Harry greeted with slurred speech. Good evening, Hadrian. Voldemort greeted with slurred speech, dropping his glamour as he did so. Harry gripped his wand tightly at the sight of the lightly grayed man and his seemingly impossibly handsome features. I'll put that away, he scolded. We're both too far into drunkenness to manage a fight tonight. We'd both stumble pathetically and do more injury to ourselves than each other, and by the end of it both retreat in humiliation. Harry snorted humorlessly at the mental image of them doing exactly that. He conceded and took a seat beside his nemesis. Rough day? Harry asked, noting the black-eye Voldemort probably didn't mean to cancel the glamour on. Weird one, certainly, Tom admitted, offering Harry the last beer, which he refused. Mine too. Weird but pleasant, Harry offered. In my case, weird and introspective, Tom offered back. I don't suppose you're going to tell me about it? Harry asked. In my experience, enemies make better confidants. They don't gossip to your friends and loved ones. Oh, so you are my enemy after all? Tom clarified. There seems to be a bit of confusion in that department. Harry grinned maliciously as they both stared off at Bellatrix's apartment. But all right, I decided to confront my ex today because I found out she was dating a man almost 20 years her junior. Tom said. She seemed to be under the impression that I hired a hit squad to murder said man and promptly gave me my second black eye in as many weeks. By the way, black family women know how to throw a spectacular jab. You have been warned. Harry nodded studiously at the new information. Then I made a quick visit to the bank to find out all of my investments had greatly improved, along with every other account in the country. Voldemort went on, and a quick walk down Diagon Alley showed all of my economic warfare against this corrupt nation had come to naught and been undone by a single individual. I don't deserve that much credit. Harry countered. Yes, actually, you do. Voldemort said. Your tactics, rooted in an understanding of human nature and the power of social interactions, are beyond anything I have ever seen or contemplated. And you have done more to fix the issues in the magical government and society at large that has united me with fellow malcontents than my out-and-out war ever has. Harry let his jaw drop at that admission. And so I had to sit and think, drinking through 2 packs of beer throughout the day, on whether our war was even worth it all this time. Tom confessed. A war I was chosen for by people left unheard and oppressed by a legislative body that chose the interests of outside groups over their own constituents, who watched helplessly as their culture was thrown away and the British occupied their land, as the British have a history of doing. Harry nodded with every word. Even in his own timeline, Tom Riddle had been pushed into leadership by his Death Eaters at first. He had wanted the peaceful, quiet life of a hermit immortal, then became addicted to war, destroyed by it, even more than he already was by his own fucked-upness. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, even before your arrival. Tom went on, and now that I have a rival in both love and war that can actually challenge me, I am weirdly elated and melancholy. What about Dumbledore? Harry asked. Can't he challenge you in war at least? No, Voldemort said. He never has. In many ways, he helped my effort, feeding the most horrendous of bigots on his side of the conflict to suicide missions against me. He is a very cruel man to those he perceives as evil. His perception is always correct, but still, for a man who claims he believes in second chances, he can be rather brutal. This was news to Harry, and he made a mental note to check on this information. He knew full well about the more twisted vigilantes, terrorists, and serial killers on both the Ministry and anti-Voldemort side. They just never got referred to as such in the history books, and Voldemort tended to make short work of them. It would make sense for Dumbledore to invest a similar amount of effort into combating them, as he had the worst amongst Voldemort, and would explain why there were so few bad actors on his side by the start of the Second War in his timeline. There's also the small matter of the fact he's dying. Voldemort went on. Why the fool would be stupid enough to try and put on my Horcrux is beyond me. Harry stared at the man beside him. Wow, was all Harry could say. You just casually throw out your greatest secret like that to strangers? Stranger? Please. Voldemort scoffed. I am working from the assumption that you know absolutely everything. About my upcoming plans and my Horcruxes, like how many there are, what they are. Tom continued. Diary, Resurrection Stone, Rowena's Diadem, Slytherin's Locket, Helga's Cup, Nagini. What the hell is a Nagini? Voldemort asked in confusion. Harry stared at him. He was positive he wasn't thinking out loud that time. You have very loud thoughts. I cannot help perceiving them even when not trying to probe your mind. Voldemort told him. I don't always have the best control of it, but it matters little. I have already arranged for them to be moved, and they shall soon be reincorporated into me. As the weight, Resurrection Stone. Ah yeah, the Gaunt family ring? That was the Resurrection Stone of legend. Harry confirmed. From the tale of the 3 brothers? He clarified. The very same. Harry confirmed. Is that why? Yes, that is why Albus put the damn thing on. Harry confirmed pre-emptively. They sat there in silence for a moment. That fucking moron, Voldemort said. I know. Voldemort rubbed his eyes with his free hand. The sheer stupidity of such an action by a man he respected that much must be bringing on an early hangover headache. Does it even work? Tom asked. Harry let his grin return, knowing full well the megalomaniac was regretting not making use of such a powerful artifact. Yes and no, Harry explained. Please, do not explain further. I am too far gone to have a conversation on advanced magical theory and how an enchanted object might get around the laws preventing the dead from being brought back from beyond. Tom pleaded. If I wanted to have that conversation, I go visit other assholes. Voldemort stood up on unsteady legs and stretched, making ready to go. You should know she lied to you, he said, sighing in relief. About our past together. They're at the door a few minutes ago, but I won't say any more. You probably won't believe me. I wouldn't in your place. He began walking away. Good night, Professor Morgan. I will most likely kill you next time we see each other, he said casually. He stopped a few paces away. I do have one question I would like you to answer honestly. Tom preempted. It has been haunting me for a while now. Harry shrugged. Shoot. Are you, in fact, my time-traveling son from the future? He asked. Harry stared at Voldemort. Voldemort stared back. Harry stared some more. He then burst out in laughter. So uncontrollable was his laughter that he had to answer between fits of trying to catch his breath. Where in the world did you get that idea? Harry asked. Voldemort took this as a heartfelt denial and began chuckling with him. Dumbledore shared it with me, thinking you and I were conspiring together. Tom explained. So, you're not some Oedipus-complex freak of my loins trying to seduce your mother in that apartment over there? No, Harry denied venomously. Well, that's a load off my mind. I now have even fewer reservations in ripping out your still beating heart and shoving it down your throat next time we meet. Voldemort threatened. Yeah, careful about the oncoming traffic you're about to walk into. Hate for you to get pureed by the night bus and save me the trouble. Harry countered. And with that, they both operated away. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 30. Back to teaching. Chapter 30. Back to teaching. All right, class, Harry said to his little third years. Today we're getting back on track for the course material. Grab a teacup. Today you learn tea leaf reading. Oh, the entire classroom groused as soon as the words left his sea of grumpy. Slouching Slytherins and Ravenclaws glared at him in displeasure. What? Not fans of tea? Harry asked rhetorically. Astoria, still scowling, raised her hand. Yes, Miss Greengrass? He called on her. Professor, this class has been really fun and interesting up until now. She explained. We've learned so much about divination that none of us have ever heard of before. But we have heard of tea leaf reading, and I think I speak for all of us when I say it is not interesting. The emphatic agreement of her peers added an additional credence to her words. Little Xenophilius added onto the topic without raising his hand, but Harry allowed it. And with it being such a beautiful day, possibly the last one of autumn, we were hoping to sit outside and listen to another interesting lecture. The Platinum Blonde said. Harry turned to the curtained windows and with a wide wave of his wand raised every single one to let in the view. As the boy had said, sunlight pierced the lazy clouds in sharp rays, illuminating the spots of forest and grass as it pleased. It was likely they wouldn't get a day this warm or lovely for a while. So, he got an idea. Everyone, grab a quill and piece of parchment. Harry instructed. He went to his desk and did the same, inking his quill for the task. The sound of his students rifling through their bags filled his classroom, and when he turned around to see them all prepared, he smiled. Okay, who here can draw a simple crescent shape, like this? He asked. Show me you can. Visibly confused, his students complied, each marking their parchment with a single, upside-down crescent shape before lifting it and turning them to face him. Harry made a show of confirming they could, in fact, draw the letter C sideways before continuing. Good now. Using just that shape, draw my general outline. He spread his feet shoulder-length apart and arms straight out to the sides like he was making a snow angle. He held it there for a whole minute and a half as his students, still visibly confused, did as he instructed. When the last of them put their quills down, he released the pose and examined their work. All right, Everyone's scraggly sketch definitely looks like a human. Good, he complimented. Now onto the patios to take a seat. They filed out onto the patios, and Harry took to standing in the middle of the classroom so everybody could hear him. When they were all settled into their seats with their parchment and quills, he began his lecture. Omen reading. He began. That is the purpose of tea leaf reading and many other forms of beginner divination. Finding meaning in omens is an art we begin with because it is the easiest and most helpful. By seeing shapes or signs in the randomness of the world. They all swiveled in their seats to look at him as he lectured. Most of the time, omens do not serve as portents of the past or future, and certainly aren't sent to you by the fates. He went on, getting to the real meat of the matter. But as a reflection of your inner turmoil, it is in your interpretation of your omens that you find a path worth taking. Their meanings are vague on purpose so that you can interpret them to the things you care about and, in the process, discover exactly how much you care about them and make decisions according. So, it's psychological. Derek, the ever-shy Slytherin, asked. Most of the time, yes, but there is still magic in it not wholly in your head. Harry explained. For example, my first ever tea leaf reading was of a large, black, mangy dog. My teacher at the time translated this as the legendary Grim, a portent of death. Meanwhile, I had actually encountered that dog a few days earlier, and he turned out to be very important to both my past and future, but I failed to make that connection due to her poor teachings. Which is why I tell you, don't always take the meaning of the omens in the book too literally, and sometimes you need to take them even more literally. Sometimes the image of a dove carrying a diamond ring can mean to seek peace in your marriage. Other times, it can mean a stinking pigeon is going to make off with your engagement ring. They nodded along to his words and even took notes. Several glanced back to their tables and the book bags sitting beside them. Today I want you to put the book out of your mind and hunt for omens in the clouds. Harry instructed before laughing. That's right. I'm teaching you cloud gazing. So, gaze at the clouds and translate any shapes you see on a parchment like you did my general shape. And after class, we can go over what they mean, both in divination and to you personally if you are comfortable doing so. This can be very private. Hence why I would ask you to come to me individually with any questions you have about your omens throughout the week if you need to. They got straight to work, pens at the ready, staring at the sky. Harry decided to add extra instruction. And be sure to label the scratchy sketches with the name of what animal, object, or other shape you think the clouds look like, just in case your drawings are too difficult to make out after the fact. Harry told them, and the rest of the class passed by in silence. The only sound his students made were the scratching of quill on parchment as they twisted their necks and scrunched their faces in concentration as they tried to find meaning in the randomness of the heavens. That and the light autumn breeze. It was a good day. When there was only 5 minutes left in class, he called them back inside with the simple instruction to check their books for the meanings of their omens and write them down on the sheets they had been sketching on and to turn those sheets in next week. He dismissed them when the bell rang, knowing that their minds would be full of questions about their omens that they would have to ponder on their own until brave enough to come get clarification from him. He eagerly awaited their next arrival. His sixth-year classroom bemoaned at his announcement. What? Not fans of crystal balls? Harry asked rhetorically, holding up one of the offending objects. You didn't think I'd be teaching you guys to daydream for the whole year, did you? But Professor, Draco said, also not bothering to raise his hand. We've already learned crystal ball gazing. Ron scoffed from his seat. Yeah, learned absolutely nothing. His red-haired friend said, 3 years of learning all about crystal balls. Are you going to make us spend a 4th year learning nothing about them? Harry considered taking a point away from both for speaking out of turn, but decided it would take away from the lesson he was trying to teach. You assume that because your last teacher didn't teach you anything, that there is nothing to learn? He asked knowingly. Believe me, I get it. I really do. I've had bad teachers put me off of subjects in the past. From math teachers failing to inform me that algebra and geometry were only 2 of over 60 distinct fields of mathematics, to having a poor excuse of a divination professor myself. But let me tell you, there is plenty to learn about crystal ball gazing, and everybody here has the ability to do so. Lavender tentatively raised her hand. 1 point to Gryffindor for raising your hand before speaking. Harry said cheekily. Yes, Miss Brown? Sir, Professor Trelawney told us repeatedly, religiously, that only those born with the sight can become skilled in divination. She squeaked. Harry groaned and closed his eyes. He silently counted down from 10 and resisted the urge to bang his fist on his desk. He still made the motion, though. I am very displeased with your last teacher in this subject. Harry said truthfully. That is almost a complete lie. Unless you're misquoting her, and she said those without the right temperament cannot divine? That is true, but a non-issue as temperament can be changed. Lavender made a comical look upwards as if trying to peer into her own skull to try and retrieve the memory of exactly what that woman said. Other students were doing the same. She may have said both of those things at, oh. Hermione stopped herself and raised her hand after noticing the look Harry was giving her. Yes, Miss Granger? He called on her. I think she may have said both of those things, but might have meant them interchangeably to be the latter. Hermione said, Could you clarify the difference? Harry nodded with a kindly smile. Of course. Somebody who goes on a fishing trip expecting to be bored gets his wish. Harry explained. And one who goes on a fishing trip expecting to have a fun or relaxing time also gets his wish. The same is true for most divination. You have to come into it believing it is at least possible, which is a ridiculous thing to say to a room of youth who have spent years doing the impossible with magic. Impossible is a word that should not be in any of your vocabulary. Cho raised her hand. Yes, Miss Chong, he called. What do you mean by most fields of divination? Are there some that require a talent? She asked. Yes. Yes, there are. Harry answered. Now, on a crystal ball gazing. More groaning, but this time it was in surrender. Their attempts at derailing the class had ultimately failed, and they knew he was onto them. Good. What did you learn about it from Trelawney? He asked. Lots of hand in the air after that one. Yes, ver you. Harry called on the Eastern European boy. He glowered at Harry as the other students snickered. She said to clear your mind and gaze into the orb. He answered, and nothing else. And let me guess, she expected you to know how to clear your mind and translate what you saw in the orbs. He clarified, only for you not to see anything at all because she failed to teach you how to clear your minds first? They all nodded. Well, guess what I've been teaching you to do these last 2 weeks? Harry asked rhetorically. You didn't think I was having you stare off into space and ponder your dreams for nothing, did you? That was you learning how to clear your mind. Now, clear your mind and ponder your crystal balls. The series of groans and several immature snickers followed his orders. Yet all the same, they marched to the front of the class and took a crystal ball each from the large box of them and a stand for it from the pile on his desk. He waited for them all to get settled with their balls firmly held in the ring-like stands on their tables before continuing. Now, I know you've all learned how to read omens in teacups. He said, to start with, you can also do that with crystal balls, making out shapes like the gunk of tea leaves in a cup and interpreting them. But seeing visions in the orb is the goal. Now, this will not take the form you might be imagining. Checking to make sure his students were paying attention, he went on. It is not like a television where a movie will play inside of the crystal ball that only you can see. It will instead be like a vivid daydream. He explained, who here has ever stared off into space and had a daydream where it was like having an actual dream? Scenarios playing out in your head? Everyone raised their hand. Good. It should be exactly like that. Most teachers will tell you to be careful not to confuse it with your imagination getting away from you. But I say otherwise. He said, clear your mind as I have taught you. Stare into the orb and wait for the daydream to hit you. Let it play out, then write it down. Or snap out of it if you notice a distinct shape or omen and write that down. No groans this time, just a few huffs of annoyance and grumpy glowering at the offending spheres. Hermione was especially loud with hers. What's the matter, Granger? Ron joked. Not like it's going to blow up in your face or something. Harry opened his mouth to tell them all to settle down and get started. Then he processed the words and who they came from and blanched. Miss Granger, he said, please come up to the front and sit at my desk with me. He did not wait for her to answer, conjuring a chair on the side of his desk for her to plop down on and taking his seat behind it as well. Thinking better of things, he made an exception for everyone. You can all sit down for this class. He told them and cast a classroom-wide vertimillious to make the chairs that were already there, but hidden, reappear. They all made some noise of relief or another, none being fans of his standing during class policy, while Hermione made her way to the seat beside him, bringing with her the crystal ball and stand. She sat up on the edge of his desk and Harry, still standing, got to work filling out financial statements for the sanctuary. Now seemed like a great time to let the quiet of class inspire him to get some not-so-fun work done. It was mostly just a report on what supplies were used and would need replacing. That part he had already done. All that was left was to calculate the cost of it all and send it in as a requisition form to the bank. The potion ingredients really were up there in terms of price, and would remain so until he found a plot for growing his own. Hopefully, it would only take the weekend. He must have been way too engrossed to it, because he didn't feel the high energy in the air until the spell flew. With one hand, he erected a physical barrier of granite between Hermione and her crystal ball, with the other a wall-sized protego between Draco and Sean Finnegan. The stunner from the older Finnegan fizzled against his protego, but an unidentifiable hex flew across his desk and shattered the crystal ball into large, sharp chunks of glass. They bounced harmlessly against the granite barrier he summoned, but thank Merlin he had, or else she would have spent the week in the hospital wing. That will be detention. Malfoy. Finnegan. Harry said with a dangerous edge to his tone. And 25 points each from Gryffindor and Slytherin. Class is dismissed. Weasley. Granger. Stay. Visible confusion at being dismissed 20 minutes early met his command, but his own visible anger kept any objections or questions silent. What few there were among students who would usually be elated to get let out of class early. He waited for them to slowly file out, watching Draco and Sean in particular. He probably looked like he was glaring at them. Scratch that, he was glaring at them. When the last of them filed out, Ron made his way to the front of the room to stand next to Hermione, who was still hidden from his vision by the floating granite block. He canceled the conjuration to reveal the frizzy-haired girl sitting patiently and demurely with her hands in her lap. She still looked a little shell-shocked and wide-eyed. "So, are you both okay?" he asked. Hermione quietly nodded, but Ron just looked at him in confusion. "Why wouldn't I be okay? She was the one who was almost hospitalized," he pointed out. "And why was she almost hospitalized?" Harry asked. "What almost hurt her?" Hermione caught on first. "My crystal ball blew up. In my face," she said, giving Ron a scathing look. Ron blinked at the scathing look. "You're not saying I did that, are you?" he asked. "No. You predicted it," Harry told him. "You have a rare form of the sight called ironic foresight. Today it decided to make itself more obvious than usual for some reason. That some reason being the fates fucking with him for not telling Ron when he should have. They just wouldn't allow him to have his fun, would they? But this is the first time something like that has happened," Ron said. "First time it's happened so fast." Harry corrected. "I am positive you have made jokes in the past that came true, but usually months or even years later. Or at least you don't find out until years later." "He has," said Hermione. Harry looked at her. "He joked about me and a boy that was already true," she said, "and he had no way of knowing." "What boy did I ever tease you about?" Ron asked. "Malfoy." "No," Hermione yelled with a disgusted face. "Stop," Harry interrupted. "She is speaking vaguely on purpose to keep her secrets from us. Now, you have the sight. Hermione, a skeptic among skeptics, can see it. And I, a divination professor, am telling you that it is so. Why do you not believe it?" The young man looked away and seemed unsure of himself. "I am offering you private tutoring to nurture this gift, but I suppose you need convincing. Fortunately, I have the tools necessary to convince you," Harry told him. And with that, he reached under his desk and retrieved the pensive Dumbledore had agreed to loan him. "Now, let's go down memory lane, shall we?" Voldemort appeared at the edge of the forest where 4 of his Death Eaters stood waiting for him, each garbed in black robes and donning silver skull masks. As they always had, they stood facing away from him, gazing into the forest. He marched up to stand in the middle of them. With 2 on his left and 2 on his right, he felt invincible. They always made him feel invincible. "Lucius, Amicus," Voldemort commanded. "If this goes well, I will rely on you too, and the rest may leave. If it does not, then you must go." "My lord," Lucius asked, confused. "You have other responsibilities than to me." Voldemort told them. "And if this goes badly, you cannot be involved in what will happen." "Are you referring to our involvement in Morgant's werewolf sanctuary?" Amicus asked. "Indeed. You both do wonderful deeds by him, and I won't allow you to poison your philanthropy with such an atrocious conflict of interest." Voldemort told them. "Don't worry. I have Crabbe and Goyle. If their sons are good enough to guard your son, they're good enough to guard me." Lucius and Amicus bowed in deference to his orders and reasoning. Voldemort marched into the woods, his 4 followers hanging behind. He did not walk long. The humanoid shapes stealthily skirting between trees signaled he was in the right place. He noted their reflective eyes and soundless padding along. The full moon was long gone now, but their bestial nature was still in control. Just as Fenrir trained them, an oversight Voldemort was here to correct. "Let him through." Fenrir's snarl rang through the forests. His menders immediately vanished from his peripheral vision, back into hiding so perfectly even he couldn't have noticed them if they hadn't already revealed their presence. A few more paces, and he broke into a clearing, interrupting a feast. A feast of raw meat and bone meal. Not human, thankfully. It smelled more of pork than the sweetness of human corpses he had become so familiar with in his warring. "My lord," Fenrir greeted, kneeling deeply. His fellow werewolves, nearly 100 in number, imitated him. Voldemort merely glanced over them and their feast. A long, conjured table with no chairs covered in poorly butchered meat. He spotted the several pig snouts and confirmed his optimistic conclusion. Then there was the state of Fenrir and his followers, disturbed, malnourished from a diet of raw meat, and clothed in rags. None had bathed in months by the smell, and likely not had a proper meal, with vegetables and grain, in years. These were his followers? Surely not. How could he have been so derelict in his duties to those that put their faith in him as to allow Fenrir and his troops to fall to such lows? "You need never bow to me, Fenrir," Voldemort said, sadly. "Rise, all of you." They obeyed, standing, some even at attention, to the dark lord that stood there in friendship. Their confusion was understandable. "I have wronged you, Fenrir," Voldemort said. "I have come here today to right that wrong." "My lord?" Fenrir asked in uncertainty, mirroring Lucius' earlier worry. "It's Tom to you," Voldemort corrected. Fenrir actually flinched at the name, a name neither had said in decades. "It has always been just Tom for you, my last living friend," he told him. "You whose secret I kept when we were mere schoolboys, and who kept all of mine. And yet, look at how I have repaid you." He raised his arms and waved to indicate the disturbed way they lived. The sleeping bags laid on plain dirt and autumn leaves, the filthy rags upon their bodies. "But my lord," Voldemort glared. "Tom, when have you ever done anything to wrong me? You have given me everything we ever wanted and more." Fenrir pleaded. "I wanted blood. You gave me blood. The blood of all those who wronged us. Yes, I sicked you on every anti-werewolf legislator I could find, a pack of assassins that struck fear and disgust into enemies that would wrong us." Voldemort said. "And this too was wrong." Fenrir looked at him and blinked. The minuscule pieces of humanity still within him were churning like gears, processing what Voldemort was saying. "Are you dissatisfied without work?" he pleaded. "No," Voldemort said, closing his eyes and shaking his head solemnly. A practiced motion. "You have been my most loyal friend and most effective soldier. But I have been a poor leader to you. I didn't help you." More of that lost humanity was returning to his eyes and posture as Voldemort spoke. Good. He wasn't so sure there was enough left to dig out before coming here based on reports. Reports he had not believed. Reports he had chalked up to anti-werewolf exaggeration and propaganda. He could see he was wrong to do so now. "What happened to the grayback who went to school with us 50 years ago?" Voldemort asked. The most handsome and charming of us all, with a voice like silk and scotch, who could charm the skirt off of any lady in school, teacher or student. And had, Fenrir snorted in amusement. Memories of their young charms teacher, Miss Pledge, must have been a warm memory indeed. You dressed the best of us, and for a time, fought better than the rest of us in our weekend dueling pit. You made me into the fighter I am today and convinced Abraxas to give the mudblood Parselmouth a chance? To take me under his wing and make a gentleman out of me? Voldemort begged. What would that man think of the beast you have become? He was getting through to the man-beast. He watched as Fenrir looked down at himself, at his clawed hands, at the wild locks of hair that now covered his body. A body barely hidden by burlap pants and a too large cloak that had seen better days. You were a sick man, a hurt man, and I fed into that hurt. I turned you into a weapon instead of the great man you were meant to be. And I am here to fix that. Lucius is outside, willing and ready to spend every penny of his fortune on your legal defense and rehabilitation. The views towards werewolves have improved, and nobody would deny your insanity deal. Morgan's Werewolf Sanctuary can help you. Mungo's can heal you. All of you. The light and intelligence in his friend's eyes vanished. His smile and nostalgia vanished from his face. The deference and friendliness in his posture replaced by rigid aggression. You're firing me? He snarled. No, Tom said. He's firing us. Fenrir roared. No, Tom begged, but it was too late. The dozens of werewolves in the clearing were already back on all fours, making to pounce like animals. A dozen more had enough humanity to withdraw their wands. Fenrir? He was transforming during a waning moon. His teeth extended, his hands and claws lengthened, and his hair became just that much wilder. The beginnings of a snout jutted from his face with the elongated fangs. But that was as far as his transformation went. The prodigal fighter of his generation, the once brilliant werewolf, had discovered a method for partially transforming without a full moon. Of course he had. Many fools had underestimated this man and died for it, but Tom knew better. He mentally called upon the dark mark, send the burning twinge to the four outside. He felt Lucius and Amicus vanish from his immediate control by the dark mark, and the forest erupted in fire. A great ring of licking flames encircled the clearing he was in and the poor creatures they now had a responsibility to put down. When he felt the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards fall around him, he knew Crab and Goyle were earning their titles today. I'm sorry, Vinrir. I have failed you, Tom said sadly. I could not save you, but I can end your suffering. Fuck you, Tom. Fenrir snarled monosyllabically as he too crouched down to all fours. Taking a deep breath and fighting the single tear his healing soul demanded he shed for his last friend, he readied to fight. Some unnameable werewolf on the left cast a paltry, exploding hex at him, with no follow-up. Many of the other wand-waving peons in the clearing did the same, mostly targeting the fires now surrounding them, but Tom focused on this one. With a perfectly accurate extension of his arm, Tom caught the dark orange hex with the tip of his wand and shuddered the distance towards the young man, appearing before him instantly and at every point in between all at once. With the explosive hex still at the tip of his wand, Tom grasped him by the top of his head with his free hand and cast a forked lightning charm. With the man's explosive hex on the tip, as he cast, the two formed a dangerous union, and the 8 arcs of yellow lightning pushed through it as if focused through a lens, taking on an orange hue. Every one of the feral men and women struck by the arcs of electricity suffered a nasty case of exploding body parts where they struck. 2 were fortunate to lose an arm or a leg. The rest had holes the size of bludgers punched into their chest, stomach, groin. 2 lost their heads. 3 arcs completely missed, taking out one of the flaming trees and digging 2 nice craters into the ground. The rubble and force, not to mention viscera, of the combo spell sent the remaining dozen or so werewolves on this side of the clearing diving for cover. 3 unfortunately did so directly in the path of the falling tree. Tom brought the now weaker explosive hex at the tip of his wand to the throat of the man he held in his left hand. It wasn't quite as spectacular of a gore show as the explosive lightning combination, but those arteries and windpipe were very much destroyed. Colorless piercing and cutting hexes rained into the clearing from beyond the fires where Crab and Goyle were now picking off Fenrir's underlings. Speaking of Fenrir, AR, The man-beast roared as he bared down on Tom with a clawed hand like an axe. Tom sidestepped it with ease and shuddered away to the opposite end of the clearing, before listening with his mind for the incantations of his enemies. Glacia Cylindria. Stupefy. Percusio. He heard the incantations in the heads of his enemies as they tried to silently cast. It was useful to be able to cast a spell without an enemy hearing what it was. For most enemies it worked, but when you utter it in your head, a man like Tom could still hear it. He shuddered out of the way of the stunner and piercer, flying into the path of the freezing curse variant. It was a kind that shot like a projectile to freeze the target it hit instead of being a cold whirlwind like most Glacia variants. Capturing that with his wand, he waved it over his head in a large arc, as if to invite everyone to fire at him. But with only one arc to his lawn-cutting charm, he let it loose, combining it with the Glacia charm as he did so. The charm cut down every single one of them at the ankles. They fell from the already frostbitten stubs at the end of their legs to the ground. Still alive, but out of the way so he could focus on Fenrir, who was still charging at him. Okay, no more running. No more magic. He reholstered his wand and charged at the rampaging beast he had once called friend. He would not dishonor him by fighting with fire or silver. He would fight with claws. Tom would fight with fists. Bite. Shoulder. Came the simpler thoughts of the half-transformed man. And so, Tom baited him into making the lunge, and, knowing it was coming, ducked beneath the lunge and around his side. Fenrir tumbled from the lack of a body to strike, but slid to a stop and charged back towards him without skipping a beat. Tom merely put his fists up, claw to throat, stab through chest, bite at face. Tom leaned back to avoid the first claw, sidestepped to avoid the second meant to impale him, and thrust his entire body forward to bring his forehead slamming against Fenrir's snout before he could open his jaws. Fenrir yelped in pain and staggered away, clutching at his face. Tom pursued with a haymaker to the back of his head and neck that struck true, staggering him to the ground. He did stay there, long, striking back with a two-clawed bear hug that Tom hadn't heard coming. It still dodged it and gave Fenrir a good 1-2 to the stomach and vaulting beneath his legs before he could slash down at him. As Fenrir turned around to advance on him again, Tom wandlessly summoned the long, miraculously intact and unmolested, table towards them both. It shattered against his back and sent him flying towards Tom. Tom brought his knee up with all his might, connecting with the werewolf's jaw with a nice crack. For a split second, Tom thought the crack might have been his knee, but the high-pitched and uncomfortably dog-like yelp of the now fetal werewolf told him otherwise. And when he didn't get back up, but instead reverted back into being fully human, Tom put his fist down and knew the fight was over. Looking around, he noted the remaining werewolves were dead too. Crab and Goyle had picked them off while he wasn't looking. I'm SSSU sorry. A sniffling, weeping voice rose up from the broken man beneath him. I tried, Tom. I really did. Tom withdrew his wand and kneeled beside Greyback. Me too, he said, putting a hand on Greyback's shoulder and turning him over. He looked up at the bloody nose, shattered jaw, and tear-stained face of his friend. I tried to be better. Why couldn't I be who I used to be? Why couldn't I be more than what I am? He pleaded in broken speech. Because none of us could. Tom answered without hesitation. Despite how much we tried, we were broken then too, like the world we had no hope of fixing. The fires around them were extinguished down to the last ember, and all of a sudden they were in pitch blackness. But moments later light returned, and Tom could see reflected in Fenrir's eyes the great streak of stars that could only be seen this far from the light pollution of the cities. Tom looked up too and marveled at the Milky Way with his friends. What a beautiful sight to die to. What will I tell them? Fenrir asked. Tom looked at him questioningly, surreptitiously casting a diagnostic charm on his chest. Abraxas, Mulciber, Avery, he clarified. They and the rest were still men when they died, with wives, families, and their dreams still alive. I'm none of those things. I have none of those things. You tell them the truth. Tom told him. You tell them that you too were a man again when you died. That in your last moments you remembered and were with someone who carried on your dreams along with theirs. Fenrir tried to turn his neck despite his shoulders and ribs being shattered from the table. Before he could say another word, Tom cast the killing curse, severing his once beautiful soul from his accursed, diseased, and broken body. He let out a long breath as his head fell motionless to the ground. Tom knew that it was just the remaining air in his lungs being forced out, but couldn't help feeling as if it sounded like all of the worries, suffering, and stress of his life being let go at long last with a relaxing sigh. He had been so tired in the end, tired of every door being shut on him, tired of being forced out of his studies despite being such a genius. His mind left to waste as a laborer and warrior as his disease ate at him. As he came to believe what other people believed about him, that he was nothing more than a beast. And he became it. That's it then. He heard Crabbe's voice as he entered the clearing. The last of the knights of Walpurgis is gone. One him, Tom tried to say, but cleared his throat when his voice came out broken with emotion. One remains. Crabbe looked at him, but it took Goyle's hand on his shoulder for him to understand. And the last knight would like to be alone, please. He pleaded. They vanished without so much as a nod or verbal confirmation. Loyal friends, just like their fathers. Just like Fenrir. He gazed down at the man. As first friend, for the 1,000th time, he allowed himself to fall into delusions. To imagine a world in which the Wolfsbane potion had been invented 30 years earlier than it had, of the life Fenrir should have been afforded. It had been so long since he'd thought about these things. Of his friends, of the other knights, and their dreams of a better world. Each of them had given themselves a mission, a singular goal by which their oath bound them to pursue in religious zeal. For Abraxas, it was to undo the hold foreign lobbyists and interest groups had over the Ministry of Magic. For McNair, it was to fight the cruelty done to magical beasts and to see them free in the wild once more. And for Fenrir, it was to lead werewolves into their own separate nations. They had, all of them failed, and more despicably, passed down their missions to their sons. They had trusted Tom to help lead them, and like his peers, he had failed. Now all of those hopes and dreams and regrets were his alone. There were none left to help him shoulder them. Seeing the state of Fenrir's corpse, Tom put him into a more comfortable position. After crossing his arms over his chest and straightening his back, hips and legs, the man almost looked to be sleeping. A quick episki to straighten the bones of his jaw and cartilage of his nose made the illusion complete, save for the blood on Fenrir's face. Voldemort wiped that away with his bare hand. He looked at the life-giving liquid in the moon and starlight and raised it to the sky. This war will end. Voldemort swore to the heavens. Within a year's time, all of this rage, stupidity, and sadness will be done, and the sun will rise on a world without the corruption we hoped to root out, without the rapists and murderers and thieves we hunted down, and without me. Take corruption and lunacy of the ICW will end. I swear it. For you, my friends. Always for you. He lowered his blood-stained fist and breathed in the night air, smelling less of smoke by the moment. Just take care of him when he arrives, okay, fellas? He's been through a lot. He whispered to them as an afterthought before turning back on the corpse. There was only one thing left to do. Kneeling down beside Fenrir for the last time, he reached into the dead man's robes, the robes he had once given him, and felt his fists close around a small, leather box barely larger than his hand. He pulled his hand back to look at the nondescript case he had trusted Fenrir with so long ago. And he had been right to do so, for he had kept it safe on his person for all of these years. He sat down beside the serene figure and held the box with both hands, anticipating the pain to come. Pain on top of the pain he was already feeling. Pain and healing made possible by the pain he was feeling. Remorse was the only ingredient needed to stitch this piece of his soul back into its home. And so, when he opened the lid, he didn't even have to touch the little golden goblet of Helga Hufflepuff for the healing to begin. And he screamed for the entirety of the night. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. Nonsensical Rants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 31. Ranker Speculation. Chapter 30. Ranker Speculations. Voldemort picked himself off the ground with a groan. The dry autumn leaves crunched almost as loudly as his joints. He couldn't remember the last time he felt this old, and boy did he feel old. 70 years on this earth, and only now did he feel every single one of them. He hadn't felt them last year. He hadn't felt them last month. He hadn't even felt them yesterday. But he felt them now. More importantly, he remembered them. Damn it, Fenrir. He cursed the corpse beside him. And I thought you were the neglected one. How did none of you see that I wasn't okay either? The corpse of his friend did not answer, but Tom didn't need him to. Yesterday, he hadn't remembered that time he, Avery and Fenrir, had snuck out on Thestrals to visit Calvary's grave, only to pass out on fire whiskey. Horcruxes weren't supposed to take memories with them into their new vessels, but he should have known better. He knew how entwined the soul was to the body and the mind. How one's soul is a reflection of one's thoughts and one's feelings. A man is the sum total of his thoughts. You are what you think about, or you are the sum total of your actions. You are what you do. Both philosophies are true, especially in regard to magic, and yet everyone seemed to have forgotten that with age. The Horcruxes had not taken his memories, just prevented him from thinking on them. Broken connections of memories. Since he had not been able to dwell on them, he had not been whole. He still wasn't whole. He still had 3 more to incorporate back into himself. That the time traveler was allowing him to do so instead of hunting them down and destroying them worried him immensely. How could he possibly know what they were if he had reabsorbed them in his timeline as well? Unless he hadn't? Had the boy hunted them down and destroyed them originally, and somehow manipulated events so that he would reabsorb them in this timeline? Why would anybody do that? If destroying Voldemort was his goal, then with knowledge of their locations and protections, he could have easily destroyed them all by now. It would have been a much more direct and effective path than this. The only motivation for doing so was if Hadrian wanted to save him. And that made no sense outside of Dumbledore's theory that the boy was his son. Maybe an apprentice? A successor? It would explain how powerful the young man was, and his knowledge of things he ought not to know of. It would also open the possibility of him having reabsorbed his Horcruxes in the future, and Hadrian was simply speeding the process along. Somehow. The only other possible reason for trying to save him was if a much greater threat lay in the future that would require a true Dark Lord to help fight off. There was a very short list of such threats he could think of. Chiefly among them was a full-blown demonic incursion straight from hell or a world war between muggles and wizards. And if either of those were the case, he definitely needed to get his affairs in order. And fast. He also really needed to schedule another meeting on neutral ground with Albus. His suspicions, chiefly that Hadrian was his apprentice from the future and he was here to prepare them for an apocalyptic scenario, was one he had to share with the dying man, so he could also set things into motion. Still, with all of these conclusions in his mind, he couldn't help feeling rage and envy towards the young man. In a few short months of arriving in the past, he had already accomplished all of Voldemort's failed dreams. He had the love of his life hanging off of his arm and a vaunted position as teacher at Hogwarts. The 2 goals he was never close to achieving. It was almost as if his apprentice was showing him up. He stood up fully, groaning like a pitiful retirement home patient all the while, before surveying the carnage he had wrought the night before. The 100 or so corpses around him testified, just as loudly to his failures as a leader as the one at his feet. His was the only name he knew. The rest were nobodies but shouldn't have been. He had been telling the truth to Hadrian when he said that seeing him work the way he worked and succeed as he had made Voldemort rethink his tactics. Terror, economic warfare, and assassination had achieved little, and only after decades, whereas Hadrian had achieved so much in only months. And here he was with the cost of his incremental gains. Sunken cost fallacy would have him double down on his tactics, but instead he had opted for a rather violent form of corporate restructuring, as Narcissa had called it. Between her punching him for sending assassins after arrival and opting to cut off a dead branch of his order, he was wondering if she had forgotten that he was the motherfucking Dark Lord, despite him reminding her in those exact terms that he was indeed the motherfucking Dark Lord. There was still violence to be done, but the restructuring would have to take priority for now. Wait, he said to himself as his senses caught up to his waking state. He sniffed at the air, and upon tasting no hint of rotting flesh or vacated bowels, he knew something was wrong. He withdrew his wand and cast a simple spell identification charm on the nearest corpse, aside from Fenrir, and balked at the result. Somebody, or multiple persons, had come through while he was unconscious and vanished the vacated matter from the corpses in the clearing, only to follow it up with air-freshening charms and cooling charms on the corpses. He could only laugh at the implications. Had Crab, Goyle, Lucius, and Amicus really come back to check up on him and make him comfortable in his unconsciousness? Of course they had. Disobedient little shits though they might be, they were loyal servants. Good friends. All of them. Better than he deserved. A lot better than he deserved. He collected himself and caught his breath from the laughter. His usual worries about being seen in such a state of weakness, not even an afterthought to his new frame of mind. He had much more pressing issues, such as what to do with all of these bodies. He could leave them here to be found by the German authorities, but that would leave said authorities and the press to release pure conjecture about the events that transpired here. With the international coverage of Morgan's sanctuary, they would likely conclude he was making a poignant statement in opposition to his charity and the goals thereof. This he did not want. Alternatively, he could immolate or bury the corpses for none to find, but that would lead to much more histrionic conjecture and fear-mongering. The terrified worries about where Fenrir's clan was holding out and amassing strength for a horrific attack. This he also did not want. What should he do? He knew what he would have done just days or weeks earlier, but those tactics were a thing of the past. He was now trying to see things from a new perspective. He was now trying to emulate Morgan's modus operandi. The master learning from the apprentice what he would inevitably teach him in time. What should he do? A simple question whose answer was another simple question. What was the right thing to do? He rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Harry nodded in satisfaction as the alarm went off, indicating that he was done watching Draco and Sean paint his classroom. All right, I think my walls are sufficiently decorated, Harry said, stopping the two boys. They groaned in relief as they lowered their arms and the thick brushes they had been painting his walls with. They were bamboo calligraphy brushes, and with them, these two boys had covered his entire room with the words, "I shall not fight in class." It now looked like the walls of a mental asylum patient. He was very tempted to get red ink and add "Connect the Cuts" in big, bold letters just to screw with people, but that was a bit too far even for him. And most of these uncultured children wouldn't get the reference anyways. Now, what does my wall say? Harry asked the two boys. Draco scowled and glared at the words on the wall. "I shall not fight in class." Sean answered in a deadpan. "Good, Mr. Finnegan," Harry said condescendingly. "So long as you and Draco keep this message in mind, you ought to avoid detention with me in the future." Draco stared hard at the words. "The phrasing seems to insinuate that you don't care if we fight outside of your classroom." The Slytherin said. "I don't," Harry said flippantly. "Not only can I not stop you from doing so, it also is not my problem. It's Pomfrey and Gray's problem. Did I just give you permission to fight in the halls?" The two boys shook their heads no at his demand. No, I did not. And if I catch you doing so, it'll be a much more severe detention," he warned. "Now run along." They left through the staircase as opposed to the ladder, and Harry returned to the seat at his desk with a sigh. Another week of teaching these upstarts down, a few dozen more to go. But Friday was finally here, and in a few short hours he would be having tea with some old ladies and relaxing. "Professor?" A tiny voice called from the stairway. Harry swiveled in his chair to see none other than Xenophilius Lovegood, Jr., standing in his doorway. He was cutting it a little close, waiting until the last minute possible to come to him before he closed shop for the weekend, as all students knew he would. "Come in, Mr. Lovegood." Harry beckoned. The minuscule Ravenclaw approached his desk and daintily placed onto it a simple potions vial. A sampler one, like a blood draw tube, not a large one you could quaff down. Inside was a familiar swirling mass of silvery mist. A dream? Harry asked. Xenophilius nodded. Excellent. That would make you the first to share one with me. Let's give it a look-see, Harry said as kindly as possible, hoping it wouldn't be a particularly long dream, as he did have an appointment to keep. He reached under his desk and withdrew the lidded pensieve before placing it on the table. Snatching up the vial with one hand and lifting the lid of the pensieve with the other, he uncorked it and began pouring the memory into the stone bowl. You need only touch the liquid surface, Harry instructed. The boy obliged, and Harry followed him into the pensieve without hesitation. The world around them reformed from liquid inks in the abyss of the pensieve, and Harry found himself in a very yellow place. It was a desert, one filled with rolling hills and short mountains as far as the eye could see, each pockmarked with tufts of green grass and trees juxtaposed to the yellowed sands and brown rocks. It was a very lovely, if somewhat windy place, and for the life of him, Harry had no idea where it was, nor who the people around them were. Whoa, he said in surprise at the multitude of naked Vila. They did not look as modern Vila do, but that is what these creatures were. The scaled feet with razor-sharp talons jutting from every toe and hands to match are not features modern Vila sported, but were elegant on these ones all the same. Nor did modern Vila have downward-facing wings on their backs like a drooping angel, but these ones did. And the largest, eldest of them, flanked on both sides by her screech owls and pet lions, was one, with completely braided hair, put up into a conch shell formation. She was enormous, easily mistaken for a full-blooded giant, towering over all of her daughters. She looked exactly like her statues, as did the man kneeling before her. I wasn't sure about sharing it, Xenophilius said. It seemed inappropriate. It is not, Harry told the boy. These were days when the body was not covered out of shame. Now, let me listen. The kneeling man spoke, but his words were unknown to Harry. Not only was the language he spoke completely lost to time, but the normal muffling and incoherence of language dream speak was famous for made it even less intelligible. As he spoke, Ishtar plucked from the ground one of her maned lions. They were all male and maned, but of a breed unlike any lion Harry had seen before, likely long since extinct like the European lions. She cradled it in her arms like a kitten. Yes, she was that big, and patted it while seemingly in deep thought at the man's words. Her daughters, all taller than the man, but not ridiculously so, watched the man and whispered between themselves between the occasional fit of giggles. They were a diverse group of daughters, with as many different hair and eye colors as the literal wagonful of bouquets and textiles the man had presented as offering. As far as Harry could tell, none of them shared a father. Ishtar had been a bit of a man-eater, and proudly so. Those were different times prior to Hera inventing marriage in its modern form to tame men and women alike. The man finished pleading his case to the mother Vila, and she stared at him in silence, raking her claws through the lion's mane as she did so. She eventually spoke. As before, the words meant nothing to Harry, but they must have meant a great deal to the kneeling man by the downcast look of defeat he adopted as she spoke them. Eventually, she gave a dramatic pause and said a word that, even across the millennia of language barriers, Harry understood to mean, however, followed by a substitutional offer. One that made the bearded man blanch in a mix of terror and awe. When he spoke this time, Harry understood him. Nehushtan, Mother says to come with me. Come, let us crush my enemies and make me king of all things as I was meant to be, he said commandingly in seemingly perfect English. The mountain of copper behind her rose like a twisting column of metal treads. It coiled in on itself to reveal the glistening copper scales and golden plumage of a great feathered serpent glittering in the sunlight like a death ray. The much greater reflections when it spread its two wings and raised its head blinded Harry with the reflected light of the sun, and a moment later, he felt the familiar tug of a memory ending, and he found himself returned to his classroom. Wow, said Harry. I know a lot of history and archaeology nerds who are going to love this. So, You know who and what those were? Xenophilius asked. The giantess, the harem, the man, and the snake? Harry smiled at the boy. Mr. Lovegood, the man you saw in that dream was none other than Sargon of Akkad. The giantess he met with was the goddess Ishtar, and that was no harem, but the totality of her Vila daughters. The serpent was unknown to me, though. He explained honestly. Sargon of what now? Xenophilius asked. Wait, Vila? Those didn't look like Vila. Harry looked at the boy, genuinely surprised he didn't know this history. Sargon of Akkad was a great king in ancient Mesopotamia, a great and powerful wizard of ancient times. Harry explained, and Vila did not always look as they do now, and in fact had many varieties in those days. Just as there are fish-like mermaids, dolphin-like mermaids, shark-like mermaids, jellyfish-like mermaids, and squid-like mermaids. He paused while the boy withdrew parchment and quill to take notes. Harry knew what the boy was going to be researching in the library that weekend. One breed of Vila was known as the Liliths, or screeching owls, and looked like that. There used to be as many different types of Vila as there are people. Valkyries, Liliths, sirens, and more. Most were wiped out. The Vila you know today were, selectively bred from the different types that were enslaved. Sirens could only infatuate by singing while transformed, but the Greek Olympians, wizards and witches, by the way, took them and mixed them over generations into the nymphs of mythology, and they've remained like that ever since. The boy made a disgusted face. That's terrible, Xenophilius said. Indeed, Harry said simply. So, this Sargon guy was friends with the Vila? He asked. Harry could only stare at the boy. You've not been told the epic of Sargon of Akkad? The king who united Mesopotamia? Raised by Vila, the Lilithic daughters of Ishtar, after they rescued him from his mother after she tried to set him adrift in on a river. What are they teaching you in history of magic? He asked aghast. He wasn't friends of the Vila. He was the son and brother to Vila. The kid didn't even shrug, but just got more inquisitive. He was set adrift down the river? He asked. Like Moses? Harry cringed at the innocence at which the boy asked the horrific question. He needed to measure his next words carefully or risk getting very angry letters from Zeno Sr. and his drop-dead gorgeous wife that he still wasn't crushing on. Or worse, risk turning Zeno Jr. to a future Voldemort follower. Yes, like Moses, but sending babies adrift on the river is a euphemism. Harry explained. It's what people said when a woman drowned her baby in the river and set it down in a basket, like a floating casket. The look of horror on the boy's face was exactly what he expected. A wizard child, hell, the average wizard adult has never even imagined a person capable of killing a baby, let alone their own baby. With the obvious exceptions of the freaks that were Arthur and Molly Weasley, children were a rarity for witches and wizards. As a result, they were rightly cherished. In fact, the major reason most witches joined Voldemort's cause was because they learned of recent events in the Muggle world in regard to the sexual degradation of Muggle women followed soon after by rampant divorce and abortion. Any one of these was enough to disgust a witch to the point of genocidal rage. But all three? Yeah, it's a miracle most Death Eaters weren't women, considering most of his supporters were. Witches do not like the idea of people from a culture of baby killing, marriage ending, vow-breaking sexual deviants migrating into and changing their culture. And that's how Molly had put it to Hermione. Andromeda had much more colorful language. It was such a rampant view of witches towards Muggleborns that even Molly Weasley was so easily convinced by Rita Skeeter's rag that Hermione would behave so reprehensibly back in his 4th year. There was not a chance in hell Harry was going to tell little Xenophilius any of this. But in the case of Moses, he was saved from his mother by a witch in Ramses' court and raised as an Egyptian wizard. Sargon, raised by Vila, came back and conquered. Assuming this dream, actually, is post-cognitive, which I have every reason to believe it is, you have brought me our first dream vision. One that every magi-anthropologist will want to see. The boy brightened up at the praise. With your permission, I would like to bottle this up and take it to the ministry for the Unspeakables to verify. If you would kindly write a quick letter of introduction for yourself with the details of the dream, such as the date and time you had it, I can take it there this evening. Harry offered. Make sure to sign it so they can make sure you get proper credit. The boy did exactly as Harry suggested while he rebottled the memory. A piece of twine later, and the vial was wrapped in the letter of introduction, and they were both on their way. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 32. A Hogwarts Emergency. Chapter 32. A Hogwarts Emergency. Harry stepped out of the phone booth and into the main lobby of the Ministry of Magic. His newly won chess pin declared his purpose there to be prospecting. That cool, female voice in all of the Ministry's facilities was one fun gal. Great sense of humor for a robot. He didn't understand why more people didn't come in through the visitor's entrance. Instead, the many public sector's workers were rushing in and out of the fireplaces lining the wall, as usual. Bureaucrats. Always in a hurry, never getting anything done. Harry marched past the tacky fountain and towards the check-in station with the shortest line and waited. Then waited. Then waited some more. Next, the man at the stand ordered. Harry finally reached him and proffered his wand. He took it and placed it on the now familiar scale, which then produced a slip of parchment on the unused half. Professor Hadrian Morgan? The Auror confirmed. Yes, sir. Harry said politely. Premonition report? He clarified further. Right again. Harry said. Department of Mistress, level 9. Next, the Auror commanded, handing Harry back his wand and the slip of paper. Harry got out of the way and advanced through the turnstile and meandered through the crowd towards the lifts. Arriving in time to squeeze in, he packed himself into the sardine can with barely enough room left for the cage to close behind him. And down they went, stopping at each level to deposit and uptake more people. Unfortunately for most of the people there, the elevator had to go down one level before coming back up, as it was all automated. Which begged the question as to why they would bother to get on before it started to come back up. But these were wizards and witches after all. And so, down one level they went before the bell dinged and the cool female voice announced their arrival. Level 9. Department of Mysteries and Courtrooms. She said. Harry got off. The slick, familiar black walls greeted him like old friends as the lift went back up, leaving him alone in the hall. He took a deep breath, enjoying the musty, yet somehow clean smell of the less often walked hallway. Then he marched straight on towards the door that once haunted so many of his dreams. Reaching it, he raised a fist to bang on it, only for it to open before he could. Who should be facing but Prophecy herself, head of the exact department he was looking for. Now, wasn't that an amazing coincidence? Almost as if she knew he was coming. But that would be ridiculous. That would require her to have precognitive abilities or something. Good evening, Mr. Potter. Prophecy greeted in a silly attempt at intimidation. Good evening, Mrs. Polkis. Harry greeted back. He felt her death glare and confusion from beneath her obscuring cloak just as clearly without gilly dhu, as if he were actually using the sixth sense. His poker face had gotten really good over the years, and he was somehow managing to maintain it in that moment. How? In the world? She asked. Harry lifted both hands to his face and made spirit fingers. Psychic, he whispered, dropping his poker face to grin at her. The truth? He had figured it out in his own world. Hers was the only identity he ever uncovered, and then only because she suddenly appeared in Pierre's life as a retiree a day after Prophecy retired from the department. It was kind of her fault for telling him she just retired the day before as Mrs. Polkis, and he just deduced it then. And now she accidentally admitted to it. He really ought to have picked on his world's version more, but after what Piers had gone through, he left her in peace. She sighed and reached one hand beneath her obscuring hood to pinch the bridge of her nose. Why are you here? Hadrian ? She asked annoyedly. A student turned in a post-cognitive dream, and I would like to register it with your office. Harry said, now serious. He handed her the letter and twine-bound vial, and she took it skeptically. Under what basis do you think it genuine? She asked. A subject in the dream spoke perfect parcel tongue, which the child in question could not. Harry explained, nor could he have faked it. I see, she said. Prophecy then produced from within her cloak a clipboard with a form for dream visions. Name of dreamer, date on which the dream occurred, yada yada. She asked boredly with quill suddenly in hand, all detailed in the letter around the vial. Harry said. She sighed, but diligently undid the twine and opened the letter. The way she managed to do this with a clipboard in one hand and quill in the other spoke to her many years doing office work. With all these things still in her hands, quill, clipboard, vial, and letter, she then managed to hold a wand and tap the letter, casting a series of silent word duplication charms to copy all of the details onto her form. Pocketing everything except for the clipboard and quill, she signed the dotted line and tore the page out to hand to him. Here, this form recognizes that I received the dream and the details you've shared with me. You will get a letter detailing our decision on its veracity by Owl. She said curtly. Did you need anything else, Professor? No. Did you? He offered. No, she said, before closing the door in his face. Give my love to Piers. Harry yelled through the door, knowing it would annoy the woman to be left wondering how Harry knew her son. Chuckling to himself, Harry folded the confirmation slip before pocketing it, then went on his way. The next morning saw Harry sleepily hiking through the castle to Albus's office, pensive in hand. He made a wrong turn on the 4th floor and had to turn back, barely dodging Peeves riding a flying wardrobe like a surfboard through the halls. He ignored the poor Ravenclaw boy chasing after the poltergeist. Presumably, he was the owner of said wardrobe. It could provide for a good learning experience in terms of the utility of sticking charms. He finally arrived at the gargoyle to find it standing aside and the spiral staircase fully raised. He climbed it to hear the yelling match in progress. I only took this job because it was part-time and didn't take away from my other responsibilities. I can do Quidditch, flying lessons, and game nights, but I can't run fencing, javelin, or riding clubs as well. Hooch explained. But you did agree to the possibility of taking on such responsibilities when you signed up. Albus pointed out, and I have no choice but to hold you to them for the rest of the term, as I cannot hire 2 new people with the term just started. We already did all of our hiring and used up the allotted funds for the task. Then it may be wise for the rest of us to try and pick up the slack. Harry interrupted as he walked inside. I, for one, am an excellent flyer and love Quidditch. I can handle those responsibilities. Beyond that, I'm sure Phileas can handle fencing and Severus throwing weapons. He put down the pensive in its normal, ornate cabinet. What makes you think Severus has any talent or skill with throwing weapons? Albus asked. Psychic, Harry whispered while making spirit fingers. Albus and Hooch both groaned. Anyways, here's your pensive back. Now that one of my students had their first dream vision, I don't need to hang on to it. Future students can wait for your availability. Harry explained. I figured you'd enjoy pensive walking through the visions of distant pasts or futures. That does sound delightful. But back to the issue at hand. I do nor foresee Phileas or Severus having the free time to take up lead roles in clubs. Those who can certainly don't have the skill or talent in them. And while the ghosts go a long way towards ameliorating that, clubs do require a staff member with a wand there to supervise and intervene for injuries or prevent them. And such workers must be approved by the Board of Governors. HM. Then it sounds like it's time for me to take up my seat and call an emergency meeting of the governors. Harry said, I'm positive that we can get the funding for 3 or 4 new wands on deck. What makes you so certain of that? Albus asked. Because I can afford the expense out of pocket, if need be. But once many of them hear about their children's sudden interest in these ancient arts, they'll be all over it. And where are you going to find people with the free time to run school clubs? Hooch asked. Gee, if only we knew somebody who ran a sanctuary for disenfranchised and unemployed individuals from a wide range of backgrounds to recruit from and network through. Harry said, sardonically. Why, he could simply write to all of them with offers, and they'd jump right on it, wouldn't they? The twinkling returned to Dumbledore's eyes in that moment. This pleased Harry greatly. Tofty's home was a small cottage in the English countryside. It had a classic thatched roof Easy and cheap to maintain for a witch, but a nightmare for muggles. And a tomato garden along the path that was dying from the coming winter. The front door was already open for them when they arrived, and the chatter of old women was already wafting out of it. Just what I like to do on my weekends. Marchbanks complained. Spending time with co-workers. Oh, come on. You have some pretty great co-workers. Harry consoled. You have better ones. Yet I don't see you having breakfast at their houses. Marchbanks countered. True, but unlike you, I haven't been on sick leave long enough to miss them. Harry double countered. That's fair. Let's go see the naggers. Marchbanks decided. They marched through the front door and were greeted by Professor Tofty herself, who stood in the doorway to the left of the entrance hall, looking into the living room. They're finally here. Good timing, the ginger snaps just came out of the oven. She greeted, and like that the trip was already made worthwhile. They sat on the white, flowery furniture, and Harry was promptly introduced to their co-workers. Mafalda Hopkirk, he knew, but the other three were new to him. There was Tofty's undersecretary, Felicity, Mafalada's undersecretary, Hannah, and an accountant for the testing department named Zoe. The last of whom poured the two men cups of tea, just as Tofty returned with a platter of steaming hot ginger snaps. So, Professor Morgan, I would like to cordially welcome you to the world of being an educator. How has it been treating you thus far? Tofty began. Oh, excellently. My students have all been a joy, and so far I've only had to give 2 detentions, both at the same time for fighting. The coworkers keep me on my toes. I sure do love being the least wizened and intelligent person in a room. Lets me feel like a student again. Speaking of, Harry explained before motioning to the people in the room. He then let them take the floor as he finally reached for the platter of ginger snaps. Before they could begin, a knock came at the door, and in walked the last person Harry wanted to spend his Saturday morning with. The only pleasant thing about her appearance was the box of danishes she carried inside. Though he had to admit, orange was a better color on her than vibrant pink, and the genuine smile she wore was a marked improvement over the smugness he remembered her for. Morning, young ladies, Umbridge greeted as she put the box down next to the ginger snaps. Morning, Dolores, the not-so-young ladies greeted. Oh my, Alastair is here? And who is this? Dolores greeted the men present, noticing Harry mid-ginger snap. He swallowed and took a sip of the tea to wash it down. Hadrian Morgan, at your service. Harry greeted as politely as he could. Play nice. Just like with Bellatrix, she's not your Umbridge. Oh, Umbridge cried out, and joy absolutely bloomed on her face. Professor, Hadrian Morgan? Harry nodded at the clarification. I am so indescribably pleased to meet you. Divination was my favorite class as a girl, and it was maddening seeing it fall from the heights. Professor Shunpike had raised it to the lows that Trelawney took it. By all accounts, I've heard you are doing a wonderful job. Thank you, Dolores said wholeheartedly. She offered a hand, and Harry took it, though he was unable to hide the look of whiplash on his face as the heartfelt speech. Although a piece of a puzzle he had never thought of that was the Dolores Umbridge just fell into place. She had completely right to sack Professor Trelawney in his world. That woman was only kept on staff because Dumbledore needed to protect her from Voldemort, not because she was the best teacher for the job, which was a flagrant disregard for his responsibilities as headmaster. Still, she didn't have to show such animosity and cruelty in the manner of which she sacked Sybil. But he could understand it. After all, if he had been given 7 years under Professor Lupin only for Lockhart to replace him for the next generation, he'd feel pretty hateful of that grinning goon as well. More so than he already was at least. So, what are we talking about? Dolores asked, sitting down and being handed a cup of tea by Zoe. Work. Alastair already discussed how much he loves his new job. Why don't you share next? Mafalda offered. Oh, well, I'm a secretary for the Department of Games and Sports. Dolores explained. Really? What sports do you play or follow? Harry asked. Huh. Do any of us really seem the sporting type? Dolores asked. No. I have no love or even understanding of Quidditch or dueling. But all of the people at the ministry who do have no love or understanding of properly filling out documents and financial forms. That's where I come in, cleaning up after the boys. And they are such boys about it. Felicity complained, as their discussion descended into complaining how the men of the sports department never seemed to grow up, Harry withdrew a stack of blank parchments and his wand, along with 2 documents. One was his handwritten invitation detailing the club positions that needed filling, and the other was the list of werewolves who stayed at the shack last week and the guests they brought. He spent the rest of the chat using the copy and paste spell for the names and again for the letter. "What are you working on there?" Hannah asked. Hogwarts needs some extra staff due to the explosion of club activities. Part-time. So, I'm sending out letters to pretty much everyone I know asking if they or anybody they know can monitor fencing, javelining, boating, and other clubs. I don't suppose any of you can or know somebody who can fill these positions. Harry explained. Did you miss the part where Dolores said none of us are the sporting type? Tofty asked. That and nobody we know has the free time. My medical leave ends in another week. Then I'll be too busy. Marchbanks refused. Otherwise, I could probably handle some of the non-physical clubs like chess and gobstones. Well, it was worth a shot. There was only one last place to ask around before calling a meeting with the governors. Harry stormed into the shrieking shack. Oi, wheezes, he called out. Yeah, said Katie from the first floor. What is it? Fred called down from the second. They both stumbled into the parlor, Katie sooner than Fred. He waited for them both to be in front of him. It was still early on a Saturday morning, so there weren't any customers yet. They'd start appearing around noon. He handed them the list of positions. You guys know anybody who can work part-time at Hogwarts running these clubs? He asked. They took a moment to look it over and slowly shook their heads all the while. I got nothing on these, sorry. Fred said. Well, what about your brother? Katie asked. Fred gave her a look. Bill. She clarified. Bill? What about him? Fred asked, rechecking the list and seemingly trying to remember if Bill had ever picked up any of them. Well, isn't he chasing that French bird? The fencing duelist? Maybe he could put in a word with her? Katie asked. Have her teach swordplay. Oh, you mean Fleur? Harry asked. I don't know why I didn't think of her. I'll write her directly. I imagine she'd love teaching at Hogwarts. It would at least be amusing to see her suffer the Scottish winter for the first time again. Not to mention how the students would act around the Partvilla. Bill would be the tipping factor, though, as he knew she couldn't resist the chance to be in apparating distance from him and his family. Was he breaking his own rules against using his knowledge from his world as a basis for decisions? Yeah, but sometimes it was just too delicious not to. But then something occurred to him. He was already invited Polyakov and, by extension, Victor. Now he had invited Fleur. That left out one person with the same connection to him as those two. A connection only he knew of, but was a powerful one all the same. And so, he took out his final sheet of paper and titled it to the 4th champion from his universe. God, he couldn't wait to see Cedric again. Somewhere off the coast of Australia, Voldemort fell into an exhausted, disoriented, and agonized heap on the wooden deck of the boat as the boot he used as a portkey flew aside. It was the single longest portkey he had ever taken, and it had been a mistake. A portkey straight from Germany to Australia would have been bad enough, but that he had to program it to take circuitous routes around the Netherlands, Russia, and Indian Ocean. 5 minutes. 5 whole minutes. He thought he could handle it. He had been wrong. My lord! Walburga Black's voice called out to him. The sound of each of her footsteps against the hardwood ship deck felt like a sledgehammer to his skull. And when she tried to cradle him into a sitting position, it felt like he was rising the portkey all over again. You ever been hung over, concussed, and suffering from a Category 5 flu after running a 5K marathon? Tom asked in his best attempt at humor. That's what this feels like. My God, how many portkeys did you take? She asked, genuine concern dripping from her voice. Just the one, he groaned out. She was silent for a few moments after that. And when she spoke again, it was with a considerate whisper. A single portkey? From Germany to Australia? In one go. She clarified. Yup, he said. Another moment of silence. Where in the world did you get a portkey capable of going 10,000 miles in one trip? She asked. Oh, you know, Tom said in his best imitation of humble. I made it. How? With about 20 pages of algebraic topology. He explained. Yup. He'd had to graph out the portkey's route using a 3-dimensional model of the Earth, a highly detailed one Lucius kept in his mansion observatory, to plan that one out. Plotting functions to weave around the ward lines separating each country and keeping along international waters where no such wards existed had taken the better part of 2 nights. If he had just taken a straight route from Germany to here, he would have made it in half the time with half the pain, but every single nation along the route he passed through would have detected his passing and plotted out his exact course and final destination. Yeah, they would have had the armies of at least 5 wizarding nations shoved up their asses so fast it would have been the end of Voldemort forever. Is the object I left in your care still protected? He asked, still barely conscious but getting better by the minute. Of course, Tom. It is exactly where you left it. Its protection's unmolested. She told him. That's great, he said, trying to prop himself up but failing miserably. Then all of a sudden, Walburga did the unthinkable. She sighed along opera him, and he knew nothing more. Before you complain I'm being too nice to Umbridge, she dies brutally in my other story, Blood-Soaked Succession. This story is supposed to be nice and fair to all characters and show the wizarding world as a more wholesome and interconnected place, even for characters as atrocious as Umbridge. Oh shit, what about Rita? Not sure what I'll do with her. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 33. The Hogwarts Board of Governors. Chapter 33. The Hogwarts Board of Governors. So, FNet is finally sending me alerts again. Old alerts, but it's something. Let me know if any of you actually get alerts for this here chapter. Bellatrix dropped on her stomach to dodge beneath a white crescent shape that the dummy had just flung at her. When she had invited Harry to join her for her duelist training, he had expected to be taking part in it. But instead, the entire ordeal was her simply showing off her world to him. She started off with dodging drills. The exercises required her to do them without a wand, with her goal being to charge all the way to the dummy enchanted descent. Illusory beams of light to indicate different types of spells, such as the large bludgeoning curse she just sidestepped. He was pleasantly surprised to discover she did, in fact, train in classic gym clothes in place of dueling robes. The 20s-style shorts and tank top were less form-fitting than what a modern woman could get away with. But she wasn't a modern woman, and he wouldn't have her any other way. She finished her training with a flourish, somehow wiggling through a spray of firework sparks, as if she were trying to squeeze through a pair of prison bars to then slap the dummy on the top of its head. It slouched like a robot being shut down, and the practice was over. Harry applauded, and she curtsied before coming up to where he sat in the bleachers, next to fresh towels and a water bottle. She toweled herself off while catching her breath before taking a drink. Next is deflecting practice, she told him between gulps. The dummy's fake spells are enchanted to be dispelled by the same counter curses as the real deal and be caught or batted away with the same movements. It's a little finicky and requires more precision than the real thing, but that actually helps. Harry nodded. A mistake in the manufacturing leading to making it superior in the end? Gotta love happy little accidents like that. He pointed out. She giggled at his humor, but if she did so because she recognized the reference or because quoting Bob Ross is a slam dunk even to the uninitiated, he couldn't quite tell. She walked back out to the pit and stood in front of her dummy, this time with wand in hand. Said dummy stood back up and began firing the imitation spells at her. And this time she blocked, deflected, or caught each spell as they came. It was like a dance, or more so like the baton twirler at the front of marching band with a smidgen of ribbon dancing thrown in. There was a knock at the door, and Bellatrix stopped. Aspidoc alone, she said. The dummy also stopped throwing the harmless spells at her. Interesting choice of safe word. Way too many syllables and way too easy to mispronounce. It also appeared to be the word to unlock the door into the training room based on the loud click it made. You may come in, Bellatrix called. In walked Victor Crumb and his werewolf friend, Polyakov. Well, you two sure react to correspondence quickly. Harry said, but how did you know to find me here? We went to your sanctuary, but you veer not there. Your red-haired friend said I could find you here, Professor Morgan. Victor explained by way of greeting. Bellatrix, meet Victor Crumb and Holish Polyakov. Both were guests during the last full moon. Harry introduced. Bella curtsied again, and both gentlemen bowed. I wrote to them and others yesterday when Albus brought to my attention that the school was short-staffed. We need part-timers to handle the sudden burst in new clubs. I wrote to everybody I could asking if they knew anybody. Harry explained, and I can't imagine they made the trip all the way out here just to refuse. You would be correct, Professor. If you will have me, I would be delighted to take over the responsibilities for both the wrestling and boxing clubs. Victor said, and I am a chess master. Polyakov told him, I can handle that and most other game clubs. Harry turned to Bella. Well, that relieves Madame Hooch of a lot of her responsibilities. 3 or 4 more applicants and we should be copacetic. He told her. The door opened again, and Harry didn't even have to turn around to see who it was. The look of unadulterated and unreasonable hatred on Bellatrix's face told him all too well. It was a natural reaction. Women, even gorgeous ones like Bella, had to Vila entering their presence. Down, girl, you need not be jealous of this one. Did somebody request a fencing and dance instructor? The thick French accent of Fleur Delacour greeted the room. All right, he forgot that some of the girls organized for a dancing club too. They were still scrambling to find any boys willing to join and had resorted to bullying the shy ones like little Zeno and Creevy into signing up. With Fleur at the helm, he imagined they'd suddenly find it less difficult to find volunteers. Wait me? Mr. Tonks asked. Yup. You. Harry confirmed. Okay. I'm honored, but why me? Ted asked, still confused. Yeah, why him? Andromeda asked. I honestly think I would make a better choice, seeing as I have more free time than my employed husband. Because you are the only person I know who meets all of my requirements to stand in my place at the Board of Governors. Harry said, and these requirements are? Andromeda asked with a glare. Harry listed them off on his fingers. Has attended and graduated from Hogwarts. Has raised a child who also attended and graduated from Hogwarts. Is knowledgeable on and invested in Muggle culture. Is knowledgeable and invested in pure blood culture. I like and trust him. Harry ticked off until he ran out of fingers. With all of these traits, I believe you have all of the virtues necessary to make proper decisions regarding Hogwarts that is fair and beneficial to all students and teachers. In fact, the only way you would make a better substitute is if you were also a former teacher at Hogwarts. But we can't have it all now, can we? The Tonkses leaned back as they considered these points. So you chose me for my balanced views and experience in all sides of the Hogwarts experience? Tonks clarified. All save one correct. Harry said, although that can be remedied, we do have an open position for a part-timer of your skills. That is, if you are open to passing on your skills as a horseback rider and college rower. Ted was all ears after that. God, but were people ever easy to lead into doing what you want them to do when you understand them? Oh, and I like the idea of all 3 of the men married to the Black sisters having something all our own, kind of like their wine-fueled get-togethers. Harry added, Mary, Andromeda said with a mocking gasp as his slip-up. My goodness, you work fast. And here I was under the impression that my sister was displeased with how slow you were taking things. When is the ceremony? I'll have to write Mother and get her back over here for Mouse. Harry rolled his eyes. Okay, I misspoke. I meant men who date or are married to a Black sister. Harry tried to clarify, but the woman had already left her dinner table and was walking to the study. Too late. Writing Mother and Sissy. Andromeda hollered back. Harry shrugged and turned to Tonks. I'm more than sold. When is the first board meeting? He asked. I'm calling an emergency one right now. Go make yourself presentable. We leave in 10. Harry walked into the antechamber with his guests trailing behind him. Teddy took the lead with Victor, Polyakov, and Fleur just behind. They were the last to arrive, as the heads of every family with a seat on the Board of Governors was present, plus Albus and Madame Hooch. He was pleased to realize he'd met most of the people already present in this world, as well as his own. Lucius Malfoy, Mrs. Zabini, Valentine Crabbe, Hitlerband Goyle, and Fleamont Potter, he had all met in this world already, and in Madame Bone's case at least seen. Augusta Longbottom, Cyrus Greengrass, Mrs. Abbott, Mrs. Bulstrode, Mrs. Parkinson, and of course Mrs. Weasley he had also met in his own. The placards in front of everyone else told him who they were. Orion Black barely needed one, being the spitting image of his own son, and the same was true for Theodore Nott Sr. The two that gave him pause was a woman whose placard declared her to be Cara Moody, who was too young to be Alastair's mother and too old to be a daughter, leaving only two possibilities, and he boggled at the idea of her being his wife, but suspected it was so. The other was Aileen Prince, who also looked too young to be Snape's mother. He needed to figure that one out later. There were a lot of empty seats for extinct houses, among them one titled Morgan. He and his entourage made their way to it. Professor Morgan, thank you for joining us. Albus greeted. Seeing as you called for this emergency meeting, I give the floor to you. Thank you, Headmaster, but I must refuse, Harry said cheekily, as I have brought with me the man who shall be my semi-permanent stand-in. Representing the Morgan estate, I present to you all Theodore Tonks, your new member of the board. He bowed and stepped away. Theodore stepped forward and bowed to the gathered to mixed reactions. Everybody at least gave a polite applause, with Molly and Augusta being the most vocal in their approval. The only person who didn't clap was Orion. Strangely, Lucius looked positively delighted. Harry had been joking when he said the three men dating blacks being on the board would be ironic. Now he suspected it was a stronger base for camaraderie than he suspected. As his stand-in, Professor Morgan will be overseeing my conduct here as a form of training. Unless anybody here objects? Theodore said. Nobody objected. They honestly could, as having a stand-in meant he technically wasn't on the board on not entitled to be part of the meetings. Usually, stand-ins were assigned to represent underage successors who were not ready to take on their duties, and there were many meetings where some might object to an underage person attending. They would have to be real assholes to object to his presence. The only scenario he could foresee with him being barred from a meeting was if said meeting was in regards to his imminent sacking, which he hoped never happened. Very well. I call this emergency meeting into order, said Tonks as he sat at the Morgan chair and spelled the placard to say his name instead. The topic, emergency employment of part-time employees under Madam Hooch. And why does Madam Hooch require part-time employees? Asked Augusta. She has always been excellent about handling her duties as head of sports and games. Are you no longer able to perform them, dear? My usual duties aren't causing me any trouble at all, said Rolanda. It is an unexpected skyrocketing in new duties that I am unequipped for. You see, the students have all decided that Hogwarts wasn't offering anywhere near enough club or sport activities, so they have formed over a dozen new ones overnight. Instead of confusion, the room filled with excited chatter from the purebloods present. Have we finally reinstituted the boating clubs? Asked Valentine. Fencing club? Asked Lucius. Cooking club? Asked Molly. She got some strange looks for that one. Yes to all of the above, save for cooking, said Rolanda. And more. Molly deflated and made a face like a kicked puppy, but the excitement of everyone else continued to grow. We've all been clamoring for a revitalization of traditional sports for decades, but our Muggle-born populace has only ever been interested in bringing over Muggle sports, said Orion, which has always been too expensive, requiring new construction that would make hideous the gorgeous scenery around Hogwarts. What has changed? Albus took over. Well, it appears that the students were simply unaware that these sports were options. He said, despite our eagerness to revitalize said sports, it never occurred to us to actually advertise it to the student populace. We did not know they wanted it because they did not know they wanted it. Ah, the folly of adults, especially adult wizards. The underestimation of children and simultaneous overestimation of them. In all his time at Hogwarts, it had somehow never occurred to him that all of the many suits of armor, boats, and martial weapons were for more than decoration. Well, we have the facilities, said Fleamont, and we have great teachers in the form of ghosts and portraits. It really is just a matter of having employees on hand with a wand, That you seem to have picked individuals suited to also teach and officiate such sports is a great boon. Or am I wrong in assuming that's why you three are here? He said this while looking at Victor, Fleur, and Poliakov, who all stood a bit straighter. Yes, sir, said Fleur. I am a skilled fencer and duelist, and would be happy to help part-time. I can handle wrestling, animal riding, and most other martial games that Miss Delacour cannot, said Victor. And I'm a chess master, happy to help with it and all other game clubs to free up Madame Hooch for her sports, said Poliakov. But I will need full moons off. I am a werewolf, if that is a deal breaker. Everyone made the exact same motion of dismissal with their hands. Hardly. We have a werewolf as a teacher, and he doesn't cause any problems, said Mr. Knott. I would go one step further and say he is one of the best defense against the dark arts teachers we've had in decades, added Hildebrand. So your condition is no issue. I think our gobstone champions can go 2 to 3 days without a club meeting per month. Or somebody can easily cover for you, said Mrs. Zabini. Are you sure you aren't just happy to have another villa in Britain? Mrs. Parkinson jabbed at her. Mrs. Zabini made an exasperated gesture. Why does everyone think I'm a villa? She demanded. Fleur perked up. You are not villa? She asked, seemingly shocked. I would have sworn you were. I've only met one Africana villa, and you outshine her. Mrs. Bulstrode, Parkinson, Prince, and Weasley all howled with laughter at that admission, and Mrs. Zabini glowered. Albus had to call for order with his gavel. Then we are all in agreement? Albus asked, shall we devote funds to hiring 3 new staff members as part-time club and sports overseers? The Hogwarts treasury can more than handle it, said Madame Bones. I say we vote to allocate the funds, get these 3 there, documents for signing, perform their background checks, and put them to work. Harry tapped Theodore on the shoulder and held up 4 fingers. Actually, said Theodore. All eyes turned on him. Who is the 4th person you have in mind? Asked Madame Hooch. Harry leaned down to whisper to his representative, only to be interrupted by Albus. Professor Morgan, you are free to speak if you have the answers to our questions, he said. Well, I sent out Minnie a letter, and I don't know if he will accept, but I had the former student Cedric Diggory in mind on recommendation, he said. That way we could have a Hogwarts alumni and somebody with animal riding experience. Several people nodded in agreement with his choice in person, while others seemed to consider it. Well then, we shall allocate enough funds for 4 new positions in the event he, or somebody else likewise suitable, opts to take up the role, said Kara Moody. Sans any further interruption, I think it is time to call for a vote. They all waited a moment to see if any such interruption would occur. When none was forthcoming, Albus brought the meeting to a close. Very well then, I call the Board of Governors to a vote. Shall we allocate funds to employ 4 part-time game and sport officiators? Albus asked. All in favor? All hands, save those of Molly, Prince, and Tonks, raised. All against? Said Albus. Molly and Prince both raised their hands. Harry knew Theodore was abstaining from the vote as it was his motion being voted on, so he was not allowed to add his choice to the mix. Conflict of interest and all that. Why Molly and Prince were opposed, he couldn't even begin to guess. Neither had voiced any objections thus far. Very well. The motion is passed. If there are no further orders of business. Albus paused and looked around the room to many shaking heads. Then today's meeting of the Board of Governors is adjourned. Good evening all. He used his gavel one last time, and everyone stood up. Mr. Crumb, Miss Delacour, Mr. Poliakov. If you would join Madame Hooch and I, we shall induct you forthwith. Albus invited Harry's 3 guests. Only a few of the guests left immediately, following Albus and Hooch out the door with the new employees. Most of the rest mingled and chatted. Harry waved to Molly, motioning for her to come over, and did the same with Prince. They both nodded and made their way over to him and Theodore. It's a pleasure to meet you, ladies. As you know, I only recently came into my lordship, and am at a loss, hence having a substitute in Theodore here. Harry greeted and introduced. Both of them curtsied out of respect, and it was a strange feeling seeing Molly perform the gesture. I suppose you wish to know why we voted no? Prince asked. More so, I want your perspective. You were the only 2 to do so, and I pay attention to outliers. Harry said, honestly, I want to know your reasons because I think they might actually change my mind. They won't, Prince told him, hence why I did not share. I voted no because I believe students should be spending more time studying than playing sports. A perspective nobody else here agrees with. They already spend enough time obsessed with Quidditch. Harry blinked at her, then turned to Molly. Well, on the topic of Quidditch, don't you think Roberta has her hands full enough dealing with injuries from that barbaric game? Molly asked rhetorically. Now fencing, boating, horseback riding, and wrestling? Oh heavens! Even if Poppy was still with us, it would be a nightmare. But I know I can't convince all you boys that your rough housing needs to be toned down, so I kept my opinion to myself. Harry and Theodore shared a look. I mean, she's not exactly wrong, Theodore admitted, and Harry agreed. The DMLE head who had approached during all of this talk did, though. I disagree, she said grumpily as she approached. You are out of line pinning it on the boys, as my love of rough housing and Quidditch playing and broken bones is one I would never deign to deny my niece or her peers. And if you got Augusta over here, she would agree. I certainly do, said Mrs. Zabini, who, along with Valentine and Hildebrand, had approached during all of this. I want all the boys in Hogwarts beating the tar out of each other on the Quidditch pitch and in the fencing club, lest they do not become the men we love, but instead coddled and soft, with none of those beautiful scars and calluses that my husband has. Oh wow, that woman sure knew how to stroke men's ego and make them feel appreciated as men. He hoped she and Bellatrix never became friends, or his woman might actually gain the skills to tie him around her pinky. Well, I'm not trying to start a fight here. I really did just want to know their perspective. As their teacher, my main focus is supposed to be their safety and their education. So I'll put some more effort into making sure injuries are avoided and study groups are maintained at least, Harry said, and maybe try to inspire a history or potions club too? Prince dazzled him with a smile at that suggestion, and he knew he said the right thing there. Good. Making friends. That's why he was there. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. 34. The Sword in the Stone. Chapter 34. The Sword in the Stone. Voldemort woke up in chains. This was not, despite what some people may think, a novel experience for him. You don't spend decades freedom fighting with small groups around the world without being captured from time to time. Now, being chained up by a longtime friend and ally? Very novel, at least when it lacked the kinkiness that this situation deserved. But for the life of him, he couldn't guess what he'd done to enrage this lady of House Black. But he was fast realizing he just had that effect on them. Good morning, Tom. All recovered from your port key? Walburga asked sweetly. Yup. She was pissed. Was she on Team Morgan too? How the hell would that have happened? You must know how your recent actions look. She went on, killing the only other remaining knights and leaving such a message for the media to find. She picked up a newspaper and threw it at his feet. He couldn't quite read the title from his chained position, but he assumed it detailed the nice eulogy he had given Fenrir. Yada yada disease destroyed his mind. Yada yada werewolves would not be utilized in the war any longer. Yada yada werewolves need help, not war. Yada yada the Morgan Werewolf Sanctuary does good work. He wondered if Hadrian had gotten word of it yet. He sure would like to see /Ear's reaction. And now here you are, destroying your anchors to immortality. Walburga said, have you abandoned your mission, or have you simply forgotten it and given up? Tom sighed, allowing himself to show his tiredness. I have done neither, Walburga, he said. I have merely failed it, as have we all. She punched him then. It was an impressive jab, just as impressive as Bella's and Narcissus. Now all he had to do was cross paths with an irate Andromeda, and he'd have earned a shiner from each. Woman of House Black, yet living Then again, there was little Nymphadora, who wasn't so little anymore. And Sirius was courting that duelist. Perchance he had 3 more black eyes, waiting for him in the future. You failed? How can you fail when you have all of eternity to accomplish your mission? Walburga the chatty continued. You who conquered death, and yet are now set on unconquering it. Your eternal guardian, I know, Tom said, like Salazar's basilisk at Hogwarts, ready to be unleashed on any army foolish enough to siege Hogwarts. I was to protect the sacred bloodlines and be your most powerful defender when needed. So you do remember, she said. You achieved half of it, to find the secrets of immortality and lead us to a world without death. So why are you undoing that success? Because it was my success in that led me to failing my other task, Tom declared. I have failed to protect them. They are all dead. She sighed exasperatedly. Yes, Tom, people die, she said in a mocking tone. But they all lived long lives in pursuit of worthy goals. Did they not? Tom laughed, his normal mirthless laugh. Long lives? Fenrir was the longest lasting after me, and he was in his 70s. Tom roared. Remind me again, what's the average wizard lifespan? She shrinked away at his tone and blinked at his question. That's right, 160, with a quarter of us living longer than that. None of them made it halfway. And you think this a mere coincidence? He demanded. Don't give me that tripe. You're undoing your immortality because you are tired of living, tired of fighting. She demanded. Don't take me for a fool. I've seen it before. Men who make war lose themselves in it and cannot go on living. You sit there serenading me with your woes and regrets of our friends and lovers passing on before their time, and yet opt to follow in their footsteps like a coward. They died fighting. They died in service to something they believed in, which I know is a foreign concept to a wretch like you who thinks the length of one's life determines its value. Ouch! Now that one stung. Leave it to Walburga to plunge the knife exactly where it hurt the most. He must have shown how much he felt it, because she sighed and switched tactics. You are hurting, Tom. I get that, she said. But what I don't get is why you didn't come to one of us with that hurt. We are your friends. That's what we are for. They all love you. I still love you. Hell, Orion still loves you. You have all the time in the world. Why throw it away? That last name was a sore topic, and Tom knew she hadn't meant it as a barb, but it still felt like one. He let it go. She must have realized the faux pas, because she knelt down and placed a hand on his cheek. Do you truly believe our tactics had nothing to do with their early deaths? Tom asked, looking up but still leaning into her touch. We have been going about things the wrong way. Our tactics have been reprehensible. And my Horcruxes were the wrong path to immortality. Like you said, I have all the time in the world. Even with a mortal life, I have another century to find a better way to extend human life, to conquer death. But the Horcruxes must go. She removed her hand from his cheek and backed away from him. I don't believe you, Tom. Your handsome good looks alone aren't enough to make me believe your words alone. I'm not a little girl anymore. She said, I want your word. You've never broken that, and I know you won't start now. I want your word that if I help you regain your mortality, you won't seek death. I want your word that you won't die before me, at the very least. And I remind you, us witches live longer than you dumb, irresponsible wizards. He snorted at the boast. He knew he couldn't lie to her. He knew that if he gave that promise, he would have to keep it. And it was a painful promise to make. On a fundamental level, she was right. He was tired. He was very nearly ready to go on. Could duty and his word keep him going? Yes. Would it be orders of magnitude more torturous than his life thus far? Also yes. And yet his mission must be carried out. You have my word, Walburga. I will live to sit on your bedside as you're withered and ugly and your great-grandchildren mourn you. He promised. She swiped him over the back of his head for the lip there, but his shackles fell as she did so. Very well, Tom. Let us go visit the Rainbow Serpent, shall we? Walburga said. I somehow always forget that the seasons are flipped down here. Voldemort complained as he shivered from the frigid breeze. Are you a wizard or aren't you? Walburga teased. Well, I would cast a warming charm on myself, but warming charms always feel better when a lady casts it on you for some reason. He said, kind of like how food cooked by somebody else tastes better. That or maybe your pants at cooking? Wahlberg suggested. And also the whole not able to cast spells around here thing. That was a distinct possibility. Fortunately, the black, rocky ground they were half climbing along was already beginning to warm up from the afternoon sunlight. So it preventing him from casting said warming charms were a moot point. And as they crested the last hill of black granite, their goal came into view. A great Olga, surrounded by black boulders on all sides, sat in the middle of the draw formed by the rocky hills on either side. It wasn't as large as Uluru or as decorative as Khatat Chuda. Much like Uluru and Khatat Suja, it had been created by a rainbow serpent as a marking stone above the cave and water system it had dug itself in the rock below. Unlike Uluru and Khatat Suja, it was still inhabited and was surrounded on all sides by the mysterious cursed stone of Kalkajaka, which made it a perfect place to hide something from wizards and muggles alike. As an active Olga still inhabited by a wild rainbow serpent, the wizarding government of Australia and Aboriginal mages protected the entire area from muggles. As a Kalkajaka, it kept all but the most suicidal wizards away. Nobody knew for certain where the black stones came from, but all enchanters and alchemists knew for sure wizards created them. The leading theory was that it was some kind of equal and opposite enchanting method. By binding two such slabs of granite, they could strengthen a positive enchantment on one by simultaneous casting a dark curse on the other. It held up in theory and had been proven through experimentation. Problem was none of the positive counterparts had ever been found, and there was evidence of a wizarding society large enough ever having existed in Australia who could have produced so many billions of these wretched stones in such piles all over the continent. These stones that made all wizards, witches, and even squibs feel as if the magic in their veins had turned to wriggling worms and wanted to burst out through their chest. Merely using magic around these things could kill a wizard or witch. It also completely incapacitated any sensory abilities. And that wasn't even the greatest of the defenses he had places around his Horcrux. They neared a freshwater stream, and he spoke in parcel tongue. "I have returned, great mother." He spoke to the water. Then they stood there and patiently waited, and waited, and waited some more. He was about to speak again when the water's surface finally exploded upwards in a deluge of water. Always the melodrama with the bigger snakes. And she was even bigger than he recalled. And he once again hoped he'd have the chance to introduce her to Salazar's equally large basilisk. Sure, experimental breeding was illegal, but since when did he care about illegality? Rainbow serpents were effectively giant white-lipped pythons. That was it. Their dark scales iridescent, reflecting a rainbow sheen. There was also the small matter that their scales were elongated halfway to being feathers. They were still very much magical creatures, however, as their gigantism, like giants, was born of magic and their scales made for excellent wand cores. The core of his spell wand came specifically from her. Actually, there was also the small ability they have to eat stone and regurgitate it into solid masses. Hence how they carve out these tunnels and use the material to form Olgas. "It has been too long, Speaker," she said. "Indeed, it has," Tom said. The unlikely trio breached the water's surface, and they were deposited on cold, hard stone. "Thank you, beautiful," Tom said to the rainbow serpent between coughs and sputters for the long swim through her watery tunnels. He hadn't even said it in parcel tongue, but she nodded in understanding all the same. He picked himself up off the floor and helped Wahlberg do the same. With that done, he cast a drying charm on her then himself. Inside of the Olga, they were free from the influence of the black stones, and thus it was safe to do magic again. And they were now past all of the protections Tom expected anybody to be capable of getting past. Without the ability to cast the bubblehead charm outside from the black stones, nobody could manage that swim unless they'd thought to bring gillyweed along. And even if they had gillyweed, they'd have to swim through the underwater tunnels and do so without getting murdered to death by his colorful friend. Still, more protections awaited. Wahlberg gasped as her eyes adjusted to the giant underground snake den. "Is it expanded?" she asked. "Yes, by a lot," Tom said. It was a deliberately weak expansion charm, too. One designed to collapse if any of the traps are triggered. Tom had gotten the idea from alchemy the simplest technique of which is to compress elements into higher elements with spatial expansion charms. Take a small space like the inside of a jar and expand it to twice the size. Fill it to the brim with aluminum, then simply collapse the space expanding charm, and the two parts of aluminum will combine into roughly one part of iron with a whole lot of radiation as a byproduct. Most early alchemists simply killed themselves from radiation poisoning with the first experiment doing this. Later ones wizened up and stood away from containers used for this job, but still died of radiation over time because they had no concept of radiation. Unfortunately, the technique only worked for elements with a positive proton count, so you can't use it to create copper, silver, or gold. That could still be done by first creating higher, trans-uranium elements and letting them decay to the elements you want, which is a complicated alchemical art requiring decades of experiment and trial and error. Usually using time-slowing containment wards to examine these elements before they decay. That was time Voldemort simply didn't have. The primary ingredient for the Sorcerer's Stone is merely whatever element lies in that mysterious island of stability at the end of the possible periodic table. It makes sense if you think about the symbology and thus magical applications for such a material. It did confuse the crap out of Muggle archaeologists whenever they found ancient cities or towns of people fallen dead in the streets with more background radiation than Chernobyl, though. That could happen when a particularly zealous alchemist tried to transmute literal metric tons of lead into similarly large quantities of element 164. Big risk to the statute of secrecy that wizard archaeologists work tirelessly to find before Muggle ones do. Such sites are then, sadly, destroyed. The space-expanding wards within this Olga were not strong enough to cause transmutation of elements, but it was designed to collapse under certain circumstances. Pop quiz. What happens to the human body when the air pressure of the closed space therein suddenly multiplies 100-fold? That image in your mind right now. That's about right. That looks a little vulnerable just out in the open like that. Wahlberg commented, pointing to the center of the wide-open space. Tom looked to where she pointed, and, sure enough, his Horcrux was exactly where he had left it. Embedded into a singular black stone, imported from its many siblings outside, was the sword of Godric Gryffindor. That's by design. Mind your step. Tom instructed her, on second though, remain here with our lovely friend. Tom patted the rainbow serpent before walking towards the center of the room. He reached the edge of where the traps began and, with a wave of his wand, blew away all of the dust covering each tile. With another wave of his wand, he shot a Lumos orb to the ceiling, illuminating the entire room. Makes it much easier to read. So it's password protected, but with stone tiles? Wahlberga asked, does each one have to be activated in a passcode? Right in one, Wahlberga. Tom said with a smirk in her direction. Are they double encoded to be activated by charms and curses cast on them? Wahlberga asked further. Damn, that was actually a good idea. He could have programmed them for really obscure spells too. Nope, just with a bit of dexterity. Tom told her before turning back around and looking for the correct letter. Let's see here. I. He spotted the 9th letter of the alphabet and hopped on over. He heard Wahlberga groan from behind him. Next is E, Tom said as he leapt to the next letter. Really, Tom? Wahlberga demanded. S. And yup, really, Tom concluded as he made his third leap. Indiana Jones? Are you a child? Wahlberga yelled after him. Only at heart, love. E, Tom told her as he finished. And another S. What does that spell? Wahlberga groaned again instead of answering. As she did, so every crack around the letter tiles made a soft glow before turning white. It was now safe to walk on them. Didn't have space or mechanical know-how for the buzzsaws. Ditto for the invisible bridge. Tom said cheekily, it's safe to come over here now. You won't have to watch your step. She did so, walking over to him with her arms crossed and in quite a fuss. Why must ladies begrudge men their fun? How did you design it to be pulled out? Wahlberga asked as she stood in front of the legendary artifact. Passphrase? Fingerprint recognition? Does it need Vila blood since Excalibur was made by them? None of the above, Wahlberga. Tom told her. I embedded it into the rock with a banishing charm, so hard that the stone melted around it and fused to it. The only way to get it out is to outright carry the sword, rock and all, out of here, or else somehow shatter the rock. Walburga actually looked him up and down with an unimpressed expression at his explanation. "You're not going to take it out of here?" she asked. "Not today," Tom told her. "Today I just came here to touch it. I ought to be out of commission for a few hours afterwards, so be warned." "And what? I'm just supposed to stand around here while you do that?" Walburga demanded. "I brought snacks and a few books in the pack. Help yourself," Tom told her with a shrug. "And you can use magic over there. We can't over here. At least not safely. But I would recommend not using magic at all out of fear of triggering the space expansion charm to collapse." It was true, so close to the cursed Blackstone, any spell he cast risks spiraling out of control and triggering the space expansion warn to collapse, killing them both, which would likely destroy the rock containing Gryffindor's sword. In hindsight, he probably just should have sent in a conjured animal and had them do exactly that, then just walked in and picked it up. How had he missed such a blatant hole in his defenses? They really were otherwise perfect. If anybody had managed to deduce it was there, they would have had to get through the stone hills, swam up to 30 minutes through the underwater tunnels without the bubblehead charm, or getting killed by his rainbow serpent friend, deduced that the space expansion charm was designed to collapse. Then they could have easily figured out this little oversight. So, his cleverness in putting in a muggle reference no wizard would understand would have gone unappreciated. He was still trying to hide his surprise at Walburga, having seen it herself. He refused to ask her about it. "All right. No time like the present. Please don't slit my throat while I'm unconscious," Tom asked jokingly. "And be stuck in this death trap with your snake friend? Not a chance." Walburga joked back. "Oh, and please move my body away from the stone. I don't like the prospect of waking up from a nap next to it." Tom asked further. "Stop stalling. The sooner you drop, the sooner I can leave," she demanded. Tom shrugged and sat down on the ground just next to the stone. He took a deep breath and concentrated. He remembered the Fabian brothers, who had fought bravely and in doing so brought unto him the sword of Gryffindor. Their deaths had been tragic enough to warrant splitting even his tattered soul by then. He had regretted killing such brilliant young men, even the day of that battle, over such an inconsequential safe house. With those thoughts firmly in mind, he pressed a single finger against the flat of the silver blade, just below the G. Then blackness. "Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction, as 3 others are currently doing. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original fiction/nonfiction, or anything else that is not fanfiction. I am still looking for my first non-fanfiction gig, so I can move into ghostwriting professionally. So if you have a novel you really want written, contact me. Price is subject to change in the future. Check my profile. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. I have higher tiers, but I have no idea what to offer for them now that I lowered everything to $1. 35. Champions Reunited. Chapter 35. Champions Reunited. Harry must have read the article 3 times now and still couldn't make heads or tails of it. Everything about it confused him, from the subject matter to the events it described to the writer. Fenrir euthanized by Rita Skeeter. This last Friday, a great battle took place in the Black Forest of Germany. A war between Voldemort and one of his most loyal legions, and thereby annihilated Fenrir Greyback and his entire pack. Nearly 100 bodies were discovered by a Muggle hiker early Saturday morning, after Aurora's obliviated said hiker and the Muggle first responders he summoned to the scene. Their investigation turned up some strange facts. The first was that every single corpse belonged to a werewolf in the service of he who must not be named. The second was that each had been placed under cooling and stasis charms to prevent decay. The third and strangest was the epitaph conjured and carved in the center of the clearing. Its message was as follows: "I would like to offer my sincere apology to Wizarding Society for failing my friend and servant, Fenrir Greyback. I somehow failed to notice that he and his followers had gone feral from my own neglect as much as society's persecution. I am ashamed it took a stranger starting a refuge for werewolves to make me realize this, especially as improving the lot of werewolves was one of my main goals as a leader and a promise I had made to Fenrir in particular. Despite our differences and being ideological enemies, I wholeheartedly promote Professor Morgan's Werewolf Sanctuary and advise any and all werewolves who ever consider joining my cause to remain unaffiliated and to take advantage of the man's charity. You are no longer fit to fight a war and never were. You are not weapons. You are patients in need of help. Go get some, for I will not wield you any longer. Signed, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Reprinted as written for accuracy. It appears that even he who must not be named is not extreme enough to continue his association with Fenrir Greyback, and that the many reports of his barbaric and savage tactics are not exaggerated. So extreme were they, in fact, that his own master saw fit to put him down. He was a monster in the end, one who fed on human flesh even while under the effects of a waxing or waning moon. A monster irredeemable, except in death. Let no more of our brothers and sisters fall to such a fate. New developments and improvements to treating werewolves come out every year, to the point that even many past factions who once promoted permanent quarantine or outright extermination of werewolves as a means of ending the disease have changed their tune. And now with the launch of a proper sanctuary for those unable to get treatment during the full moon in Scotland, we can only hope more countries follow suit. And that made 4 readings, yet no understanding came to Harry. What was Voldemort playing at? Was it some kind of reverse psychology? Was he trying to associate the name of Morgan with Voldemort and get people who oppose him to withdraw their money? Or perhaps he was hoping to overwhelm Harry through his own charity by inspiring far too many werewolves for him to handle into taking part in it, trying to defeat him with the same peaceful and legal form of warfare Harry had wielded against him seemed like an effective tactic. More bizarre was Rita Skeeter writing an honest article without any spin or outright lies. More so that the average journalist that was unheard of. He wondered if Voldemort had threatened her to report it accurately under threat of torture or death, and couldn't stop himself from smiling at the prospect despite himself. Then he caught the dark thoughts and threw them away. Honestly, after having a lovely morning hearing tea and sweets with Dolores, he was allowing himself to feel such cruel things to a woman he had never met. He had promised to throw away all of these preconceived notions based on his own world's counterparts long ago, and yet he still somehow struggled with it. He needed to be better. There was a tapping on his window, and Harry looked up to see an unfamiliar owl perched just outside. Oh great, I forgot the joys that came with fame. He grumbled to himself and opened the window, only for 3 owls to come in, the second and third having been perched on the ledge out of sight. He took the letters with a thanks, and they flew off. He didn't recognize the names on any of the envelopes, and so he assumed they were either prospective volunteers, patients, or haters. He put them aside for later all the same and withdrew an envelope and quill. Albus, please forward all mail directed to me to the security office at the front, as I expect some hate mail in the coming week and the usual dangerous substances that can be shipped. Signed, Hadrian Morgan. He sealed it, and Hedwig hopped over eagerly to accept it. He handed it to her and sent her out. He closed the windows and checked his watch. It was about that time. He locked up his classroom and private rooms, erected the sign at the top of the stairs leading to the trapdoor and secret passage, saying he wasn't available, and began his long walk to the front entrance. The younger years were either already in class or rushing them, while the older students usually had their classes starting in the afternoons, so he didn't encounter any of his own students. This saved him from distractions or time wasters that would have made him late. He followed the path he had taken recently to the open area of rubble at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and there he found Madame Hooch and all of her new workers waiting for him. Sir Nicholas, the Bloody Baron, many other ghosts he couldn't name, and of course his own recruits. Thank you for joining us, Professor Morgan, Madame Hooch said. He walked up to stand between Fleur and Victor, who seemed to be giving her a wide breadth out of respect, with Poliakoff off to Victor's right. Are they all caught up? Asked Harry. On the paperwork, yes. But we wanted to wait for everyone to arrive before divvying up the clubs. Am I right in assuming you're willing to take over some of them? Madam Hooch asked. Harry shrugged. If they're in the mornings on weekdays, sure. He said, that leaves only a few, and those are the ones nobody else usually wants. Let's see here. She picked up a long scroll that presumably contained all of the club names. Wrestling? She called out. That vould be me, said Victor, as the fat friar raised his hand. Fencing? She called out. Mua, said Fleur, as the bloody baron raised his own hand. Hiking club? She called. Oh, that's me, Harry said. He was happy his students got their heads out of their asses and recognized the valley of the many trails around Hogwarts. Morning jogs on the trail to Hogsmeade and many similar tracks bordering the Forbidden Forest are exactly what he needed to get back into shape. Strangely, the Grey Lady raised her hand to be a part of that. I already know Poliakoff is taking chess, gobstones, poker, and the like. She said as she crossed those off. Riding and jousting clubs? I'll take it, came a new voice entering the clearing. They turned, and Harry couldn't stop the smile from coming to his face. Cedric Diggory, alive, and 2 years older than he'd ever known him to be. Still looked like a boy, and that way preteen girls seemed to like. Can I expect the Headless Hunt to help with those? He asked. Huzzah, said the leader of said hunt, whose entourage hooted and hollered behind him. Cedric managed to meander over to where the four of them stood and stuck his hand out to Harry in particular. Pleasure to meet you, Professor Morgan. Your exploits have been entertaining to hear about, Cedric told him as Harry shook his hand. It came as a bit of a surprise to be called on by you. Who referred me? Same as referred them. Fate and happenstance, Harry said truthfully but cryptically. Speaking of, allow me to introduce you. This is Fleur Delacour, fencing duelist from France. Mademoiselle, Cedric greeted politely, putting a little too much emphasis on the madam before Moiselle. A pleasure, she said a little stiffly. Swing, and a miss there, Cedric. She likes them a bit more calloused and punk rock. Not shiny and boy band. This is Victor Krum, duelist and seeker from Bulgaria. Harry introduced the next former champion. Former seeker. Krum corrected, shaking Cedric's hand. Seeker? I took you for having more of a beater build. Cedric said. Yeah, I get that a lot, said Victor. To answer your next question, the sport just stopped feeling so sportsman out of school. I liked the competitiveness, but it became like an extension of the war on the pitch, and I didn't like that. Ironically, less of that in the dueling pit. Cedric breathed out a sigh of sympathy. Yeah, I hear you on that, but I still play. There's nothing else I love a tenth as much, certainly not in terms of sport. Cedric said. Harry could relate. If Quidditch in his time had been ruined, nothing else would have really captured him. He'd probably just become a miserable 9 to 5 employee and family man. After all, what else would there be? Maybe join the Department of Mysteries. He shivered in disgust at the unholy company he would have to keep with such work. But for now, he was reunited with the most competent men and woman he had ever competed with. The champions were reunited, along with one of the champions' friend. Oh, and this is Poliakoff, said Harry, introducing the patient werewolf. He will be the board game master for us. Awesome to meet you, man, Cedric said, shaking the last hand present. It is good to have you back at Hogwarts, Mr. Diggory. Shall I finish divvying up the duties? Madam Hooch inquired. Yes, ma'am, they all said. Let's see, broom racing? She said. Me, Harry, Victor, and Cedric said at once. I think I'll take that one, actually. And what the hell does Dungeons and Dragons, Shadowrun, and other tabletop RPGs mean? She said. Poliakoff hissed.